Chapter 634. A dignified aura was released from it, carrying with it a noble coldness that couldn't be profaned. It was like it stood above the highest heavens, overlooking the trillions of lives in the world. With just a glance, Qin Yu recognized the essence of this radiant crystal, godhood. Even with Qin Yu's willpower, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face filled with shock. This was because he never imagined he would see a complete godhood. It had to be known that this was the same as facing a god. Godhood was the status of a spiritual god. It contained all strength and might. Purple moonlight flashed in front of him, and a woman in palace dress appeared. She looked at the godhood in front of her, a complex expression on her face. Raising a god, this was Qin Yu's first time seeing Purple Moon's true form. He couldn't help but be moved by her beauty, but he soon composed himself. "Purple Moon, do you know the origin of this palace?" "I don't." Her tone was faint. "I just happened to do something similar to this." Qin Yu frowned. "Raising a god?" Purple Moon said, "As you understand it, raising a spiritual god." Qin Yu's eyes widened. "How is that possible?" Purple Moon said, "All existences in this world move from life to death. As long as they can live on, what is impossible?" Qin Yu's thoughts wildly tumbled. In his understanding, spiritual gods represented transcendence. They were the pinnacle of a cultivator's cultivation and represented infinite strength. But Purple Moon's words overturned his imagination, revealing another cruel reality. Even spiritual gods weren't free. The so-called freedom was to ignore life and death and smile at the heavens and earth. Qin Yu's mouth was a bit dry. He subconsciously licked his lips and asked, "You've raised a god before?" Purple Moon nodded and then shook her head. "I've experienced raising a god, but I've never let it." She paused for a moment and then continued, "Spiritual gods possess great might and they themselves are great karma. Once they face death, the heavens and earth will descend to destroy them. To preserve their godhood and prevent their divinity from falling is an extremely difficult matter." She glanced at Qin Yu, the meaning in her eyes unclear. Qin Yu took a deep breath. "The greater the price, the greater the harvest, right?" Purple Moon said, "If you successfully raise a god, you can control a portion of the god's power. As you can see, this god's power is to repair and strengthen the mortal body." Qin Yu earnestly asked, "Purple Moon, do I have the qualifications to raise a god?" Purple Moon said, "No." She didn't hide it at all. She looked up at the godhood. "After so many years, this godhood has lost its divinity and is on the verge of collapse." Purple Moon didn't speak any further. She looked up at the godhood. "Endless years have passed and without any strength to supplement it, this godhood has already lost its divinity and is on the verge of collapse. However, it has other uses for me. I will take away the godhood, and the rest will belong to you." Qin Yu nodded. "All right." Purple Moon lifted her hand and grasped forward. This dazzling rhombus-shaped godhead suddenly emitted light cracking sounds. Then, it broke into countless small pieces that were wrapped up by purple moonlight and vanished. God N of a million. And people could only people, they a and it. God soul a and you of. Feel. Purple Moon said, "It contains a great deal of strength. With the strength of your mortal body, you shouldn't completely absorb it all at once." Qin turned and turned, returned to Qin. Qin. Of. B. Of. Bang! In that moment, Qin Yu felt a raging flame ignite within his body. The blazing heat caused him to stuffily cough as his skin turned crimson red. The rolling heat was like flowing magma, penetrating his flesh and bones all the way to his internal organs and bones. He felt as if he had been placed in a furnace, suffering and torment. But there was a look of excitement on his face. Within his mind, a gigantic figure reared his head back and roared. This was the legacy of the ancient race. It could clearly sense the good fortune that Qin Yu was experiencing right now. This was a comprehensive increase in his mortal body, making him stronger, more tenacious, and even more resistant. After 2 hours, the raging heat within Qin Yu's body began to gradually subside. The black robe on his body was already soaked in black sweat that was gushing out of his pores, emitting a foul stench. In these years, Qin Yu had been injured countless times. Although he quickly recovered afterwards, there were still some injuries that remained. 1 or 2 spots were not obvious, but if there were too many of them, it would become a huge hidden danger. This hidden danger was currently hidden, but once Qin Yu's cultivation made a breakthrough in the future and he reached the Great Tao realm, it would erupt and become the greatest obstacle preventing him from transforming into a Great Tao body. Since ancient times, countless proud sons of heaven had spent a great deal of effort and time in order to achieve a Great Tao body. But now, by relying on the half-drop of green liquid left behind by the divine spark, Qin Yu had already swept away all the obstacles preventing him from transforming into a Great Tao body. This was because there were 2 most difficult points in forming a Great Tao body. The other point was the beginning, but Qin Yu had already formed a partial Great Tao body many years ago. Even if it was just a finger, that was more than enough. As long as his cultivation broke into the Great Tao realm, Qin Yu would be able to naturally form a Great Tao body. Of course, Qin Yu didn't know about these enviable harvests. But as he focused his mind and sensed the improvement of his mortal body, it was enough to fill him with joy. The mist that sprayed out from the fountains was the strength released by the divine spark after it had been diluted countless times. Even so, it was still able to keep the bodies of countless walking corpses in perfect condition. Qin Yu directly absorbed the origin liquid. There was no need to describe the effects. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind: continue, continue, continue. He absorbed the remaining half-drop. Qin Yu had an intuition that once he completely absorbed it, his mortal body would reach a whole new boundary. He lifted a hand and took out the jade box. After opening it, Qin Yu paused. He stared at the half-drop of green liquid, his complexion changing for a long time. Finally, he used his formidable willpower to close the jade box. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, barely managing to suppress his tumbling emotions. The mist could erode the stone statues and make them lose their threat. The effects of the green liquid would only be better. Leaving it on his body was far more useful than directly absorbing it. But even though he understood this, doing this was still a tremendous torment for Qin Yu. The temptation of the green liquid was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than drugs. If it weren't for his will being firm and powerful enough, he wouldn't have been able to resist the powerful desire to swallow it. This was especially true after he learned of the astonishing effects of the green liquid. With a bitter smile, Qin Yu put away the jade box. He feared that if he continued to look at it, he wouldn't be able to help himself and would swallow it whole. He had to do something to divert his attention. Qin Yu swept his eyes around. After the divine spark was taken away, this reflection world was still perfectly preserved. It didn't seem as if it would be destroyed. As a place to cultivate, it should be safe enough. Moreover, Qin Yu needed time to adapt and master his improved mortal body. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and took out a pile of stone beads. He lifted a hand and a flow of heat immediately gushed out. The 3 United Trade Associations ships sailed into the fog sea once more. As it arrived outside the towering divine palace, figures stood up one after another, their expressions dignified. Montua was wrapped in white cloth. Her voice was icy cold to the bone. Everyone here is an absolutely trusted elite of the trade association, thus you have the qualifications to participate in today's matters. I will not repeat any unnecessary arrangements. I only hope that everyone will remember our mission. She swept her eyes over everyone. No matter the cost, find that person and bring him back alive. Whoosh, whoosh, masters of the Three United Trade Association howled into the fog. They followed the cracks in the palace and flew into the towering divine palace. Mantua was the last to disembark. Shu-He, steer the ship around here. If he wants to leave, this is the only exit. Shu-He smiled. Don't worry. With me here, he can forget about escaping. Watching Mantua vanish into the fog, Shu-He faintly smiled. After waiting for so many years, the chance has finally arrived. Take them as sacrifices and I will definitely be able to revive. Three United Trade Association, this is what you owe me. As he spoke, his smile didn't change. But, his entire body emitted a horrifying and gloomy aura. The ship turned around and sailed into the fog sea, vanishing from sight. In the square between the palaces where the fountain was, looking around, one could see countless walking corpses filling their line of sight. They eagerly stared at the fountain. The mist that should have sprayed out long ago had yet to appear. This caused the walking corpses to instinctively become restless. Deep and low roars constantly echoed out. The entire square was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. At this time, a cultivator appeared at the edge of the square. He was clearly carrying some sort of treasure that could conceal his aura. If he didn't make a sound, he would be nothing more than a shadow. Hearing the roars of the walking corpses coming from the square, the cultivator froze, panic in his eyes. He finally understood why the number of walking corpses he encountered today had decreased so much. It was because they were all gathered here. Just what was happening in the square? After a moment of hesitation, the cultivator dispelled any thoughts of entering the square. His mission was to find someone, so it was best not to take risk. Otherwise, if he made a mistake, the consequences would be unbearable. As this person turned to leave, the roars of the walking corpses echoed out from the square. Unlike before, they were filled with fear. The cultivator's complexion changed. He took out a crystal ball and crushed it without hesitation. His entire body was like a phantom that was being erased, rapidly vanishing from sight. Soon, a figure walked out from the square. It was a complete coincidence that this person had left in the same direction. Qin Yu quickly walked over. He hadn't noticed anything at first, but his sudden appearance had clearly surpassed someone's expectations, causing his aura to fluctuate. Qin Yu's feet paused. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The fog collapsed inwards and the screaming cultivator appeared. Qin Yu swept his eyes around, his gaze icy cold. Three Amalgamation Trade Association. As he thought, it was just as he thought. These people wouldn't give up so easily. But, he never imagined that the Three Amalgamation Trade Association would dare to chase him all the way here. Qin Yu never imagined that he would become a fragrant cake that was the focus of so much attention. His thoughts raced and he pulled the cultivator in front of him. Speak, how many people came from the Three Amalgamation Trade Association? The Three Amalgamation Trade Association cultivator had a fierce expression. You want to obtain information from me? Keep on dreaming. Is that so? Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He stared into the cultivator's eyes and a powerful will pierced through his mind. Tell me everything you know. The Three Amalgamation Trade Association cultivator said, There are 64 of us here in total, all of them masters of the trade association. Our goal is to find you and bring you back. Qin Yu frowned. Find me? Not to kill me? The Three Amalgamation Trade Association cultivator said, We won't kill you, because the trade association wants to know just how you managed to survive in the bewildering fog sea. Qin Yu understood everything in the blink of an eye. No wonder they invested so much capital. His eyes flashed. He glanced at the square behind him, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. After quickly thinking it over and making sure there wasn't anything wrong, Qin Yu's lips curved up in a cold smile. Now, tell them that you have found me. Have everyone from the Three Amalgamation Trade gather in this square. The Three Amalgamation Trade Association cultivator nodded. All right. He took out a jade archive and placed it between his eyebrows, pouring his divine sense into it. In an instant, the information was transmitted out. He laid down the jade archive and said, I've already informed them. Qin Yu nodded. Very good. Follow me. He turned and walked into the square. The Three Amalgamation Trade Association cultivator followed. The two soon arrived outside the fountain. You stay here and wait for them to come. Qin Yu opened the reflection world and stepped inside. Within the towering divine palace, all the cultivators from the Three Amalgamation Trade Association received the message, and all of them revealed happy expressions. If they had a choice, they wouldn't have wanted to come here. Although the Trade Association had given them a treasure to conceal their aura, that didn't guarantee that nothing would go wrong. In these past days, 7 masters of the Trade Association had disappeared without a trace. It was unknown what they experienced, but their fates could be predicted. Now this torment could finally end. Once they caught that person, they could leave the bewildering fog sea and obtain the rewards of the Trade Association. Schwa cultivators from the Three Amalgamation Trade Association gathered towards the location of the message. In the thick fog, a white-clothed Mantua silently walked forwards. Her eyes were the only thing that was revealed, filled with a cold hatred. Although the Chamber of Commerce wanted him alive, she still had the means to get some interest from him first. Just you wait, I will definitely make you understand that sometimes living in this world is the greatest pain in life. Whoosh, Mantua sped up. The place she searched was far from the square. By the time she arrived, half a day had passed. Outside the square, almost all the cultivators from the Three Amalgamation Trade Association had gathered. As they saw her arrive, they all looked over. Mantua frowned. Where is he? A cultivator said, The location of the message is here. We sensed that Wei Xin is in this square, but we don't know what the situation is like, so we don't dare to casually enter. Mantua nodded. It's right to be cautious, but with so many of us here, as long as we find him, he won't be able to escape. She turned and coldly said, Now follow me. Remember, no matter what happens, we cannot let him escape. Yes. A group of cultivators from the Three Amalgamation Trade Association rushed into the square. Mantua's complexion changed. She saw Wei Xin under the fountain and swept her eyes around. She coldly said, Where is he? Wei Xin looked up, the confusion in his eyes rapidly fading. As he saw Mantua and the others in front of him, he revealed a look of panic. Hurry and run, this is a trap. In the world of reflections, Qin Yu lightly said, It's already too late. He opened the jade box in his hand. Under his control, his aura spread out through the fountain. Chapter 635. Stimulated by the aura of the divine water, the walking corpses fell into a frenzied state. When they saw the people from the Three Unity Trade Association, a massacre was inevitable. Yes, a massacre. Even though those that gathered here were tyrannical figures of the Three Unity Trade Association, compared to the walking corpses, they were still far too weak. Cries of despair, moans of pain, the sounds of flesh tearing apart, the sounds of bones breaking gathered together, causing fear to rise from the depths of one's soul. The entire center of the square had become an azura hell. The walking corpses that couldn't find the divine water began to tear at their flesh and blood. It was as if they wanted to swallow their lives so that they could continue existing. In the reflected world, Qin Yu had a calm expression. The cruel scene that he had personally led to happen didn't move his heart at all. The world of cultivators was a world of cannibalism to begin with. If one didn't have thunderous methods and a callous heart, they would only harm themselves. Although the cultivators of the Three Unity Trade Association hadn't come to kill him, once he fell into their hands, he feared he would face a fate worse than death. Those that wanted to kill others could be killed. Mantua screamed, come out for me. The white cloth wrapped around her had already been torn apart by the walking corpses, revealing her ugly body. She was like a ghost that had crawled out from hell. She was well aware that everything in front of her was a killing trap laid down by that damned man. He had borrowed the strength of the walking corpses to send all of them into the Yellow Springs. The most tragic and indignant matter in the world was to take revenge with complete confidence, only to end up as a chess piece in someone else's hands and not even be able to see the other side. Mantua was currently experiencing this feeling. Her heart was filled with hatred and madness, and she even suppressed the fear of death. She lifted a hand and pressed forwards. Black light erupted and black flower petals appeared, closing around the walking corpses in front of her. The petals wriggled and tightened. Crackling sounds came from within. Mantua's incomparably ugly face flushed red and the aura she emitted became even stronger. Ha ha ha, it won't be so easy to kill me. I will definitely find you and kill you. A cultivator of the Three Unity Trade Association approached, trying to obtain Mantua's protection. But what welcomed him was the ruthless swallowing of the black flower petals. Die. You all deserve to die. Mantua's eyes were bloodshot. She didn't notice that wisps of mist were entering her body, causing the depths of her blood-red eyes to darken. The zombies attacking her frantically gave up on attacking her. Mantua screamed as she shuttled through the square, devouring all the zombies and cultivators of the Three United Chamber of Commerce in front of her. Where are you? Come out. She had already gone mad, or to be more precise, she had already died. The only thing controlling this body now was a lingering obsession. Her hatred towards Qin had overwhelmed everything else, causing her to become her current appearance. As the black petals crazily devoured her, her aura became increasingly strong. At the same time, the speed at which the mist fused into her body became faster and faster. The black flower was called Datura. It was rumored to be an evil flower that bloomed in hell. It obtained great power by devouring the flesh and blood of living beings. What Mandala had summoned was the projection of the Mandala flower. It could devour living beings and obtain great power for a short period of time. But this method was a taboo that wasn't permitted by the rules. In a normal state, she could only use it once. Any more and she would suffer a backlash that would eventually destroy her. But now, within this towering divine palace, and with the mist entering her body, Mantua, who was on the brink of death, actually managed to break through the shackles of the rules. Now, she strangely possessed a nearly endless swallowing ability. Moreover, every time she swallowed a cultivator or walking corpse, her strength would increase accordingly. The blood-red color in her eyes became increasingly thick. At the same time, the darkness in the depths of her eyes became increasingly deep. It gave off a feeling as if gray pupils were growing out of her blood-red eyes. Mantua's current aura was even more terrifying than that of a true evil spirit. The walking corpses in the square all felt fear. They no longer cared about chasing down the cultivators of the Three United Chamber of Commerce and began to flee. Kill! 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 As she screamed, Mantua sped up even more, playing the role of a cruel hunter. She was still searching for Qin, but, influenced by her instincts, she began to deliberately swallow the cultivators and walking corpses in the square. Within the reflection world, Qin furrowed his eyebrows. This matter was indeed unexpected. If he allowed this to continue, Mantua would inevitably become stronger and stronger, even becoming a threat to him. With his thoughts set, Qin eyes revealed a cold light. He stepped through the gap between worlds and arrived in the real world. Mantua suddenly stopped. Even though she was far away, she still instantly discovered the aura engraved in her mind. Above her head, the black datura flower wildly wriggled, swallowing up the flesh and blood within, transforming it into a formidable strength. "It's you!" With a loud cry, Mantua rushed out. The fog in front of her instantly exploded, spreading outwards and forming a straight channel. Qin had a dignified expression. Only when he faced her head-on could he truly feel just how terrifying this woman was. Darkness, despair, and annihilation crazily attacked his mind. If his will wasn't firm, he feared he would instantly collapse, allowing her to swallow and slaughter him. But to Qin Yu, this wasn't able to affect him too much. He lifted a hand and punched out, causing the straight channel of fog to directly shatter. Then, the fog billowed outwards like a broken dam. With a loud rumble, its momentum shook the heavens and earth. "Ah!" Mantua screamed. The black datura flower bloomed, wrapping around her, and then she was sent flying away. There was no joy on Qin Yu's face. Rather, his gaze became even more dignified. This was because his punch hadn't been able to cause much damage to Mantua. The black datura flower possessed an extremely potent defensive strength, able to offset most of Qin Yu's strength. Bang! She crashed into the ground. The datura flower opened and Mantua flew out. Many of the ugly scars on her body had cracked open. But what was strange was that no blood flowed out from these wounds. In fact, as the fog constantly poured into her body, her wounds began to rapidly recover. This was an ability that only those stone statues had. In that moment, Qin Yu's killing intent rose. He didn't know what had happened to Mantua. But he couldn't allow this woman to continue living, otherwise it was likely she would become a great threat to him. Qin Yu stepped forwards and pounced forwards like a tiger. His flesh and blood rumbled and his blood energy fluctuated, shaking the heavens and earth. At this time, he was like a million mountains descending upon him. A terrifying aura seemed as if it could crush the entire world into powder. His eyes brightened like stars in a clear winter night. A formidable will shot out like an arrow, actually tearing apart the fog. His will affected reality. This was a sign that it was about to solidify and transform into essence. It represented the absolute terror of his will. Mantua seemed to feel a threat. She opened her mouth and screamed. But in the next moment she seemed to be pierced by an arrow. She looked up and her entire body bent like a bow. In the next moment Qin Yu's fist arrived. The black datura flower protected its master, opening wide to swallow him. Qin Yu didn't pause at all. He welcomed the blooming datura flower and rushed in. The petals instantly closed, wildly wriggling and contracting. But soon a giant bulge appeared from within. Bang! A petal exploded. The datura flower emitted a pitiful cry. Thick blood gushed out from where it broke. Mantua's eyes flickered. In the final moment, she raised her hands in front of her. A heaven-shaking explosion, accompanied by the sound of flesh and bone breaking, made one's scalp tingle. Mantua's entire body was sent flying away. A wild strength crazily rampaged through her body. All of her skin cracked apart, connecting together as if it would cut her to pieces. After withstanding Qin Yu's fist, the flesh and blood of her arms completely disintegrated, revealing the pale white bones underneath. They had already broken into countless pieces. She crashed into the ground. The hard ground of the square instantly shattered, as if she had been torn apart by a hard plow. Rumble, rumble, in the horrifying sound waves, Mantua's body nearly pierced through the entire square, causing a straight crack to appear in the ground. Like a thick brush stroke, it fell down from the heavens, splitting the world in half. Leaning against the ground, Mantua's aura had nearly completely dissipated. The flesh and blood of her entire back had been ground away. Looking through the cracks in her bones, one could clearly see her shattered organs. She looked up at Qin Yu, the blood-red light in her eyes extremely dim. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." Qin Yu stepped forwards, his expression cold. "It's over." He lifted a hand and pressed it down. The towering divine palace was vast, so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. But compared to the entire fog sea, it only occupied a tiny portion. He steered the ship forwards in the fog. After circling around the palace for a long time, he arrived in front of another common-looking crack. He stood at the bow of the ship. After carefully looking at it several times, excitement lit up his face. He suddenly fell to his knees and pressed his hands against the deck. A faint blood-red light appeared between his fingers, spreading outwards like ripples. Wherever it passed, bloodline-like markings appeared on the surface of the ship. Thump, thump, a deep and low sound spread out from within the ship. It was like a beating heart that was awakening. The ship rapidly shrank. During this process, the parts that were refined and added to the ship began to break apart and fall off. In several breaths of time, the ship completely vanished, turning into motes of light that fell onto the back of Shu He's hand. The image of a strange beast appeared. It reared its head back and roared. Light flowed in its eyes, as if it could revive at any moment. Shu He took a deep breath and muttered, "Life or death, success or failure, it all depends on this." After enduring countless years of suffering, this day had finally arrived. He absolutely would not fail, absolutely not. Whoosh, Shu He flew towards the divine palace. His figure drilled into the crack. It was extremely narrow inside, and there were many places that he had to carefully pass through. The walls of the divine palace were astonishingly thick. After dozens of miles, he finally reached the exit. Shu He flew out and his field of vision brightened. This was an astonishingly large palace. The walls and floor of the palace were all made from some kind of pure black crystal. It seemed as if a single glance could swallow a person's soul and imprison them. The palace was astonishingly large. Standing within it, a person was as small as an ant. In the center of the palace, there was a thick stone pillar that shot into the skies. Shu He stepped forwards and flew upwards along the stone pillar. He could clearly see the top of the palace, but he still couldn't reach the end of the stone pillar. It was like he had been walking in place this entire time. Shu He's expression was calm, as if he didn't realize his current predicament. His flight lasted for an entire hour, and he had probably flown hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilometers. If he looked down, he could clearly see the floor of the palace. If he looked up, the top of the palace was in front of him, but it was also unreachable. After another hour, he felt his body pass through an invisible water-like barrier. Shu He's eyes brightened. He had finally reached the end of the stone pillar. A pure white altar was built at the top of the stone pillar. There wasn't the least bit of other colors on it, and it exuded a pure and holy aura. Shu He landed in front of the altar. Looking at the surface of the altar, he could clearly see his own reflection. He finally couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. I knew that there would be a day when I would return here and obtain a new life. He lifted his hand and the strange beast image on the back of his hand lit up. You and I were both harmed by others. Today we will be resurrected in the midst of blood and slaughter. We will make those who betrayed us, those who harmed us, pay the price they deserve. Bang! Blood-red flames suddenly ignited, wrapping around Shu He. He roared out loud, "I will sacrifice all of them as repayment, give me back my life." Strange beast phantoms appeared above his head. They opened their mouths and spat out auras. They flew onto the altar and turned into figures. These people were the cultivators of the Three Unity Trade Association that had boarded the ship to enter the bewildering fog sea. But at this time, something unexpected occurred. The figures formed from auras burst apart like bubbles and dissipated. Beneath the blood-red flames, Shu He roared out, "Impossible!" He couldn't accept what had happened in front of him. For the sake of today, he had painstakingly tormented himself. He only had one chance. Now that he had made his move, he had failed before he even started. He absolutely couldn't allow such a result. Shu He screamed. But suddenly, his pupils shrank. This was because above the altar, there were still several figures that hadn't been destroyed. One of them was particularly clear, and it was surrounded by faint traces of black energy. Montua. Shu He lifted a hand and opened it. In the next moment, his fingers exploded and blood gushed out. After it left his fingertips, it disintegrated and turned into a blood fog. As if attracted by an invisible strength, the blood fog fused into the Mantua phantom above the altar. Blood vessels appeared, spreading through her entire body in the blink of an eye. Then, she turned from nothingness into reality. Blood-red eyes fell on Shuhei. Mantua said in a soft voice, "Thank you, Square." He slowly drew back his fist. In front of him was a bottomless black hole, and Mantua, who had originally been at the position of the black hole, had vanished from sight. Who had saved her? The aura that descended just now was evil and cold, as if it had been buried underground for countless years. He closed his eyes and his divine sense erupted, sweeping out like a hurricane. After a long time, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a gloomy expression on his face. There was no trace of her, as if she had evaporated into thin air. Qin Yu's frown deepened. He suddenly felt that this palace in front of him was even more mysterious. He took a deep breath and soon composed himself. Although he hadn't been able to kill Mantua, this wasn't important to him. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to solve this problem in one go and that he just happened to have a suitable method, he wouldn't have placed those people from the Three Unity Trade Association in his eyes. Finding the stone bead and unraveling the secrets of this palace was the most important matter. If she escaped, then she escaped. If she didn't appear again, that would be for the best. Otherwise, he would just have to kill her again. Qin Yu's figure moved, leaving the square. He submerged into the thick fog and continued to explore the unknown range of the divine palace. In the depths of the Sealing Stone Nebula, every sealing stone was inconceivably large. It was like a floating ancient divine mountain. On one of the sealing stones there was a massive and luxurious palace built. In the main hall, 3 figures sat around a round table. The tea on the table was steaming hot, emitting a tantalizing fragrance. If someone with a lower cultivation were to take a single breath, they would explode from the strength contained within the tea. True peak existences, no matter where they were, had the qualifications to live a life that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. But right now, none of the 3 people in the hall were in the mood to enjoy this incomparably precious spirit tea. They allowed the tea's strength to dissipate in vain. An invisible suppressive strength caused the air to fall silent, as if it were a block of transparent ice, but this silence would eventually be broken. In the main seat facing the entrance, an old man in a purple striped robe slowly said, "Those that entered the fog sea have all died. 64 masters, the weakest of them were peak blue sea and even half-step tribulation immortals." But they were nothing in his words. This was a nearly closed-off environment. Over the endless years, a massive number of masters had gathered here. Those that weren't at the tribulation immortal realm weren't worth paying attention to. The silver-haired middle-aged man on the left had a grim expression. Borrowing the walking corpses to slaughter the cultivators of the Chamber of Commerce, it can be seen that this person has the strength to deter the walking corpses. Is it because of an external object, or is it because of him? The last person said, "No matter what the reason is, we must obtain it. Without the walking corpses restricting us and avoiding those stone statues, we might have a chance to uncover the secrets of the fog sea." The old man in the purple striped robe revealed a thoughtful expression. "I am only worried that our actions will arouse the attention of the echelon existences." The silver-haired middle-aged man sneered. "What are you afraid of? They were just lucky to arrive earlier than us. If we really fight them, we might not be afraid of them." The last person said, "Even so, we still need to be cautious. Don't forget that cold fire that died not too long ago. He was trying to break into the echelon, but then he died without even knowing why." The silver-haired middle-aged man stood up. "If we don't go all out, you and I will never have the chance to step into the echelon. If you are afraid, I will do it myself." The old man waved his hand. "Silver King is right. We will have to fight sooner or later. There is no reason to miss this opportunity." He looked at the last person. "I will join." After several breaths of silence, the last person said, All right. On the pure white altar, blood-red flames wildly burned. Mantua was wrapped up in broken datura flowers. She recklessly laughed. You will never be able to kill me, but as long as you agree to a condition of mine, I will give up resisting and allow you to complete the sacrifice. Shu, he said in a low voice, speak. Mantua lifted a hand. Black energy wove together in the blood-red flames, revealing Qin Yu's figure. Find him and then use the cruelest method in the world to kill him. Shu, he nodded. All right, I agree. Chapter 636. The deeper he went into the divine palace, the more stone statues there were. But because the green divine water concealed Qin Yu's aura, or because the stone statues feared its strength, Qin Yu was able to temporarily rid himself of the stone statues' threat. It was clear that his decision to suppress the temptation and leave behind the divine water was the correct one, and most importantly, after removing the threat of the stone statues, the entire divine palace no longer posed any danger to Qin Yu. He could calmly walk through the divine palace, exploring it bit by bit and uncovering its hidden secret. In a slightly smaller palace, Qin Yu stood in front of a stone statue. As he looked at the skeleton that had fallen to the ground, he revealed a dignified expression. After entering the bewildering fog sea, he had seen many corpses. But this was the first time he had seen such a rotten corpse. Of course, the reason he was so cautious was because this skeleton gave him a very different feeling. Even though it was already dead and all that was left over were pale white bones, it still emitted an extremely sharp and fierce aura. It was like an unsheathed sword that pointed towards the heavens, wanting to pierce a hole in the heavens. Every bone had some kind of strange pattern. They started from the bones of the feet and went all the way up along the bones of the legs. With the spine as the channel, they continued to radiate to both sides, covering all the ribs on both sides. Finally, they entered the head from the cervical vertebrae and converged on the brow bone. Although Qin Yu didn't know what these lines represented, he instinctively felt awe. With his current cultivation and will, anything that could cause him to feel awe in his heart wasn't ordinary at all. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu stood in front of the skeleton. He cupped his hands together and then flicked his sleeves, taking the skeleton away. After carefully looking around the hall and finding nothing else, Qin Yu turned and left. But just as he stepped out of the hall, a deep rumbling sound came from the distance. Then, the fog in front of him began to tumble and tumble like waves, whose strong winds blew against his face, causing Qin Yu to narrow his eyes. He lifted a hand and slowly opened it, his eyes instantly brightening. Stone bead. What he grasped in his palm was a low-grade stone bead. Without hesitation, Qin Yu took a step forward and howled outwards. A powerful aura tumbled around him, shattering the fog around him. Qin Yu revealed a bit of excitement. His fundamental goal in coming to the bewildering fog sea was to obtain a stone bead to enhance his will. Now, he had finally discovered it. Whoosh, another stone bead wrapped in fog howled towards him. Qin Yu lifted a hand to grab it. But at this time, his eyebrows arched up and 2 fingers of his other hand caught a blue leaf. It was ordinary and the patterns on its surface were clear. Could be seen everywhere in the outside world, but this was the sealed stone world. Besides stone, there was nothing else here. There were actually plants in this palace? Qin Yu grasped the leaf and sped up. After a moment, he came to a stop with 6 stone beads in his hands. In front of him was the entrance to a magnificent palace. The palace door had been broken by some kind of power, leaving only half of the door hanging above. The gale came from the depths of this palace. Qin Yu looked over with rapt attention. Indeed, beneath the broken palace gates, he found some stone beads that had been blocked, as well as several green leaves. Right here. However, entering the palace was not a simple matter. 12 huge stone statues stood at the sides of the palace gates. Their sudden appearance was completely incompatible with their surroundings. It was obvious that they had been moved here later. Besides the stone statues, there were also countless walking corpses. They wandered around the palace gates, looking up from time to time as if they were begging for something. Sensing the sudden arrival of a strange aura, the walking corpses all turned their heads. Pairs of gray eyes made one's scalp tingle. Roar. As they roared, the walking corpses revealed fierce expressions. Qin Yu remained expressionless. His formidable will erupted, causing the tumbling fog to become even more chaotic. It was like an invisible hurricane swept through the world, causing all the walking corpses to stiffen. Then, they began to howl in fear. All of them drew back in panic, the fierce expressions on their faces turning into fear. Among the walking corpses in front of him, there were several that had particularly powerful auras. If he couldn't suppress them with his will, then even Qin Yu would find it difficult to deal with them. This won't be easy. It was clear that this didn't include Qin Yu. The 12 stone statues had both humans and beasts, as well as other strange creatures. At this time, all of them were crazily absorbing the fog. Powerful fluctuations of aura erupted. Cracks appeared on the surface of the stone statues, and an oppressive aura descended. It was like a mountain falling on one's chest, making it difficult to breathe. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He hadn't tested facing 12 stone statues before. He lifted his hand and a jade box appeared. He opened it to reveal green divine water. With a thought, the aura of the divine water immediately spread out. Roar! The retreating walking corpses became restless once more. They paced back and forth, their powerful strength causing the ground to crack apart. The aura of the divine water had an incomparably powerful allure to them. A walking corpse with its chest split open, and its organs half exposed suddenly howled and leapt forwards like a bolt of lightning. But before it could approach, it emitted a miserable scream. Its entire body seemed to be struck by an invisible hand, and it froze in midair. Bang! Its head exploded into pieces. Following that was a second, third, fourth walking corpse. The fear in their hearts was overcome by attraction, but without exception, all of them were easily killed. Qin Yu didn't even turn his head to look at the walking corpses. His eyes were focused on the awakening stone statues. If the divine water was useless, then facing the encirclement of 12 stone statues, he could only temporarily avoid them. Luckily, the scene Qin Yu worried about didn't occur. On the surface of the 12 stone statues, cracks began to appear at an increasingly slow rate until they finally stopped. Then, these cracks began to mend. In the blink of an eye, they vanished and the stone statues returned to silence. Qin Yu didn't dare to put away the jade box. He stepped forwards and howled, passing through the 12 stone statues and entering through the palace gates. A long divine path appeared in his line of sight. On both sides of the divine path were stone beads. Although they were all low-grade, there were so many of them that Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. They were buried in a thick layer of fallen leaves. Besides a small amount of fresh green on the surface, the rest had already turned yellow. Qin Yu pursed his lips. He continued forwards along the divine path until he saw 4 terrifying stone statues that were 10,000 feet tall. They stood in pairs, occupying the 4 corners of the world. The eyes of the stone statues emitted a rich blood-red light that gathered in midair and sprinkled down, forming an incomparably massive blood-red cage. But now, these 4 stone statues were all damaged and there were several holes on the surface of the blood-red cage. Although they weren't large, they were large enough for a cultivator to freely enter and exit. Qin Yu sensed with rapt attention. He didn't sense anything wrong. He stepped forwards and shot into the skies, flying towards one of the holes. Looking up, Qin Yu stiffened. His mouth subconsciously fell open, a look of shock on his face. He saw that within the space of the blood-red cage, there were actually several giant ancient trees growing. Their roots were exposed to the ground, twisting about like giant dragons. The canopy of these trees blocked out the skies and was composed of countless branches. Between the green leaves there were blue fruits. These fruits were the keys to entering and exiting the sealed stone world, the stone beads that could resist the destruction of will. That's right, although the colors were different, whether it was their appearance or size, they were completely the same. And most importantly, beneath this ancient tree that supported the heavens, there was a thick layer of stone beads. This could no longer be described as quantity, but rather as a mountain of stone beads. At this moment, even Qin Yu's mind blanked out from the impact. He fell into a state of silence for a long time. Within the sealed stone world, in order to survive, everyone used every method they could, even killing each other to obtain these stone beads. But these stone beads were actually the fruits of a large tree. After they ripened, no one picked them up. Instead, they fell beneath the tree, like pebbles on a riverbank with no end in sight. After a long time, Qin Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just now, he had an impulse to rush in and take away all the stone beads. If he could absorb all of these stone beads, just how powerful would his will become? Just thinking about it left him excited and trembling. I can't be anxious. Steady, steady, he repeatedly warned himself. After a moment, Qin Yu opened his eyes and carefully swept his eyes over the ancient tree that supported the heavens as well as the mountain of stone beads. Soon, he discovered that something was wrong. Although there was a thick pile of fallen leaves on the ground, it was clear that the thickness was different. Some places seemed to have been bombarded, forming giant pits. In addition, some of the thick roots exposed to the ground were incomplete. It was clear that they had been damaged by some external force. A vine hung down from the ancient tree, its ends covered by dead leaves. Looking down, one could faintly make out something pale white. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. Human bones. It seemed that he wasn't the first person to arrive here from the sealed stone world. The hole in the blood-red imprisonment was also evidence of this. As for this seemingly peaceful ancient tree, it was clear that it wasn't as harmless as it seemed on the surface. Indeed, in this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The reason Qin Yu was able to easily rush in front of the ancient tree was because he had a lucky chance that allowed his will to transform, and he had also obtained the divine water. He didn't believe that others would have such luck. If they had relied on their own strength to arrive here, just thinking about it was horrifying. But even such a terrifying existence had died beneath the ancient tree. Although it wasn't as he imagined, it was still enough to make Qin Yu feel a sense of dread. Qin Yu stood outside the blood-red imprisonment. He took a deep breath and a decisive look appeared in his eyes. After discovering the ancient tree and stone beads, it was impossible for him to give up. Since this was the case, there was no reason for him to hesitate. Riches and honor came from danger. If he wanted to obtain great good fortune, he naturally had to withstand the corresponding dangers. In the world of his mind, the ancient giant reared its head back and roared. Once a great danger arrived, it could transform into an ancient being at any time. Moreover, the black bead that Undying had given him before he left had the phantom of spectral disaster sealed within. It should be enough to preserve his life. After finishing his preparations, Qin Yu no longer hesitated. He stepped inside. Although there was only a single layer separating them, the inside and outside of the blood-red imprisonment were two completely different worlds. A boundless aura erupted from the ancient tree. It was like the incarnation of the heavens and earth, suppressing all life that intruded into its domain. Qin Yu stuffily coughed. His face paled, as if he were carrying an entire mountain on his back. His body shivered. After a moment, Qin Yu was just barely able to adapt to the suppression of the ancient tree. He took a step forward. This simple movement seemed to exhaust all of his strength. Sweat gushed out, instantly covering every inch of his forehead. Qin Yu could almost hear his spine groaning in pain. A thought uncontrollably drilled out from the depths of his heart. It is impossible for you to resist this suppression. Give up. The more he suppressed it, the more this thought tumbled in his mind. It was like grass had grown over his heart and his eyes were filled with hesitation and apprehension. In the world of his mind, the ancient giant roared out loud, as if it were roaring at the heavens. Qin Yu's eyes regained clarity and his complexion darkened. He had been cautious enough, but he had unknowingly fallen into the ancient tree's trap. He looked up at the ancient tree that was millions of times larger than him. His eyes were as firm as a boulder. I can definitely do it. The second step, the third step, the fourth step. Qin Yu slowly walked forwards. Sweat soaked his black robes, dripping down his sleeves and falling to the ground. Although he had withstood the suppression of the ancient tree, he didn't dare to relax in the least. Qin Yu didn't believe that this was all the ancient tree's methods were. The stone beads were the key to the sealed stone world. They were the barriers that the living beings of this world relied on to survive. In other words, this ancient tree that could produce stone beads was the foundation of the sealed stone world. How could Qin Yu dare to be careless? The range of the blood-red imprisonment was vast, but the ancient tree's canopy was even greater. Qin Yu soon arrived in front of the mountain of stone beads. Even though he had already seen it, only when he truly stood in front of it could he clearly feel the intense psychological impact. Just as a ripple appeared in Qin Yu's mind, a powerful impact suddenly arrived. It was like an arrow coming from the horizon, falling between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Bang! His ears rang and his vision fell into darkness. Qin Yu felt like he was a wooden plank in the middle of raging waves, about to be smashed to pieces at any moment. Before the first wave subsided, the second attack arrived. Qin Yu's face was drained of blood and blood flowed out from every orifice of his head. On the canopy, a vine slowly fell down. It gently swayed, as if it were happy that it would soon be able to catch its prey. The vine wrapped around Qin Yu's body, slowly tightening around him like a snake. It lifted him up from the ground and pulled him towards the canopy. At the same time, the third impact arrived. Qin Yu's body twitched several times before he slumped to the ground. Walala! There was a faint sound from the canopy. The branches and leaves scattered outwards, revealing several translucent mouthparts that looked like straws. Gulp! One could clearly hear the sound of saliva being swallowed. It was like a person that had been starving for many years and finally had a feast placed in front of them. Just as these straw-like mouthparts were about to stab into Qin Yu's body, his eyes flashed open. He lifted his hands and instantly shattered the vine. Then, he punched out. Pipa, pipa. The several straw-like mouthparts were directly crushed into powder. As if someone had stabbed a sore spot, the entire ancient tree trembled. Thus, the world within the blood-red prison also began to shake. Countless thick branches came crashing down, blotting out the skies. Qin Yu roared out loud. His bones emitted explosive crackling sounds, and he instantly grew to 100 feet tall. Since I've already entered, I won't leave so easily. This was an inherited secret technique of the ancient race. At this time, not only did Qin Yu's body reach 100 feet, but the strength he could erupt with also wildly rose. He lifted a hand and punched out. There was a loud roar between the heavens and earth. A towering phantom appeared behind him, punching out with his fist. He was borrowing the strength of the ancient race ancestors. Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the countless branches were forced back by a formidable strength. They trembled and disintegrated. Qin Yu calmed down. He discovered that the strength of this ancient tree wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. It seemed that its greatest reliance was the impact of will from before. But unfortunately, it just happened to be within the range he could withstand. Whoosh, a whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, vines howled out. Their surfaces split open, revealing countless black sawteeth that shined with a metallic luster. At the same time, the surrounding branches that formed the canopy closed in from all directions, reducing the space he had to move around. Without expression, Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed forward. The phantom of a towering mountain appeared. As it appeared, it released a proud and aloof aura that couldn't be suppressed by the heavens and earth. One of the ancient race's 3 sacred mountains, suppressing sea. Ancient race. Cries of alarm rose up. The howling vines began to retreat at an even faster speed. As for the surrounding branches, they rapidly retreated. Motes of green light emitted from the ancient tree. They condensed in midair, forming the figure of a young man. His body was slender and his eyebrows were slightly feminine. He was actually a typical man with the body of a woman. At this time, he stared at Qin Yu with a solemn expression, a trace of panic in the depths of his eyes. Qin Yu asked, "Who are you?" The man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke some strange syllables. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't respond, the nervousness in his eyes immediately faded away. "So you haven't returned to the ancient race's holy land to accept the baptism of the Holy Spring." Qin Yu immediately understood that he had been probed. But he didn't panic at all. He lightly said, "So what?" The man smiled. "Young ancient, I ask that you not misunderstand. I come from the 7 Saint World spirit race and have been on good terms with the ancient race for generations. Because of some unforeseen event, the ancient race has declined. That is why I am surprised to see you here." Qin Yu frowned. "Why should I believe you?" The man bowed. "You can call me Fox Earflower. That is my true name. According to the customs of my spirit race, after you know my name, you and I are considered friends. Young ancient, I understand your cautiousness, but I will soon prove to you that I have no ill intentions towards you." He paused for a moment and then said with a gratified tone, "On the contrary, I will give you a good fortune that will help you become even stronger." Qin Yu said, "Why don't you tell me about it?" The fox ear flower looked at the ancient tree that supported the heavens, his eyes filled with the vicissitudes of time. "I have already been trapped here for many, many years. It has been so long that many of my memories have become blurry. If it weren't for me constantly fighting with him, I fear my consciousness would have already vanished." He bowed. "First, I must apologize to you. I have consumed too much strength and most of my consciousness is in a deep slumber. Just now I instinctively urged the ancient tree to hunt." Qin Yu lightly said, "Let's get to the point. I don't have much patience." The fox ear flower smiled. "As expected of the ancient race, you all have such impatient personalities. What I want to tell you is that buried beneath this great tree is an extremely powerful existence of the war race. He tried to return from the dead, so I gave up everything and sealed him here. But his strength is far too great. I cannot kill him, and there is even a chance that I will be swallowed by him. But if we join forces, we can kill him and evenly divide all of his strength." Chapter 637. Agree with him. A deep shout sounded out in his mind. Qin Yu focused his mind, but he couldn't find any fluctuations. He glanced at the fox-eared flower across from him. It was clear that this voice wasn't related to him at all. His thoughts raced. Just who was the owner of this voice? What was his goal? The fox-eared flower said, "You should indeed be cautious, but you might as well take a look at my performance. There is no need to rush into a decision." Qin Yu was silent for a long time. "All right, I can agree. But this doesn't represent a promise. If anything goes wrong, I will withdraw at any time." The fox-eared flower brightly smiled. "Of course. Trust me, you will not regret this decision." He lifted a hand and pointed. "Now I will give you the first reward for trusting a friend. From now on, all of these stone beads belong to you. You can use them as you wish." The fallen leaves beneath the tree began to tumble about. Stone beads tumbled about, all of them spitting out high-grade beads. Seeing Qin Yu remain motionless, the fox-eared flower lifted a hand and a massive number of stone beads rose into the air. "Now you can rest assured and collect them." Qin Yu didn't hesitate. With a flick of his sleeves, light swept out and the stone beads vanished from sight. The fox-eared flower looked towards the direction of the divine path. "Now I will give you the second reward." He lifted a hand and space violently shook. A deep black appeared and was shaken away. The darkness receded to reveal a figure. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. This figure was the cultivator that controlled the three Unity Trade Association's ship, Shu He. However, compared to the past Shu He's aura was completely different. A rich death energy had turned into a vibrant life force. This was the first time Qin Yu had seen something like this happen. He coldly looked at Qin Yu and said, "If you wish to choose a partner, I believe I am the most suitable." The fox-eared flower shook his head. "You are not good, none of you are good." He lifted a second finger. With this finger, space instantly collapsed inward, forming a giant black hole. Three figures flew out from within and fell to the ground, their complexions pale. The originally cold and cheerless scene suddenly became lively with the appearance of these people. Qin Yu frowned. He hadn't sensed their arrival before. The fox-eared flower smiled and said, "It's normal that you can't sense it, because this entire space is an extension of the ancient tree. Your five senses have already been blocked." He looked at Shu He and suddenly said, "I remember you. You entered this palace a long time ago, but you were already schemed against and killed. And the ones who killed you should be the three cultivators beside you. With a mortal enemy in front of you, are you not prepared to seek justice for yourself?" The old man said in a low voice, "There's no need to sow discord. Do you really think we'll kill each other in the current situation?" The fox-eared flower's eyes flashed. That might not be the case. An angry roar suddenly erupted. Shu He's body trembled and an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. He glared at the three backers of the Three Forces Trading Company, gritting his teeth as his face contorted into a savage expression. The silver-haired man was enraged. "Shu He, have you gone mad?" Shu He wildly laughed. "That's right, I've gone mad. From the moment you betrayed me and turned me into a puppet, I had already gone mad." Saliva dripped down from the corners of his lip. His flesh and bones emitted rumbling sounds and scales appeared on his skin, but in the next moment they shattered and fell off. Blood flowed out from his wounds, soaking his robes. Shu He's aura rose at an astonishing speed, filled with cruelty and destruction. The old man roared, "Kill him!" He lifted a hand and punched out. Countless beams of purple light appeared, howling towards him like a trillion arrows. Bang! Shu He's mortal body burst apart from within and a strange beast drilled out. Its body grew in the wind, growing to thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. It opened its mouth and swallowed all of the purple light like a black hole. The fox-eared flower smiled and said, "The innate talent of the spirit race is to target the soul. It just so happens that this fellow's soul has a flaw, so it won't be difficult to affect him." Shu He, who had transformed into a strange beast, had already fallen into a fierce battle with the three people. Although he was fighting one against three, he actually didn't fall into a disadvantage. This was because the black datura flower played an important role in this. The power of datura. The silver-haired man's face was filled with anger. It was clear he understood this. The fox-eared flower flicked its sleeve. Motes of light floated out from the ancient wood, gathering into the strange beast's body and causing it to erupt with an even greater strength. Our spirit race doesn't have many people. In order to ensure the safety of every member of our race, we are skilled in borrowing strength. There are very few times when we directly fight with others. These three human cultivators aren't weak. It won't be difficult for me to kill them, but I will need to use up precious strength. Driving this hybrid is the best choice. Even if I can't kill both sides, I can still save as much strength as possible. Qin Yu had no expression. Shu He, this strange beast is not their match. As he spoke, he looked at the silent third person. He was an ordinary-looking young man, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time, revealing a thick aura of time. But for some unknown reason, Qin Yu felt that this young man gave him a familiar feeling. As he thought about it, he couldn't recall any information about this person. The fox-eared flower said, Since I said so, this is your second repayment. Leave them to me to deal with. He looked at the strange beast, and began to chant some strange syllables. The strange beast that Shu he had transformed into suddenly roared out loud, filled with shock, anger, and fear. But it was clear that after absorbing the motes of light released by the ancient wood, everything was beyond its control. The strange beast's body swelled up once more, clearly surpassing the limits of what it could withstand. Its skin began to crack and wounds began to appear. Blood flowed into its eyes and the strange beast's aura became even more wild. It lost all reason, leaving behind only slaughter and destruction. It reared its head back and roared. All of the scales on its body suddenly opened up, tearing apart its flesh and blood and flying into the air. Every scale was a node, and they were connected to each other, isolating the space within its range from the outside world. The complexions of the black-robed old ancestor and the silver-haired, middle-aged man changed. The two of them roared out loud and their auras completely erupted. In the next moment, the strange beast that Shu he had transformed into blew up. But what was strange was that the explosive strength didn't directly erupt. Rather, it fused into all of the scales that fell off. The explosion of these scales was the true killing method. Countless fragments carried with them a terrifying strength. They swept out like a tsunami, submerging the three people. The fox-eared flower lightly said, "It's over." But before his voice fell, his complexion changed, becoming gloomy and gloomy. In the next moment, a radiant saber light fell down like a waterfall from the highest heavens. It swept through everything, instantly cutting apart the shock waves of the explosion. Qin Yu fiercely looked up. His eyes locked onto the saber light. He instantly recognized the person who had released it. Pressing forward, as if even a million obstacles could be cut apart with a single saber strike, woodchopper Fu. No wonder even the methods of the God Hunter organization weren't able to lock onto his whereabouts. So he had been hiding in the sealed stone world. From the crack, the young man stepped out with a hatchet in his hand. He no longer hid his intentions and looked at Qin Yu with a complex expression. Even after hiding in the sealed stone world, he still wasn't able to escape his pursuit. Could this be fate? The young man shook his head and suppressed all his thoughts. If he believed in fate, it would have been impossible for him to live to this day. He lifted a hand and slashed forwards. Wherever the saber passed, space split apart. The young man stepped in and his aura vanished from sight. The fox-eared flower frowned. Sequencer. He let go and didn't continue chasing after him. Since this young man had become a sequencer, it was impossible for him to directly kill him. This was the rules of the sealed stone world. It protected all sequencers from interference from outside forces. Qin Yu asked, "What is a sequencer?" The fox-eared flower said, "You should have already entered the nebula formed by the sealed stone. In the deepest depths of that nebula, there are only 10 towering sealed stones. Each one is like an ancient divine mountain that supports the heavens. Those that have the qualifications to step into these 10 sealed stones are called sequencers." After a brief pause, he continued to say, "And your next goal is to become one of these sequencers. You must finally obtain the marks on the 9 sealed stones. Only by becoming a 9-seal sequencer will you have the qualifications to open the Great Tomb and kill the War Race's supreme beings." Qin Yu's pupils shrank. 9 seals. The fox-eared flower said, "Once you step into the 10th sealed stone, you will automatically become a 1st seal sequencer. Once you step into the 9th sealed stone, you will become a 2nd seal sequencer. Once you reach the 9th sealed stone, you will become a 9-seal sequencer. Of course, the higher-rank sequencers will do everything they can to attack you. This is because it is impossible for 2 sequencers of the same level to coexist. If one appears, it means the earlier sequencers will die." Qin Yu frowned. "What seal is he?" The fox-eared flower lightly said, "The 1st seal sequencer. He is also the first target you must kill." After a moment of silence he said, "You two seem to know each other?" Qin Yu nodded. "We have a deep relationship." A cold intent flowed through his words. Disregarding G-City, back in Four Seasons City, although Qin Yu had borrowed the woodchopper's hand to escape, he didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude towards him. The fox-eared flower smiled. "Very good. It is best if you have some old grudge. Only then will you not hesitate." He continued to say, "Once you become a sequencer, you will have the qualifications to freely enter and exit the sealed stone world. With your current strength, you are unable to attack a higher sequence. After you obtain the seal, you can leave this place. When you reach the Great Tao realm, you can return to harvest the good fortune that will change your destiny." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. After becoming a sequencer, one could freely enter and exit the sealed stone world. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. He took a deep breath and nodded. "I will immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. The day I leave is the day I seize the position of the sequencer." In the deepest depths of the sealed stone nebula, the towering sealed stone world surpassed imagination. It was simply a miniature version of a planet. Somewhere in this sealed stone world, space suddenly shattered. A young man carrying a hatchet stepped out, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if it would drip water. He stepped forwards and rapidly moved forward. Soon, he arrived in front of a common-looking stone house. He lifted a hand and punched out. Dong, as if he had struck a barrier, layers of fluctuations spread out. After several breaths of time, the stone house opened from within and an old woodchopper walked out. The young man's figure moved, fusing into the woodchopper's body. Schwar the woodchopper opened his eyes. He mumbled, "It is impossible for something like believing in fate to exist. I've lived to this day, so there is no way I will easily hand over my life." His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. A moment later, he lifted his hand and the hatchet appeared in his palm. He slashed down into the void. Wherever the blade passed, a crack appeared and he stepped into it. Everything in front of him was pitch black. When light appeared, Woodchopper Fu's stooped figure had returned to the land of divinity and demons. He looked up and determined his direction. Then, with a flick of his sleeves, space exploded and his figure submerged within. Great Yin Empire, in a small border city. The shop assistant breathed out cold air. He opened the shop door and looked at the gray skies, muttering a few curses. This damn sky was far too cold. It was hard to imagine just how those sinners that were exiled to the northern snowy region managed to survive. The shop assistant shook his head and put away the thoughts he shouldn't have. He turned and began to clean up the shop. He had to finish everything before the shopkeeper arrived. But just as he began, he felt the light in the shop dim. The shop assistant was surprised. He turned and smiled, "Welcome, guest. May I ask what you would like to order?" The guest wore thick black robes that blocked out the wind and snow. His entire body was hidden within. His voice was old and hoarse. "Call your shopkeeper out. I have some big business." Just as the shop assistant was about to say something, the thick curtains were pushed aside. The normally lazy shopkeeper walked out and gestured with his hand. "Honored guest, please follow me into the room to discuss the details." The black-robed figure nodded and walked in first. The shopkeeper ordered the shop assistant not to be disturbed and then quickly followed. After entering the room, the shopkeeper cupped his hands together and deeply bowed. "Immortal Sex Zhang Chengyuan greets Senior. May I ask what instructions Senior has?" The black-robed man lightly said, "Open the entrance. I want to use it to enter the immortal sect." The shopkeeper revealed an awkward expression. The black-robed man lifted a hand, a token grasped in his palm. The shopkeeper hurriedly bowed. "Senior, please wait a moment." He walked to the center of the room and took out a token. He ruthlessly smashed it against the ground. The ground, which was black and gray and covered in dust, suddenly began to ripple and quickly became transparent. A giant array formation appeared underground. The token that had sunk into the ground was now embedded in the center of the array formation. Faint traces of light flowed along the array formation. It had already been activated. The shopkeeper let out a breath of relief. He respectfully said, "Senior, please." The black-robed man didn't hesitate. He pierced through the ground. The array formation erupted with a brilliant light before vanishing from sight. The token flew back into the shopkeeper's hand. The ground was restored to how it was before, as if everything just now had been nothing but an illusion. Immortal sect. After the black-robed man entered, he didn't conceal his aura. In the skies above his head, winds and clouds surged. The Buddhist nation sovereign and nether domain master immediately sensed something. Both of them revealed looks of surprise as they stood up and stepped forwards. Schwa in front of the black-robed man, two supreme beings of the world appeared. The nether domain master said, "Brother Woodchopper, since you came to the immortal sect today, could it be that you have decided to join and become a member of the immortal sect?" The black-robed man pulled back his robe, revealing the old face of the woodchopper. He went straight to the point. "The reason I came here today is to tell you two a piece of information. The demonic path's holy sovereign Qin Yu has entered the sealed stone world and will soon attempt to attack the immortal sect." The Buddhist nation's sovereign's complexion changed. Impossible. He was well aware of the strength of the netherworld lotus. It would be difficult for Qin Yu to preserve his life, and even if he entered the sealed stone world, it would be impossible for him to have the ability to attack the true sequence in such a short period of time. Because the woodchopper old man had some sort of agreement with the immortal sect, he had a more complete understanding of the sealed stone world. Woodchopper sneered. "I don't want to believe it either, but this is the truth. I've already met him, and I am well aware of the power he possesses. I am a first seal echelon. If I am killed, the demon sovereign will replace me and obtain the ability to freely enter and exit the sealed stone world. To the immortal sect, this is absolutely the worst possible news." The nether domain master said in a low voice, "State your purpose in coming here." Woodcutter said, "It's simple. The immortal sect will help me survive. As long as I live, the demonic path will forever lose the holy sovereign. This transaction is very worth it. I hope the two of you can give me a reply as soon as possible. I really don't have much time. Once the challenge begins, I will be forcefully sent back to the sealed stone world." The Buddhist nation's sovereign and nether domain master glanced at each other. "Brother Chai, please wait a moment." The space around the two of them twisted, covering them and isolating them from the outside world. A moment later, the distorted space faded away. The nether domain master directly said, "The immortal sect can help Brother Chai, but there will be a corresponding price." Woodchopper old man had no expression. "Both of you should be well aware that this life of mine is incomparably valuable. If you have any conditions, then state them. If I can agree to them, I will not bargain with them." The nether domain master said, "Although Brother Chai didn't explain in detail, for you to ask for help, the demon sovereign must be extremely strong right now." Woodchopper old man's face twitched. To rush all the way to the ancient tree by himself, just this point alone was enough to prove Qin Yu's strength. Looking at Woodchopper old man's expression, the nether domain master continued to say, "In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, we will take out a partial divinity and give it to Brother Chai. With the power of a spiritual god added to your body, Brother Chai's strength will inevitably rise." Schwa Woodchopper old man's eyes widened, a cold chill soaring into the heavens. "Don't the two of you think this condition is too excessive?" The nether domain master's voice was sincere. "The partial godhood isn't enough to affect Brother Chai. You are still you, but you can no longer be separated from my immortal sect. Looking at the entire land of divinity and demons, besides the immortal sect, there is no one that has the confidence to help Brother Chai. I hope you can consider this carefully." The Buddhist nation's sovereign lightly said, "This is the immortal sect's bottom line. Bang! The space around the woodchopper instantly collapsed and was swallowed up by the darkness. He glared daggers at the two supreme beings of this world, as if he could become hostile at any moment. "All right, I agree." The ice-cold voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. The Buddhist nation's sovereign turned around. "The fusion of the partial godhood requires time. Don't delay it any further." A demon sovereign that had become a sealer of the sealed stone world was not a situation that the immortal sect wished to see. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken away the partial divine spark at such a critical time and weakened the immortal sect's rearing divinity. That's right, the immortal sect had a god. This was the greatest secret of the land of divinity and demons. In the world, including the three of them, the number of people who knew of this secret could be counted on one hand. Strictly speaking, for the immortal sect to be able to obtain this slumbering spiritual god, Woodchopper had contributed greatly. Of course, the immortal sect had paid a sufficient price for this, otherwise Woodchopper Fu might have died many years ago. A massive stone tablet stood on the ground. The blood-red characters exuded an aura that caused one's soul to tremble. This was the greatest secret of the immortal sect. Besides the big three, no one else was allowed to approach. The Buddhist nation's sovereign and nether domain master lifted their hands and pressed down. Light surged on the surface of the stone tablet and an entrance appeared. "Brother Chai, please." The woodchopper expressionlessly stepped in. In the palace, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. The fog around him tumbled, as if it were being stirred up by invisible hands. At this time, his eyes suddenly flashed open and a sharp light burst out. There was a loud explosion in the air. All of the fog exploded, turning into visible shock waves that swept out in all directions. After spending 3 months and absorbing countless high-grade stone beads, he had finally broken through. With a thought, a massive expanse of fog was sealed in the void, rapidly compressing into a gray ball that floated in front of him. Chapter 638. Standing up, Qin Yu restrained his smile and a cold light shined in his eyes. It was time to bring things to an end and send those who deserved to die to their death. But before that, he had to pay a visit to the fox-eared flower. Since he considered himself a friend, then when his friend was in danger, he had to do something. The corners of his lips curved up. Qin Yu quickly walked out of the hall. His figure flashed, and he soon arrived beneath the ancient tree that supported the heavens. Motes of light gathered and the figure of the fox-eared flower appeared. His face was full of praise. "My friend, your rate of progress is truly astonishing." His smile was bright and sincere. "Congratulations, you have completed the materialization of your will." Qin Yu said, "I came to bid farewell." The fox-eared flower said, "Sequencers are extremely strong. You must be careful." Qin Yu directly said, "That's right. I don't have absolute confidence in facing a sequencer, so I think I might need some help." The fox-eared flower's smile stiffened. "Of course we are friends. If you need me to do anything, feel free to ask." Qin Yu said, "I am worried that the first seal sequencer has already made preparations and is waiting for me to go find him. If you can give me some life-saving methods, I will be very grateful." The fox-eared flower was silent for a long time. Then, he squeezed out a smile. "Of course. The spirit race never holds anything back for our friends." He lifted his palm and light surged. A black ring-shaped jade pendant appeared. "There is a projection of me sealed inside. But my friend, you should know that my current state is extremely weak and every bit of strength is incomparably precious. If it isn't necessary, I ask that you try not to use it." Qin Yu nodded. "Don't worry, I will remember." He took the jade pendant and nodded. He turned and walked away, soon vanishing at the end of the divine path. The fox-eared flower's smile vanished and his eyes turned gloomy. He could certainly see that Qin Yu was deliberately extorting him. But soon, he let out a deep breath and his complexion returned to normal. This was because the fox-eared flower was sure that everything Qin Yu took from him now, he would return it double in the future. Qin Yu laid down over a dozen layers of imprisonment on the surface of the jade pendant before putting it away. His vigilance towards the fox-eared flower had never weakened in the least. For this friend of his to be willing to compromise, it seemed that he was asking for a great deal. Qin Yu didn't want to lose himself in the end. Qin Yu stepped forwards in the towering palaces that covered an astonishing area. The surrounding fog retreated like a tide, as if in awe. One by one, the walking corpses sensed his aura from afar, and their faces were filled with terror. They either knelt on the ground, or turned around and fled without a trace. His materialized will made him seem like a walking mountain to the walking corpses. If they approached him, they would be crushed. There were many merchant associations in the sealed stone world, and there were as many as 4 that had the ability to enter the bewildering fog sea. One of them was the Triad Merchant Association, which had suffered a massive change and collapsed overnight. Not many people knew the truth, but just the few words that were spread out were shocking enough. After more than 2 months of silence, a merchant association finally sent a large ship into the bewildering fog sea. Stone pearls were consumables, and this was their business. They had no choice but to come. On the silent ship, the atmosphere was oppressive. The cultivators that came with the ship all had grim expressions. The order they received was to be extremely careful and only seek to safely bring back the stone bead. They must not complicate matters. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the mist. The complexions of everyone on the ship changed. The cultivator at the bow stood up, alert. The bewildering fog sea was fraught with dangers to begin with, much less at this time. His reaction wasn't anything to be surprised about. Soon, the fog violently tumbled and a massive black shadow appeared at the end of their line of sight. The cultivators on the ship paled. A strange beast of the bewildering fog sea. This was an extremely cruel species. Once it discovered an intruder, it would not rest until all of them were killed. Over the years, the ships sent out by the 4 great merchant associations had all suffered miserable losses, and most of them were related to this strange beast. The black shadow was extremely fast. As the distance between them shrank, the oppressive feeling it brought with it also increased. Everyone on the ship revealed looks of despair. This was because this terrifying strange beast was clearly coming for them. As for escaping, in the bewildering fog sea, no one could escape the pursuit of strange beasts. This was the experience that countless pioneers had exchanged for with their blood. Activate all array formations. Everyone attack. Fight it out with it. The cultivator at the bow roared, but his voice couldn't help but tremble. Their legs trembled and their teeth chattered. Everyone knew that these were just words that sounded nice. Once the strange beast attacked, they would face a one-sided slaughter. Close! Close! Suddenly, a cultivator cried out in alarm, there's someone on its head. Schwar countless eyes gathered. Sure enough, on the head of this flat-bodied strange beast that resembled a catfish magnified thousands of times over, a black-robed cultivator could be seen. Compared to the strange beast's body, he was as small as an ant. But for some unknown reason, every cultivator that saw him felt as if they were looking up at a great mountain, as if the strange beast beneath his feet was a tiny insect crawling at the foot of a mountain. Just as the strange beast was about to crash into the ship, its body suddenly swayed. It traced a nimble trajectory through the fog and passed by the ship. The waves of fog that rose up caused the ship to shake. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the strange beast pass by and howl into the distance. The cultivator at the bow suddenly fell to his knees. He loudly said, "Thank you, Senior, for not killing us." Everyone regained their composure and knelt to the ground, their faces filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. At the edge of the bewildering fog sea, the 2 cultivators, one chasing and the other fleeing, would exchange blows from time to time, producing loud explosions. "Don't go too far," Otherwise, if you anger me, I will rush into the bewildering fog sea, and no one will be able to obtain the stone bead." The fleeing cultivator roared out loud. It was clear that another battle had erupted for the sake of the stone bead. The pursuing cultivator sneered. "If you have the guts, then rush in. The stone bead will be buried with you." At this time, there was a loud rumbling sound, coming from the fog not too far away. The complexions of the two cultivators changed. What was this sound? It soon grew larger, giving off a feeling as if it were a great wave rolling in from afar. "This is bad." The two cultivators no longer cared about fighting. They turned and fled outwards. Just as they were a short distance away, they subconsciously turned their heads. What they saw nearly caused their hearts to stop beating. The fog was torn apart from within, and an incomparably massive strange beast drilled out. But what was even more shocking was that there was a black-robed cultivator standing atop the strange beast's head. The cultivator stepped forward and came down from the strange beast's head. Its massive body lay flat on the ground, and it let out a low roar, as if it were respectfully bidding farewell. The black-robed cultivator didn't look back. He took several steps forwards and vanished from sight. The massive strange beast stood up. Its icy cold eyes swept over the two dumbfounded cultivators. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, nearly freezing their souls. By the time they regained their composure, the strange beast had already vanished from sight. If it weren't for the fog still violently tumbling around them, they would have suspected that this was all an illusion. "Ah!" With a sharp cry, the two cultivators turned and ran, no longer bothering to continue fighting. Endless years passed. Within the sealed stone world, large and small families gradually formed. They vigorously raised their juniors in exchange for the continuation of their bloodline. At the edge of the sealed stone nebula, 4 white-clothed old men were leading several young men and women. They were currently cultivating. Remember, you must calm your hearts and experience the suppression of the sealed stone world's will. Only like this can you obtain the greatest tempering effect. The road of cultivation is destined to be lonely. Only by withstanding this loneliness can you welcome the radiance of the future. Talent is important, but a firm and determined heart is also an indispensable key to cultivation. Suddenly, the white-clothed old man's complexion changed. Within his line of sight, the sealed stone world began to gently tremble. The will had been destroyed. This was an indelible mark that had been branded into the souls of all living beings within the sealed stone world. But as he expected, the earth-shattering fluctuations didn't appear. The sealed stone world continued to tremble, and the trembling became increasingly intense. What was going on? Suddenly, the white-clothed old man's complexion changed. He saw a figure approaching from the endless nothingness. It was because he was approaching that the sealed stone world began to tremble more and more. Could it be that this person's aura was causing the sealed stone world to tremble? How was this possible? The black-robed cultivator, who had just woken up, suddenly looked up. The white-clothed old man stuffily coughed. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his mind, and his complexion rapidly paled. The juniors behind him were even worse off. Their legs went soft and they fell limp. Luckily, the black-robed cultivator only glanced at them for a moment before looking away. Although his steps seemed slow, his speed was actually astonishing. In several breaths of time, he vanished deep into the sealed stone world. As for the trembling sealed stone world, it gradually calmed down. The group of young men and women were soaked in sweat. They looked as if they had just been fished out of water. Their eyes were filled with awe. As they looked in the direction Chinyu left, a female cultivator asked, "Elder, who is he?" The white-clothed old man's complexion changed. He shouted, "Shut up! How can you and I discuss such an existence? Even thinking about it is disrespectful." He cupped his hands together and deeply bowed. "The juniors of the family do not understand the rules. I ask for seniors' forgiveness." Everything fell silent. After a long time, the white-clothed old man let out a long breath. He straightened himself and said, "Let's go. Also, immediately send a message to the family and recall all the people that have gone out. From today onwards, the Mo family will be sealed up." The black-robed cultivator came from the void. Deep within the void was the bewildering fog sea. This sort of existence's every action had a meaning behind it. They wouldn't leave for no reason. Perhaps a great upheaval was about to occur in the sealed stone world. In the endless void, the towering sealed stone world supported the world. Its size was comparable to an ancient divine mountain. But today, this ancient divine mountain had changed from its usual desolate and silent state. Instead, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Large ships were anchored at the void pier. Countless cultivators in luxurious clothes were chatting with each other. Their eyes occasionally swept over the heaven-supporting sealed stone world, and they couldn't help but feel endless awe and reverence from the depths of their hearts. It had to be known that this was the center of the sealed stone world. It was the residence of a supreme transcendent sequence powerhouse and represented unsurpassed authority and strength. Although he was only a one-seal transcendent sequence powerhouse, countless years had passed since he was promoted and his status had remained as stable as Mount Tai. Thus, the transcendent sequence powerhouses of the sealed stone world hadn't been replaced for a very, very long time. It was rumored that this one-seal transcendent sequence powerhouse's true strength was terrifying. It was only because of some sort of restriction that he didn't continue to challenge. Today was the only time that this transcendent sequence powerhouse would publicly hold a banquet to celebrate his birthday. The various influences of the sealed stone world regarded him with incomparable importance. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to form a relationship with this transcendent sequence powerhouse, they would smile even in their dreams. Not too far away in the void, a large ship floated in the air. The deck was filled with people. Several maintenance cultivators were sweating profusely and their faces were white and blue. "Hurry and fix the ship, there isn't enough time. If you delay the transcendent sequence's birthday banquet, don't even think about having a good ending." A chubby middle-aged man was sweating profusely as he roared in rage. Yes, we will do our best. Please wait a moment." The maintenance cultivators hurriedly responded, but their complexions began to turn green. The middle-aged man's breathing became increasingly rough. Blue veins popped up on his neck, making one worry that they would explode at any moment. "Can we remove the token and rush over ourselves?" A cultivator braced himself and said, "The token is a one-time use item. After fusing with the ship, it becomes one with the ship. There is no way to take it out." The center of the sealed stone world was filled with a powerful will suppression. Without an invitation token, it was impossible to arrive here. If one rashly left the ship, their will would be crushed and their soul would collapse. "What do you think we should do? I paid a great price to buy this token. If we can't make it in time, then it will all be wasted." The middle-aged man clenched his teeth. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out, "May I ask why you have come here?" Everyone on the deck was stunned. This was because this voice didn't come from any of them, but came from outside the ship. But the ship's array formation was still running, so how could this voice easily pass through? The middle-aged man looked up, his eyes meeting the black-robed youth's. His white flesh shivered and then he brightly smiled. "Reporting to Senior, we have been invited by Lord Chai to participate in his birthday celebration." The black-robed youth's eyebrows rose up. "Lord Chai. A one-seal sequence holder, Lord Chai." The middle-aged man carefully said, "Birthday celebration." The black-robed youth was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Do you need any help?" Everyone on the ship was stunned. The black-robed youth lightly said, "As a reward, I hope to hitch a ride with you." The middle-aged man was overjoyed. "To be able to serve Senior is my honor. Hurry and open the array formation so that Senior can come in." The black-robed youth landed on the deck. He swept his eyes around and then lifted a foot. Dong, the large ship suddenly trembled, and the dim lines on the surface of the ship quickly lit up one after another. "All right." The black-robed youth looked at the dumbfounded crowd and said, "Let's hurry." The middle-aged man regained his composure. He hurriedly said, "Hurry, hurry." Looking at Qin Yu's back, he couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead. Although the roar just now had been fierce, he was well aware of the fundamental reason the ship had broken down. Beneath its bright and beautiful exterior, the truth was that this ship was extremely old. Many of the array formation nodes were shaking and unstable. Once the ship went on strike, it would be a major problem. Maintaining the entire array formation required him to comb through it. He didn't want to spend that money, so he had been delaying it. He never imagined that a problem would occur at such a critical moment. But the black-robed youth in front of him had casually tidied up the entire array formation with a single step. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. What sort of cultivation did one need to accomplish this? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with awe. But as he looked at the black-robed youth standing at the bow of the ship, he couldn't find an excuse to speak. He hesitated again and again before finally giving up on the idea of chatting with him. The black-robed youth could clearly feel the middle-aged man's gaze. But he didn't want to waste his breath on him. His eyes were calm and cold. "Birthday celebration? Then I'll let you finish today." This youth was Qin Yu. He had come all the way here from the bewildering fog sea. He was here to settle his grudges and seize the position of the echelon. An hour later, the heaven-supporting sealing stone appeared in everyone's line of sight. Besides Qin Yu, all the cultivators on the ship fell into a daze. They didn't dare to imagine just what sort of terrifying will was contained within such an astonishingly large sealing stone. All that remained in their minds was a single thought: a echelon was truly worthy of being an existence that stood at the peak of the world of the sealed stone. With the token, after verification, the ship smoothly anchored. The middle-aged man hurried forwards. Without waiting for him to bow, Qin Yu said, "From now on, I am only a follower of yours." The middle-aged man's heart shook and he immediately paled. But as he looked at Qin Yu's calm appearance, he calmed down a little. He comforted himself that just who was tired of living would dare to provoke a echelon existence. Qin Yu lightly said, "Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble for you." The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "I am the president of the Divine Wind Commerce. My surname is Zhua and my name is Dong Dong. You can call me Little Zhua or Little Dong." Zhua Dong Dong. Qin Yu looked at the man's round body and a strange expression crossed his face. Zhua Dong Dong scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. "My parents might have given me this name because they wanted a daughter, but it turns out I was reincarnated into the wrong body." Qin Yu nodded. "Qin Yu." Zhua Dong Dong coughed. He lowered his voice and said, "Senior Qin, I apologize for offending you." He hurried forwards to greet the welcoming cultivator. After exchanging greetings, he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, this is a junior relative of mine. He hopes to enter the banquet with me and broaden his horizons. This is just a small token of my respect, so please accept it." As he spoke, he handed over a small cloth bag. The cultivator on the other side lowered his head and looked at the contents of the cloth bag. A smile suddenly appeared on his stiff face and he said, "Since President Zhua is so sincere, I can only make an exception. However, only he can go in with you." Zhua Dong Dong brightly smiled. Of course. I've really troubled Brother Zhang. If there is time in the future, I will definitely treat you. Let's get to know each other better." This person's glib tongue wasn't weak. Qin Yu followed behind Zhua Dong Dong and smoothly stepped onto the sealed stone. The moment they landed, Qin Yu slowly looked up. His eyes were deep, as if they could pierce through the barriers of space. In the Grand Palace, the woodchopper opened his eyes. He could feel an aura filled with killing intent rushing towards him, and his eyes began to ripple. Such a coincidence had actually happened today. Could this be fate? He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He understood Qin Yu's meaning. He stood up and cupped his hands together, expressing his thanks. Zhuodong Dong had a cautious expression. "Senior Qin, what is it?" Qin Yu looked away. He lightly said, "I'm fine." Zhuodong lightly coughed and stepped forwards. They had arrived relatively late. Most of the congratulatory guests had already taken their seat. A maid stood outside the hall. After asking for their identities, she led the two into the hall. The giant banquet hall was divided into several areas. White jade tables and tables were neatly arranged, and the dishes and wine had already been prepared. An enticing aroma wafted out. With the qualifications of the divine walk chamber of commerce, they were seated at the edge of the hall, near the back. But before the two of them could take their seats, a cultivator hurried over and respectfully said, "Two guests, please wait a moment. Your seats have been rearranged. Please follow me." Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding guests, Qin Yu and Zhuodong Dong were led to the center of the hall. Only distinguished guests had the qualifications to sit there. Many people that knew Zhuodong Dong felt waves of shock rise in their hearts. They couldn't figure out just how this brat old Zhua had suddenly become so arrogant. The distinguished guests in the main seats subconsciously furrowed their eyebrows before they composed themselves. Many people smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Although they didn't know why a dignified existence like them would value such a minor character, this didn't hinder their performance. "No matter who it is, we will give face to anyone you like. Aren't we very sensible and well-behaved? If you want to take in a little brother, you have to consider me." Zhuodong Dong's face flushed red and his grin nearly reached his ears. Although he had some achievements in his life, when had he ever had such a glorious moment? However, his mind only felt a little dizzy before he realized that the Lord Sequencer didn't truly care about his face. Everything was because of this taciturn Senior Qin. Thinking about it carefully, when Senior Qin first entered the Sealing Stone, he must have been greeting him. That's right, that must be it. It seemed that Senior Qin and Lord Chai were old acquaintances. This was wonderful. Even if he couldn't latch onto Lord Chai's thigh this time, being able to curry favor with Senior Qin could still be considered a harvest. The more he thought about it, the more wonderful it seemed. Zhuodong Dong picked up a cup of wine and said, "Brother Qin, let's have a drink." Qin Yu looked at his excited appearance and nodded. He picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Drinking good wine and killing powerful enemies, this was quite fitting. Zhuodong Dong became even more excited. He lowered his voice and said, "Today was all thanks to Brother Qin. If there is anything you need the Divine Walk Chamber of Commerce to do in the future, Brother Qin, please feel free to speak. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Just as his voice fell, a cold voice sounded out, "The banquet host hasn't arrived yet. If you two start eating and drinking now, isn't that a bit disrespectful?" Zhuodong Dong's expression stiffened. He looked up and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He didn't recognize the young man who spoke, but the frowning old man beside him was an illustrious figure. He was the patriarch of the Nanha Chamber of Commerce's Jiang family. His family had produced a true seal sequence powerhouse, ranked 7th. Within the sealed stone world, he was one of those that could do whatever they wanted and no one dared to provoke him. "My apologies, I forgot myself for a moment. I am truly sorry, everyone." Zhuodong cupped his hands together, his tone incomparably humble. The Jiang family patriarch lightly said, "This is Lord Chai's banquet. Don't speak too much." The young man respectfully bowed. With a deep look in his eyes, he swept his eyes over the surrounding cultivators. For a normally quiet first seal sequence powerhouse to suddenly have such a high-profile birthday celebration, was there some deeper meaning behind this? Some people naturally had to find out more about this and also give some warnings. It was because Jiang Tiange was aware of this that he spoke up. He wasn't some brainless and arrogant young master. He wanted to use these words to tell the surrounding guests that just because they held onto the thigh of a first seal sequence powerhouse they could act recklessly. If they didn't give Zhuodong any face, they would similarly dare to move against them. Gulp, there was a light sound. In the sudden silence, it was particularly clear. Qin Yu put down his wine cup and picked up his chopstick. He picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and chewed on it, completely ignoring Jiang Tiange's gloomy expression. The surrounding cultivators all looked over. Although they tried their best to remain calm, it wasn't hard to detect the excitement in their hearts from their small movements. Were they going to directly confront him? Zhuodong bitterly smiled. His legs nearly turned to jelly. Senior Qin, you might not be afraid, but I have thin arms and legs. I simply cannot afford to provoke the Jiang family. If this matter were to be blamed on me, that would truly be a tragedy. But in the end, the scene that everyone was waiting for didn't appear. The light above the throne slightly twisted and a figure walked out. Although he was old, there was still a terrifying aura hidden within his body. This aura was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. The hall fell silent and all sound vanished. Then, there was the sound of tables and chairs being pushed around. Everyone stood up and bowed. We greet Lord Chai and congratulate him on his boundless longevity. Only Qin Yu didn't move. He sat at the table and continued to eat and drink. Everyone's eyes widened, a bit confused. Just who was this person? Did he come here to show off his existence? He must be tired of living. But unexpectedly, Lord Chai didn't seem to notice. He smiled and nodded. Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Please sit down. The banquet officially began. The first segment was to offer birthday congratulations. The various guests took out their prepared birthday gifts and presented them in front of everyone. The process was extremely lively and many precious treasures appeared. But amidst the cries of surprise, many people looked at Qin Yu. There was nothing that could be done. The situation just now had been far too strange. It had to be known that Lord Chai was a sequencer, a character that stood at the peak of the sealed stone world. No one could offend him in the slightest. As for Qin Yu's motionless performance just now, how could it be described as offensive? In the end, nothing happened at all. Lord Chai just brushed it off as if nothing had happened. Who was this person? No matter how much they rummaged through their memories, they couldn't find any useful information. Dao friend, I am an elder of the Zhang family. Since this is the first time we meet, I would like to be friends with you. An old man held a cup of wine and approached with a smile. Qin Yu. He nodded and drained his cup. Some people feared the Jiang family and didn't dare to approach. But there were also some people who didn't have the qualifications to look at the Jiang family's face. Seeing that Qin Yu wasn't difficult to approach, more and more people began toasting him. From his high seat, the woodchopper looked down at Qin Yu, who was drinking with the crowd, a smile on his face. Drinking and killing. It seemed like he was very confident, but it was not easy for him to live to this day. How could he admit defeat so easily? He didn't want to think too much. After drinking today's wine, he would take the enemy's head. The woodchopper raised his cup. Everyone, let us drink. In response, the fragrance of wine filled the hall. Zhuodong soon drank too much. All around him were big shots that he normally couldn't reach, but now they were all gathered together to drink wine. If it were anyone else, they would be drunk. His tongue stuck out. Qin. Senior Qin, I am in the human trafficking business. Please don't look down on me. I can be considered to have accumulated some good karma. If it weren't for me taking in many people who entered the sealed stone world, they simply wouldn't have been able to survive. Seeing Qin Yu not show any signs of impatience, Zhuodong became even more drunk. Senior, I have a proud story to tell you. Several decades ago, I picked up a fellow who was nearly beaten to death by someone. His cultivation was even worse. But guess what? That boy was born to adapt to the sealed stone world. In a short 30 years, his cultivation made successive breakthroughs and now, he has become my son-in-law. But what a pity, that daughter of mine is unlucky. She was ill in her mother's womb, and she hasn't recovered in these past years. My son-in-law is an honest person. He has always been by her side. Old Zwa also admires him. Yu could see that Swadongdong was using his drunkenness to curry favor with him, but he didn't mind listening to it as a story. He casually asked, "What is your son-in-law's name?" But he didn't know that by asking this question, he had become the character in the story. Swadongdong rubbed his temples. Shuijing, yes, that's his name. I told him to take my surname Zwa, but he stubbornly refused. He said that he would never be able to return to his past life, and that this name was his last thought. Yu put down his wine cup. He hesitated for a moment. What is his name? Zwadongdong's drunkenness instantly dissipated. Shuijing. Senior Yu said, "Did you ask where he came from?" Swadongdong didn't dare to hide anything. "I did, but he didn't say. But this boy is from the sea race and his cultivation isn't even worth a fart in front of Senior. He definitely isn't the person you are looking for." He really wanted to slap himself in the face several times. What was he blabbering about? If something happened to his son-in-law, his daughter definitely wouldn't be able to live either. Thinking of this, he panicked even more. Yu let out a long breath. He muttered, Shuijing, there really is some fate between us." He looked at Swadongdong. "Don't worry, I'm not here to seek revenge. After today's matter is over, bring me to see him." Without speaking further, he looked up towards the seat of honor deep within the hall. At this time, the woodcutter lowered his head and their gazes collided in midair. It was time to end this. Chapter 639. Bang! The banquet hall turned into a raging sea. All the cultivators present paled and their eyes widened, filled with panic. They had no idea just what was happening. Just what did Lord Chai mean by this? As a dignified echelon, he wanted to take his life? Who in the hall dared to do this, and who could accomplish it? The woodchopper soon solved everyone's puzzlement. He lifted a hand and space shattered. A black hatchet flew out and fell into his palm. With the hatchet in hand, the woodchopper's aura rose up once more. In everyone's minds, a towering saber phantom appeared, one that could cut down the highest heavens and 10th earth. My surname is Chai. The first half of my life was spent chopping wood, and the second half of my life I used this saber to survive. For tens of millions of years, it has been a struggle and a torment for me. But in the end, I couldn't give up on this mortal world. Because of this, I have done many things that went against my heart and defied my conscience. There are many things that I remember and many more that I have forgotten. But every night I reincarnate, I ask myself, and I have never regretted it. The world is so wonderful and every day is a new beginning. Just how lucky is it to be alive? Since I was born into this world, how could I let go? He lifted the hatchet and pointed it at Yu. I crossed the river of time without relying on anything else. I only relied on this saber and my will to never give up. Today, I ask the demon sovereign to hand over your head so that my tens of millions of years of bitter suffering can finally bear fruit. Zwadongdong's eyes widened. There was only a single thought in his mind. It was over, it was over, it was all over. His eyes rolled back into his head, and before he could catch his breath, he fell to the ground with a thud and fainted, as if he had been relieved of his burden. Beside him, Yu drank the wine in his cup and set it down. He stood up and said, "That will depend on whether or not you have the ability to take my head." The invisible auras of both sides collided in the void. The grand hall was instantly broken apart from the inside. Large chunks of rubble flew out in all directions, turning everything into ruins. The stunned guests in the hall didn't even have time to recover before they were shaken away. They screamed as they were shaken away, blood gushing out from their mouth. In the next moment all of them froze. Their eyes widened as they saw a dazzling saber light. It howled forwards, seeming as if it could cut apart all of them, Beneath this saber light, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain between his eyebrows. What a powerful strike! He suddenly understood why Solitary Westgate said that the woodchopper was the strongest whetstone. Just as he had said, he had only been relying on the chopper in his hand to survive until now. Lifting a blade to break through time, going against the limits of life. It wasn't difficult to understand why he was able to slash out such a terrifying blade. But no matter what, he had to die today. Qin Yu took out the jade ring pendant and tossed it forwards. As for the fox-eared flower's solemn warning, he didn't place it in his heart from the start. The jade pendant was corroded by the aura of the saber light and directly shattered in the middle. The shadow of a towering ancient tree emerged, and the dense layers of thick branches spread out like a tide, engulfing the saber light. The woodchopper's expression was cold and callous. His eyes did not show the slightest ripple because of the scene in front of him. He walked forward with large strides, the hatchet in his hand rising, and without any flourishes, he chopped down a second time. This saber strike was much simpler than the first one. The white saber light did not seem extraordinary, and even its aura was much weaker. However, everywhere this saber light passed, the space of the sealed stone world continuously shattered, creating one thick and huge crack after another. It had to be known that the sealed stone world had a powerful imprisonment. Unless one became a beyonder, otherwise, no matter how monstrous their cultivation was, they would never be able to leave this place. To be able to shatter the space here, just this point alone was enough to show just how terrifying this seemingly ordinary saber strike was. As if it had cut into a thick layer of rubber, the ancient tree phantom violently shook. Countless branches and leaves shattered into nothingness, tightly wrapping around the saber light. The ancient tree phantom twisted but didn't show any signs of breaking. The woodchopper slashed out a third time. The momentum of each saber strike was weaker than the last. After the third saber fell, there wasn't even the slightest movement. It simply rose up and fell down, without any change. But the ancient tree phantom began to shake. The fox-eared flower's face appeared in the tree trunk. His expression was solemn and helpless. "My friend, I hope that after today, I can truly obtain some of your trust." The ancient tree phantom shattered, turning into countless tumbling green flows of energy. They rapidly gathered together, condensing into a massive green leaf that seemed as if it would flow out at any moment. Qin Yu's eyes sharpened. This was clearly just a leaf, but the feeling it gave him was as if it could cover the entire heavens. A leaf covering the heavens, this should be it. Suddenly, the veins in the center of this green leaf seemed to be cut by a sharp weapon. A common-looking scar appeared on the leaf. But in Qin Yu's eyes, this scar had already torn through the entire sky. He could clearly feel the annihilating aura that emanated from the edges of this scar. Decisive, domineering, pressing forward with an indomitable will. The fox-eared flower's weak voice sounded out. "I can only help you to this point, my friend." The green leaf shattered inch by inch, vanishing into thin air. Qin Yu stepped forwards. "Fellow Taoist woodchopper, after these 3 saber strikes, can you still continue to slash out?" Across from him, the woodchopper shook his head. "These 3 saber strikes have already exhausted all of my energy. The demon sovereign's methods are excellent. I truly admire you." The cultivation world didn't care about being despicable or being fair. As long as one could laugh to the end, they could do anything. Qin Yu hadn't even attacked, and yet he had managed to resist the strongest 3 saber strikes of his life. The woodchopper couldn't blame him. He could only accept reality. Luckily, he had already viewed Qin Yu as his life or death enemy. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, so he had gone to the immortal sect ahead of time to prepare for today. Although the 2 supremes from the immortal sect had sworn that the divided divine spark wouldn't affect his consciousness and that he would still be himself in the end, the woodchopper still instinctively didn't want to use the power of the divided divine spark. This was because he was well aware of how terrifying a spiritual god was. That was a type of existence that surpassed the rules. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered a living being. But now, he had no other choice. If he didn't want to die, then he could only live on in pain. Qin Yu frowned. He suddenly felt a threatening aura from the woodchopper. Vast and boundless, it looked down upon the world, suppressing all life. The woodchopper sighed. He slowly closed his eyes. I have struggled to live, but I never dared to touch a strength that I couldn't control. This was because I wasn't sure whether or not I would be the one to survive in the end. But in the end, I will break through my own bottom line. Your Majesty, Demon Sovereign, please feel the strength of a spiritual god. His back straightened. His wrinkled face began to rapidly rejuvenate, regaining its luster. His bones crackled and popped. His body grew several inches and the crown of hair on his head shattered. His hair rapidly grew until it fell to his waist, turning into a striking silver white. Shuar the woodchopper opened his eyes. Lightning seemed to cut through the world. 2 spiraling runes appeared in the depths of his pupils. A transcendent majesty and noble aura erupted from his body, flooding every inch of space around him. He looked down at his own palm. His 5 fingers clenched together, feeling the boundless strength contained between his fingers and his palm. The woodchopper mumbled, "This is the strength of a spiritual god?" Although he only let out a small sound, when it spread through the air, it was like a thunderclap. This was because these words had touched upon the rules, causing them to voluntarily submit and be controlled. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He had already guessed this just now, and now he had confirmed it. He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling emotions. No matter where the woodchopper had obtained this divine spark from, everything had already become reality. He couldn't change this, so he could only accept it. The surrounding cultivators that were sent flying away had long since been scared silly. Their eyes were filled with horror. They had been filled with joy, excitement, and anticipation to attend the longevity feast. Encountering a challenge from a sequencer was already frightening enough, but who would have thought that they would see a spiritual god descend upon them today? A thought appeared in the minds of countless people. No wonder the status of the first seal sequencer had been as stable as a mountain for countless years. It was because he had been hiding such a terrifying card in his hand. Since the strength of a spiritual god had appeared, was there any need to say more about the result of today's challenge? Everyone looked at Qin Yu with sympathy in their eyes. Although they didn't know who this person was, they knew that he was absolutely an incomparably terrifying powerhouse. But after today, they feared he would vanish forever. In the collision of auras, Zhuodongdong, who had been sent away by Qin Yu, barely managed to open his eyes. As he saw this, he fainted once more. "Your Majesty the Demon Sovereign, I ask that you die." The woodchopper lifted his hand and his long saber fell down. The black and dirty machete that was covered with nicks suddenly shone with a dazzling silver light. As it cut down, space and time split apart, forming straight cracks. This strike was galvanized by the power of a spiritual god. The machete erupted with an even more terrifying killing power. In the woodchopper's hands, it had experienced the baptism of tens of millions of years. After being tempered in countless battles, it had reached the limit of what a tool could be. Now that the power of a spiritual god had poured into it, it completed some sort of transformation, becoming an existence that could almost compare to a divine tool. Qin Yu roared out loud. His heart wildly beat, causing blood to flow through his body at an astonishing speed. The temperature of his blood began to rise, becoming incomparably hot. It was like the red magma of a volcano. His exposed skin rapidly turned red. White steam rose up, gathering into clouds above his head. Every heartbeat was like the beating of a great drum, emitting incomparably powerful fluctuations of blood energy. These fluctuations scattered the rules between the heavens and earth, allowing them to struggle free from the control of the spiritual god and break through the invisible suppressive strength. He lifted a hand and punched out. Countless rules moved with it. A vigorous strength erupted, as if a vast river or sea were toppling over. Rumble, rumble, or there was a heaven-shaking explosion, as if the end of the world had arrived. Terrifying fluctuations swept out in all directions. Run! Run for your life! With screams, the surrounding cultivators turned and ran, each of them using all their strength. If they were sucked into this, even if they had 10 lives, they would be crushed in the blink of an eye. A piece of stone howled out, smashing into Zhuodongdong's soft abdomen. Zhuodongdong's eyes popped open, and he vomited as he was sent far away. Qin Yu drew backwards. A destructive fluctuation wreaked havoc in his body, like invisible blades that tore apart his flesh and blood and crushed his bones. On the surface of his skin, countless tiny spots appeared. These were formed by the accumulated blood in his body. He didn't have any expression on his face, as if he couldn't feel the pain in his body. He turned his hand and slammed it against his chest. With a dull thumping sound, Qin Yu's flesh and blood violently shook. Countless waves rose up within him, forcing out the strength that invaded his body. Par on the surface of Qin Yu's fist, a white cut suddenly exploded. Faint traces of silver light flew out, wanting to fly away as if they had a mind of their own. With a cold snort, Qin Yu grasped out his 5 fingers. Extinguish! A wild strength erupted, causing space to wildly shake and shatter. The silver light was repeatedly cut to pieces before finally vanishing. The power of a spiritual god was said to be everlasting and immortal, but Qin Yu's current strength was enough to knock an immortal into dust. With a saint's step demon body, he could already galvanize the rules of the world. Moreover, what the woodchopper had obtained wasn't a complete godhead. Of course, even so, in his battle with Qin Yu, the woodchopper still held the upper hand. Imprison! A deep shout spread out in all directions. Everywhere it went, the rules of the world tightened, weaving together into a quagmire. Qin Yu fell into this quagmire. Pressure rushed towards him from all directions, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Every time he took a breath, it was hard to do so. The reason that spiritual gods were terrifying was to a great extent because they could control all rules of the world. Every movement they made was filled with the might of the heavens. The woodchopper cried out in joy. The silver light on its surface became even richer, becoming even more dazzling. As the blade fell, it seemed to cut apart space and time. When the blade rose, it was far away, but when the blade fell, it was already close. Bang! Qin Yu directly disintegrated. In the pitch-black darkness, space fragments tumbled about. Endless silver light erupted, turning into a silver sea that swallowed up his figure. But as the woodchopper saw this, his expression became even more solemn. He stepped forwards, his silver hair surging around him. Every step he took caused the world to rumble and roll out in all directions. He lifted the silver-white woodchopper and chopped down with each step. Space cracks appeared in the void where Qin Yu was, causing the silver sea to expand again and again as it released a heaven-destroying aura. The crazily fleeing cultivators could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from behind them. All of their faces turned green. Without caring about anything else, they buried their heads in the ground and fled for their lives. The 19th saber. The woodchopper suddenly sighed. He looked at the silver sea in front of him and slowly shook his head. He seemed to realize something that left him feeling helpless. Roar! An angry roar was like 1,000 peals of thunder exploding at the same time. It carried with it an endless and boundless aura, as if it had crossed the river of time from ancient times to the present day. A towering shadow appeared in the silver sea, its body level with the heavens. It stretched out a hand and then another, grabbing the sides and ruthlessly ripping them apart. The silver sea was instantly split in half, revealing the true appearance of the towering shadow. This was a giant that surpassed 10,000 feet tall. Its eyes were like the sun and moon, and its aura shook the heavens and earth. The giant stepped forwards, It raised a fist and punched out, a terrifying strength erupting like a volcano. The woodchopper raised his saber and chopped down. The vast and mighty strength was directly split in half, sweeping past both sides of his body. But just as the saber fell, the giant had already punched out a second time. A bitter light flashed in the woodchopper's eyes. As he thought, this flaw couldn't escape the demon sovereign's eyes. Qin Yu had used some unknown method to transform into a giant and was able to block 19 of his saber strike. But he didn't have full confidence he could block too many of the giant's fists, because the strength he was using right now wasn't his own. The third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch, Qin Yu had transformed into ancient. Every time he punched out, his aura would become a bit stronger. The woodchopper raised his saber to block these attacks. Although it seemed easy, his complexion gradually paled. To be more precise, the divine phantasm was a projection. By pouring in a portion of the divine phantasm's power, it could absorb heaven and earth's spiritual strength and automatically restore itself. But this required time. If the divine phantasm erupted again and again in a short period of time, it would consume too much strength, and it would instinctively plunder the host's strength in order to maintain its own existence. The woodchopper was currently withstanding this sort of plundering. Only after personally experiencing it did he know how terrifying this plundering was. It wasn't simply plundering strength, but controlling the body and even the soul. He didn't doubt that if he didn't resist, he would soon be controlled and enslaved by the divine phantasm from the inside out. 13th punch, 14th punch, 26th punch, 27th punch, 30th punch. The woodchopper suddenly flung his hand, sending the hatchet flying far away, allowing it to pierce into the ceiling stone. There was nothing in this world that was absolutely eternal. Even the indestructible ceiling stone could be cut through. Silver-white light erupted from his body, seeping out from every pore of his body. This light drew out a phantom that roared in anger. The woodchopper's body shivered and blood oozed out from every orifice of his head. It was clear he was withstanding an extremely horrifying pain. But his expression didn't change at all. His eyes were like an ancient well. He forcefully suppressed the eruption of the divine phantasm and allowed this fist to strike his chest. The sound of bones breaking filled the air. Like an undulating tide, it began to spread outwards from his chest, collapsing wherever it passed. His body was sent flying backwards like a rag. He spat out great mouthfuls of dark red blood mixed with fragments of his organs. The giant drew back his hand, his eyes locking onto the woodchopper. "Why?" his voice billowed out. The woodchopper vomited in an incomparably carefree manner. When he finally stopped, he actually smiled. "My surname is Woodchopper and I was originally a woodchopper. This will not change, nor can I change. Otherwise, even if I survived in the end, I would no longer be me. If I wanted to live like this, I could have done so long ago. But I don't want to live like this." The giant's body rapidly shrank, revealing Qin Yu's pale face. Punching out 30 times in a row had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. He easily understood the meaning behind the woodchopper's words. As he thought of old bastard who had died beneath his hands, even though both of them feared death and had done everything they could to struggle to live, it was clear that the woodchopper still maintained his bottom line. If he was no longer himself, then even if he lived, he would only be a walking corpse wearing a bag of skin. What meaning would there be in that? Easier said than done. Everything in the world was like this. To be able to maintain his bottom line in the face of death and abandon tens of millions of years of suffering, the woodchopper's actions were worthy of admiration. Sensing the slight change in Qin Yu's expression, the woodchopper weakly laughed, a bit of happiness in his voice. To be able to obtain the admiration of His Majesty the Demon Sovereign, I have no regrets in this life. Have I ever thought about what would happen when I died? I thought I would be terrified, but now I am calm. However, for better or worse, I've lived for so many years. If I died too quietly, then I would be unworthy of my age. The woodchopper suddenly lifted a hand and shattered the point between his eyebrows. There was no blood in this terrifying wound. Rather, it emitted a brilliant silver light. This light seemed gentle, but in truth it was as sharp as a blade. It crazily cut at the woodchopper's hands. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, revealing white bones. But in the end, he couldn't escape his fate of being caught. His body violently shaking, the woodchopper forcefully pulled out a silver crystal from between his eyebrows. There was a figure inside that was imprisoned by blood-red chains. The figure roared, unable to break free for a time. The immortal sect took advantage of my misfortune and forced me to lower my head in my desperate situation. Since I am going to die today, I certainly won't let them off easy. I knew many years ago that the immortal sect was the most fucking unreliable of all, so I kept something in reserve. I never thought I would actually have to use it. He looked at Qin. Your Majesty the Demon Sovereign, as long as you agree to help me with a small matter, I will give you this partial godhood. Do not underestimate it. Perhaps you will soon discover that this thing is very useful to you. Qin lightly said, Even if you don't give it to me, I can still take it myself. The woodchopper laughed. Your Majesty, there is no need to test me. If I am not willing, you will never obtain it. He took several deep breaths and continued to say, I know that your Majesty is on good terms with the Tao Arena Master. All you need to do is bring a message to him for me. Qin frowned. What message? The woodchopper had a strange expression. What happened in the past was the doing of the immortal sect. Qin maintained his composure. Why should I believe that you aren't deliberately framing me? The woodchopper chuckled. Because in the past, I was also one of the participants beneath the Eastern Emperor's stone, blood stained the dusk. The Tao Arena Master will know that what I say is true. Qin suddenly thought of solitary Westgate's wife and child. He nodded. Very well, I agree. The woodchopper grinned. He loosened his hand and the partial godhood flew towards him. Qin said, Purple Moon. She seemed especially experienced in dealing with godhood. A clear and cold voice sounded out, Very well. Purple moonlight appeared, wrapping around the silver partial godhood. The figure inside seemed to feel a threat and began to struggle even more fiercely. But in the end, it was all useless. The moonlight twisted and wrapped around the partial godhood before vanishing from sight. The woodchopper had completed his final wish. As he thought about how even in death he would set off a great flood in the world, he had a gratified look on his face. He fell to the ground, looking at the endless nothingness above his head. His eyes gradually glazed over, revealing a bit of confusion. The saying that a man on the verge of death speaks kindly didn't apply to the woodchopper. But as Qin watched him walk towards death, he was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, At the end of your life, what wishes do you have? The woodchopper's lips moved. In this life, I have killed many people. In order to live, I am willing to do anything. If hell truly exists, I am doomed to be sent to the 18th level, never to be reincarnated again. But I have no regrets. Even if I had to do it all over again, I would still do the same thing. His tone was calm, without any unwillingness to continue. After he finished speaking, he simply died, all of his aura vanishing. A gust of wind rose up, and the woodchopper's corpse turned into ashes in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The hatchet, which was stuck in the ceiling stone, suddenly let out a trembling sound and split into two. Half of the blade rapidly decayed, and the other half was covered in rust. Chapter 640. The giant ceiling stone that was comparable to an ancient god mountain suddenly trembled. Ripples spread out, rubbing against the air. As if the dust on its surface had been wiped away, it began to gradually emit light. Ribbon-like lines appeared. They emerged from the ceiling stone and drilled into the endless void, like the roots of a great tree that absorbed nutrients and water. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. Then, all of these lines began to shine with light. But, the light didn't scatter in all directions. Rather, it gathered in the void like a rising sun. Qin Yu frowned. This was because at this moment, his aura flew out uncontrollably, directly fusing into this sun. But, nothing unexpected happened. Qin Yu's furrowed eyebrows relaxed. He could feel that there was a close connection between him and the sealing stone beneath him. As for the sun that absorbed his aura, its light rapidly dimmed. It didn't extinguish, but condensed into a white mark. Qin Yu instantly understood that this was the sealing stone mark. It was the symbol of becoming a sequencer and the key to freely enter and exit the world of the sealing stone. Without needing him to do anything, the mark that absorbed his aura flew towards him on its own. Qin Yu didn't stop it, allowing it to fuse into his forehead. Rumble, rumble, it was like a star had exploded in his mind. The terrifying impact fluctuations caused Qin Yu's consciousness to fall into a blank. Then, in this blank space, scenes from the distant past began to appear in his mind. Countless incomparably massive warships spat out angry flames. All sorts of lights cut through the horizon, crazily slaughtering and destroying their enemies. Between the warships of both sides, a dense mass of cultivators fought each other. Every second, many lives were ended. A golden figure appeared. He was like a burning golden divine flame. Every punch he threw caused space to collapse, swallowing up a massive number of enemies and sending giant warships into hell. The golden figure swept through the battlefield, no one able to resist him. Wherever he went, endless death and destruction followed him. The scene changed. An opponent appeared across from the golden figure. This was a cultivator bathed in pure white light. Every movement he made dyed the heavens white, as if he had taken the world as his own and turned the battlefield into his own domain. The golden figure fell into a bitter struggle. But he didn't feel any fear. Every fist he punched out with a dazzling golden divine light, burning holes in the white light and tearing apart his opponent's suppression. Their battle was a disaster for the warships and cultivators of both sides. The golden figure was the first to fly away, chased by the pure white figure. The scene here was broken and incomplete. One could vaguely see that they had crossed an incomparably long distance in space. The shock waves from their battle shattered the floating continents one after another. There was even a star that was drawn in between the two of them. It was forcefully crushed and exploded. The scene changed again, and it was an unimaginably terrifying explosion. It was like the destruction of the sun above our heads. Gold and white light intertwined and swept across the endless void like a tsunami. Everything in its path was destroyed, and time and space lost all meaning. At that moment, the only melody that existed was death. Continents, planets, nebulae were reduced to ashes amidst the golden and white colors, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Looking outwards, one could clearly see that the endless starry skies seemed to have been wiped away by a finger, leaving behind an abrupt blank space. That apocalyptic scene deeply impacted Qin Yu's heart. Even though the scene had ended, he still couldn't regain his composure. A calm and dignified voice sounded out in his mind, "This solitude has died. If you gather all 10 inheritance seals, then you will be the new 5th Chanyu of my race." The voice rolled out like a thunderclap. Qin Yu's eyes shot open. Sweat poured down his body like rain, soaking his black robes and sticking to his body. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he couldn't care about that right now. This was because a figure had appeared in front of him at some unknown time. He looked to be in his 50s and was of medium height. His hair was neatly combed, and although he wore ordinary blue robes, they were clean and tidy. At first glance, the impression he gave was that of a strict steward who did things that others could rest assured about. But it was clear that this was impossible. Why not? The blue-robed man smiled. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. "You know what I'm thinking?" The blue-robed man nodded. "Of course. Because you are a new sequence holder, one of the candidates to inherit the sealed stone world. Qin Yu didn't speak, but the aura around him tumbled. The air suddenly became heavy, as if a giant beast had awakened from its slumber. Who are you? It was clear that if he couldn't obtain a satisfactory answer to this question, he would attack without hesitation. The blue-robed man lightly said, "Young people shouldn't be so hot-tempered. I was just joking. Because many people think the same as you when they first meet me." He paused. "What's more, this is the second time we've met. If you don't thank me, that's fine. But there's no need to be so hostile." Qin Yu stepped forward. "My question." The green-robed man frowned and immediately revealed a helpless expression. "You're really young. You don't even have this little bit of patience." Before he finished speaking, he let out a strange cry and raised his hands in front of him. With a loud bang, his entire body was sent flying. Qin Yu shot into the sky. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. His blood energy erupted and a wild killing intent filled the air. "Hold on, I really am a steward," the blue-robed man cried out. Seeing Qin Yu's momentum not diminish, his face turned green. "I am the steward of the fifth inheritance branch of the war race. This is absolutely true. I helped you before. How ungrateful, don't go too far." Shuar Qin Yu stopped, his eyes still icy cold. "Why should I believe you?" The blue-robed man rubbed his arms and sucked in a breath of cold air. He clenched his teeth and flicked his sleeve. The sealed stone world emitted a fluctuation that instantly fused into Qin Yu's body. "Do you believe me now?" After looking through the information transmitted by the fluctuation, the terrifying aura around Qin Yu slowly faded away. He suddenly said, "The person in the black fog that day was you?" The blue-robed man coldly humphed. "I saw that you were a talent that could be molded, so I wanted to wake you up." He suddenly realized that Qin Yu had already recognized him, and his complexion paled. This brat clearly knew who he was, and yet he still acted so ruthlessly. He was simply hateful to the extreme. Qin Yu didn't give him a chance to erupt. He said in a low voice, "To be more precise, I have only seen you twice, but you have interacted with me 3 times. The blue-robed man revealed a surprised expression. "How did you know?" Qin Yu lightly said, "To be able to casually enter the palace in the bewildering fog sea and also not be detected by the fox ear flower, there is no one else besides you that can do this." Before he knew about the existence of the steward, this matter had been shrouded in fog. But now that he had jumped out, the truth had also emerged. Under the ancient tree in the palace, the one who had made Qin Yu agree to the fox ear flower was this person in front of him. The blue-robed man clapped his hands, a smile on his face. "You really are a smart person. I like dealing with smart people because it saves me a lot of unnecessary saliva." His complexion turned solemn. He said, "From your actions, I know that you don't trust the fox ear flower, and this is correct. But I must remind you that no matter what, you absolutely cannot believe a single word he says." Qin Yu had no expression. "I don't believe him, nor do I believe you. So what if he was the guardian spirit of the war race's inheritance? He wasn't someone from the war race, and that fifth Chanyu, had he really died?" As he looked at the images that appeared in his mind, although Qin Yu didn't know the true boundary of the so-called fifth Chanyu, it was absolutely far above his imagination. Even the woodchopper could rely on a chopper to go against the river of time and survive until now. To such a supreme being, what was death to them? To them, resurrection only required a turning point. Qin Yu didn't want himself to become this turning point. For the first time, the blue-robed man revealed a look of praise that came from the depths of his heart. "I am becoming more and more optimistic about you. Perhaps you really do have a chance to become the new fifth Chanyu of the war race." He hesitated for a moment and said, "In order to prevent an accident from occurring to an outstanding candidate, I can make an exception and tell you some things. If you follow the path of those people before you, The one who will ultimately be resurrected will indeed be the one you see in your mind. But you are different. You have already walked your own path. As long as you continue to grow stronger and obtain all of the seals in your hands, you can become the new Chanyu. This is absolutely a chance that can change your destiny. You must grasp this opportunity and not miss it. Also, remember my warning. Do not have any connection with the spirit race, otherwise I will have no choice but to end your future. These words conveyed a great deal of information. Qin Yu's intuition told him that the blue-robed man wasn't lying to him. But he couldn't always rely on his intuition to survive. His thoughts raced and he soon found the key point. Why are you telling me this? The blue-robed man smiled. It's strange, isn't it? As the guardian of the fifth branch of the war race's inheritance, I actually exposed the previous Chanyu's path of resurrection and told the truth to an outsider like you. The reason is simple. I have waited for far too long. I can almost determine that the previous Chanyu has no chance of resurrection. As for you being an outsider, the war race's status is never determined by bloodline. As long as you can obtain the approval of the seals, you are the war race's Chanyu. All I want is for the inheritance to continue. As for who becomes the Chanyu, it doesn't matter at all. Is this explanation satisfactory to you? Qin Yu slowly nodded. This should be the truth. But things weren't destined to be so simple. It was just that it was impossible for him to know more now. Is what the fox-eared flower told me true? If it's about gathering the seals and obtaining the Chanyu's strength, then it is true. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. My current strength isn't enough? The blue-robed man laughed. Brat, although you are outstanding, don't underestimate the people of this world. Just what sort of status does my war race's Chanyu have? How could it be so easy to achieve? You need at least a great Dao realm cultivation in order to barely meet the requirements of gathering the seals. This is also true. Qin Yu said in a low voice, there are great Dao realm existences in the other sequences. The blue-robed man's smile froze. He slowly said, what a smart person. He didn't reply, but he had already answered. It really was like this. The fox-eared flower and blue-robed man had both said that he would only have the chance to gather the seals after reaching the great Dao realm cultivation. This in itself was already a warning. If he didn't discover this, then he would be far too stupid. Qin Yu's complexion was dignified. He found it hard to imagine why a dignified great Dao realm existence would be willing to remain in the sealed stone world. To him, leaving would only take a single thought. If it was said that the inheritance of the war race's fifth Chanyu was too tempting, then for an existence with such a cultivation to reach this step, their wisdom and methods definitely stood at the peak of the world. How could they not know the hidden fear he felt before? Or, could it be that the reason was in the land of divinity and demons? Qin Yu always felt as if he had inadvertently touched upon some great secret. For a time, his thoughts tumbled in turmoil. He took a deep breath. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by the blue-robed man. Don't ask me, otherwise if you know everything, your future days will be far too boring. There are some things you will understand in the future. It seemed that this blue-robed man wouldn't reveal anything. Qin Yu said, one last question. This great Dao realm existence, how many seals are in the sequence? The blue-robed man hesitated for a moment. 8 seals. He waved his hand again and again. Speaking of this matter is already a bit against the rules. You brat, you are far too smart, but let me remind you. In this world, sometimes the first to die are the smart ones. The 8th seal. He was only a step away from gathering all 9 seals. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. It was clear this matter wasn't simple at all. The blue-robed man said, don't think about these things. In the future, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally understand everything. Otherwise, there is no meaning in thinking about it. Qin Yu nodded. I will soon leave the sealed stone world. But before I leave, I hope that I can confirm something with you. The blue-robed man frowned. Qin Yu said, "It has nothing to do with what I said before." His expression was earnest. "I want to know how to raise a god, or, to be more precise, with my current cultivation, can I raise a god?" Raising a spiritual god was the same as controlling the strength of a true divinity. To him, this had an extraordinary significance. This was because once he successfully raised a god, he could help Shen Yuanin resist the backlash from the sublime lost emotion code. If she really was Ningling, then no one could stop them from walking together. Raise a god. The blue-robed man frowned. Young people should not aim too high. You must know that only by standing on solid ground can you reach the peak. No matter how strong you are by borrowing external strength, there will always be a fatal flaw. The one seal sequence that you just killed is an example. Do you really want to follow his path? Qin Yu said in a low voice, "I do not want to raise a god for myself. If there is a chance, I ask Senior to tell me the truth. I will be eternally grateful." As he spoke, he cupped his hands together and deeply bowed. If he didn't directly refuse, then there might still be hope. The blue-robed man was left speechless. Young people these days are really realistic. If you need my help, you immediately call me Senior. Your attitude before wasn't like this. Qin Yu said, "If Senior is dissatisfied, feel free to tell me. I am willing to accept punishment." "It looks like you really want it." The blue-robed man rubbed his chin. In the past, before the fifth Chanyu perished, there was a disciple that he highly valued. In order to ensure her safety, he specially refined a god-binding contract that lowered the threshold for use. But, before he could give it to her, she perished in an accident. With your cultivation, you can use it. But, this contract is a directional refinement. Only that disciple's aura can activate it. Even if I gave it to you, it would be useless. After that heaven-shaking battle in the past, that disciple disappeared without a trace. Now, after so many years have passed, she has long since disappeared. Qin Yu's eyes darkened. But at this time, he suddenly thought of the remains he found in that palace. His heart skipped a beat. "Senior, may I ask what sort of cultivation method that disciple cultivated? What sort of characteristics would appear after refining it?" The blue-robed man clearly thought that Qin Yu hadn't given up yet. He shook his head. What she cultivated was the fifth Chanyu's direct inheritance, the heaven's traversal record. This technique is extremely difficult to learn and the requirements for one's talent are extremely high. But, once one successfully cultivates it, they can draw in the strength of the world and fuse it into their body, forming heaven's traversal runes on their bones. Afterwards, they can walk through the heavens with an endless supply of strength. Don't think too much about it. It's simply impossible. Before his voice fell, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. There was a flash of light and a white skeleton appeared in front of him. Starting from the feet, every bone was covered with strange runes. He looked up and said, "Senior, please help me examine this. Is this a traversal rune?" The blue-robed man didn't speak. His mouth was wide open, making one worry that the bones in his jaw wouldn't be able to withstand it and would break. This was already his answer. Qin Yu couldn't help but clench his fists, his face full of joy. Seeing that the blue-robed man hadn't regained his composure, he coughed and said, "Senior, can you take out the contract?" The blue-robed man nodded absent-mindedly. He lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Space collapsed inwards. When he reached in and took back his hand, he saw a roll of cloth covered in golden threads. As if it could feel an aura that it had been waiting for countless years, the golden threads on the cloth impatiently lit up. The golden light it released was like a mass of blazing flames. As the blue-robed man saw this, his heart turned upside down. He looked up at Qin Yu, unsure of what to say. "Senior, there is no need to think too much. I inadvertently found this skeleton somewhere in the palace in the bewildering fog sea. Because its aura was too different, I put it away. I never imagined that she would be the disciple that Senior spoke of. This is just too much of a coincidence." After a long period of silence, the blue-robed man finally said, "Your luck is so good. You brat, you must have recognized the heavens as your godfather." Qin Yu licked his lips. "Senior, this contract." The blue-robed man's eyes twitched. "Take it. A drop of blood is enough." Qin Yu grabbed it. After carefully sensing it and making sure there wasn't anything wrong with it, he flicked a drop of blood at the blue-robed man. The drop of blood was instantly absorbed. The cloth containing the god-binding contract began to burn, turning into a beam of golden light that submerged into Qin Yu's body. There was a heaven-shaking rumbling sound in Qin Yu's mind. From the endless earth, a golden altar broke through the earth. It was lofty and endless, as if it were equal to the heavens and earth. Similarly, it could imprison everything in this world. Spiritual gods transcended the rules and yet still walked between the heavens and earth. This altar was prepared for them. Its name was God-binding. If they weren't imprisoned, how could they be raised? Otherwise, if one tried to attack a spiritual god, all that awaited them was death. When the altar was completed, Qin Yu naturally understood everything about the god-binding contract. He opened his eyes and cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Senior, for helping me." The blue-robed man sneered. "I don't know whether I should praise you for being cautious or laugh at you for being so cautious. I hope that the next time we meet, your strength will surprise me." He turned, leaving only the back of his head behind. In 2 or 3 steps, he vanished from sight. As for the matter of Qin Yu transforming into ancient, neither of them mentioned it. Perhaps they both knew that this was a taboo that shouldn't be mentioned. Qin Yu bowed to see them off. As he stood up, he smiled. The joy he felt was no less than when his will had materialized. An impatient feeling rose in his heart. Qin Yu immediately wanted to return to the land of divinity and demons. But before that, there was something he needed to handle first. After sensing for a moment, Qin Yu stepped out. His figure vanished and reappeared in front of Zhuodongdong. Even in his unconscious state, Zhuodongdong was still tightly hugging that stone. With a flick of his sleeves, Zhuodongdong coughed and weakly opened his eyes. When he saw Qin Yu, he blinked his eyes and then burst into tears. "Mother, I actually died like this. I don't even know how I died. I've been wronged." Qin Yu's face stiffened. Thinking of his possible identity, he coughed and said, "Don't cry. You're still alive." Zhuodongdong lifted a hand to pinch his face and jumped up. He didn't know how much strength he used, but half his face was swollen. Even so, he was laughing so happily that he looked like a fool. But he soon regained his composure. Since Qin Yu was right in front of him, where was the sequencer Lord Chai? He couldn't say that everything just now was a dream. A thought leapt out from the depths of his heart. Zhuodongdong's eyes widened like a giant bull's. You. He was speechless. Qin Yu lightly said, "From this day forth, I am the new sequencer." What happened next was natural. As Zhuodongdong heard that his precious son-in-law might be Qin Yu's long-lost friend, he smiled until his teeth were exposed. He threw the ship to his subordinates and left. Then, Qin Yu brought him straight to the Divine Line Commerce Station. 2 days later, at the edge of the sealed nebula, Qin Yu smoothly met with Shuizheng on a sealing stone. He rushed in from outside. When he saw Qin Yu, he was stunned where he stood. Qin Yu stood up and smiled. "Commander Shui, dozens of years have passed. Do you not recognize an old friend?" Only then did Shuizheng confirm that it was Qin Yu. His face filled with excitement. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, why are you here?" Zhuodongdong coughed. "Little Shui, Senior Qin is a new sequencer. You cannot be rude." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Shuizheng and I are friends. This has nothing to do with cultivation or status." Even at this time, Shuizheng still hadn't regained his composure. He knew what his father-in-law was doing. He originally thought Qin Yu was a newcomer, but he never imagined he would have such an identity. After returning, Zhuangdong arranged a banquet. Soon, everything was ready. Qin Yu pulled Shuizheng to his seat. Although his expression was normal, Shuizheng still had a bit more caution on his face. The status of a sequencer was enough for him to understand the disparity in strength between them. But seeing Qin Yu act the same as before, without the slightest bit of reservation, Shuizheng sighed inwardly and gradually calmed down. As the two were reminiscing, the banquet was suddenly interrupted. Zhuangdong, who was about to erupt in anger, heard his subordinate's report and nearly fell to the ground. The miss has fallen ill. The situation is critical. Shuizheng fiercely stood up. He began to walk away but then stopped. When he turned his head, his forehead was covered with sweat. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. "I will go with you." Shuizheng nodded again and again. His lips moved, but in the end he didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, the bedridden Miss Zhuo was actually an outstanding beauty. Because of her illness, her skin was pale and she exuded a delicate aura, adding to her charm. The cultivator responsible for treating her had already diagnosed her. As he saw Zhuangdong and Shuizheng arrive, he shook his head in shame and sighed. Zhuangdong fell to the ground with a thud. Shuizheng turned and fell to his knees. But before he could even bend his knees, he was caught by Qin Yu. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "If you do this, then that is an insult to our friendship. Don't waste any more time. Move aside." He walked to the bed and placed a finger between her eyebrows. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu opened his eyes and shouted, "You evil creature, you are seeking death." A bolt of lightning seemed to cut through the air. Shuizheng subconsciously closed his eyes, tears still streaming down his face. In the next moment, there was a shrill scream in his ears before everything returned to tranquility. He quickly opened his eyes and saw Qin Yu take back his finger. His wife's pale face had regained a bit of color and her pained expression had disappeared. She had fallen into a deep sleep. Qin Yu nodded to him. "She's fine. Sister-in-law only needs to rest for a period of time, and she will recover." The evil spirit fragment that invaded the soul might have seemed incomparably thorny to others, but to the current Qin Yu, he could easily remove it. To this sort of existence, a fully substantialized will was their fatal nemesis. After staying for another day, and making sure that Shuizheng's wife was fine, Qin Yu bid his farewells. Zhuangdong expressed his thanks once more. He tactfully bowed and drew back, leaving the two of them alone. Shuizheng cupped his hands together. "Brother Qin, words cannot express my gratitude. In the future, if there is anything I can do for you, I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or swim a sea of flames." Qin Yu smiled. "Good. I will remember Brother Shui's words. Let's meet again in the future." Chapter 641. Within the immortal sect's small world, 36 mountain peaks rose up from the earth. They were all different shapes and sizes, like blades, spears, swords, and halberds, pointing towards the heavens. Their swift and fierce auras condensed into an invisible killing intent, like fish calmly swimming through ice. Once a foreign aura entered, it would activate the killing intent that filled the world. In an instant, it would transform into a sea of destruction that would tear the intruder into pieces. A gigantic stone tablet stood in the middle of a mountain range, surrounded by 36 peaks. It seemed to be surrounded by a myriad of stars, but in reality, it was a gathering of a vast and mighty force. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on the stone tablet, giving it an unimaginable power to imprison. This 36 mountain peaks was a forbidden area of the immortal sect. Besides the three giants, no one else could approach it. Countless people guessed what was hidden here, but no matter how much they investigated, they couldn't find any useful information. Of course, it was also possible that the cultivators who found something wrong had already died without a sound, becoming a wisp of vengeful spirit in the world. At this moment, the surface of the stone tablet in the mountain suddenly fluctuated, and wisps of aura dispersed from it. Although it was extremely thin and weak, it easily tore the space apart, leaving terrifying cracks on the ground. Following that, two figures walked out one after the other. Powerful auras lingered around them, distorting the rules and making it blurry. Just by standing there, they were like two burning suns. Invisible light and heat radiated in all directions, causing the natural laws to collapse. These two people were the Buddhist nation's sovereign and the Nether Domain Master, the titans of the immortal sect, supreme beings of this world. But now, the Buddhist Lord and the Realm Lord were clearly in a bad mood. An invisible pressure flowed in all directions like a tide, and the air was so thick that it was suffocating. It was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Not long ago, the deity imprisoned here had suddenly gone berserk. The reason was very simple. The divine spark that had been given to Woodchopper had lost contact with the main body. Buddha Master and Realm Master were well aware of what this meant. The two of them worked together to suppress the crazy god spirit, but they were still in a terrible mood. Trash! The Buddhist Lord roared in anger. Nebulas flowed in the depths of his eyes as if they wanted to crush everything. The Realm Master frowned. I still can't figure it out. With Woodchopper's strength, after fusing with the partial godhead, even you and I would find it difficult to kill him. How did the demon sovereign accomplish this? Could it be that his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds in just a few years? The higher one cultivated to the peak, the more difficult it was to advance a little bit. Even if one spent hundreds or thousands of years, one might not be able to advance another step. The Buddhist sovereign sucked in a deep breath. No matter what the reason is, the situation is now clear. The demon sovereign killed Woodchopper Old Man and replaced his status as a sequencer. Perhaps he has already returned to the land of divinity and demons. This will inevitably affect the plan. The Realm Master frowned. Buddhist Lord, do you mean to target the demon sovereign? He's the biggest variable. To ensure that the plan goes smoothly, we have no choice. The Realm Master sighed. The immortal and demonic paths are just a little bit away from tearing apart all pretense of cordiality. If they want to scheme against the demon sovereign, that will be difficult. The Buddha Lord was expressionless. As long as there is a will, there will always be a way. Almost at the same time, when the Buddhist sovereign and boundary master decided to plot against Qin Yu, he also decided to move against the immortal sect. It wasn't just because of his grudge with the immortal sect. More importantly, even though he had obtained the god-imprisoning altar, he still needed to capture a true divinity in order to raise it. There was a divine spirit in the immortal sect. This was an important piece of information that Woodchopper had left for Qin Yu before he died. And what was even more wonderful was that in order to retaliate against the immortal sect, Woodchopper had traded the partial divine spark to Qin Yu. With this partial divine spark in hand, his plan to capture that divine spirit would become much simpler. But this was only relatively speaking. Slaughtering his way into the immortal sect and capturing the divine spirit that they were secretly raising, the difficulty could be imagined. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the demonic path hadn't sensed that the immortal sect was secretly hiding a divine spirit for so many years proved that the immortal sect must have hidden this divine spirit in an extremely secretive place. Even if he had the god-imprisoning altar and the partial divine spark, he would still need to find this divine spirit and force it to appear. Only then would he have a chance to capture it. With just Qin Yu alone, even though his strength had greatly increased, it was impossible for him to accomplish this. Thus, he needed a powerful helper. On the mountain summit, Qin Yu allowed the strong winds to stir his black robes and black hair. His eyes narrowed and he took a step forwards, vanishing from sight. Half a day later, in a top training room of a Dao arena, Qin Yu saw solitary Westgate who he hadn't seen for several years. He was truly worthy of being a man who once fought against the heavens. When he first saw Qin Yu, he was able to sense the changes that Qin Yu had hidden. Will materialization. he cried out in surprise. Even someone as proud as the Tao Arena Master couldn't help but sigh at his inferiority as he faced Qin Yu. This boy was simply a freak of nature. Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands together. I must thank fellow Taoist Westgate for your guidance. Solitary Westgate shook his head. There is no need to thank me. You are strong enough. I originally thought it would take you 100 years or even longer before you could come out. In short, although you dealt a blow to my confidence, this is still a good thing. The stronger Qin Yu was, the closer he would be to the time of resurrection, the greater his chances of success would be. I came here to thank fellow Taoist Westgate, but there is also another matter. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. In the world of the sealed stone, I found Woodchopper. He is one of the people of the sealed stone sequence. Solitary Westgate's eyes flashed. You killed him and became a new sequence, so you were able to come out? Qin Yu nodded. That's right. But before I killed him, Woodchopper used a partial godhood as the price to make a transaction with me. Solitary Westgate's pupils shrank. He clearly knew what a partial godhood was. He asked, Is this transaction related to me? Qin Yu said, Yes. Woodchopper asked me to pass on a message to fellow Taoist Westgate. He hopes that no matter what happens next, you can remain calm. What happened in the past was the actions of the immortal sect. Bang, the Tao Arena Master stepped forwards. A terrifying aura broke out from his body. Qin Yu could faintly see a towering divine statue in the void behind him. This divine statue had 3 eyes, and now the third eye trembled as if it were about to open. Kacha, space shattered like a mirror. That's all? Qin Yu shook his head. He said that beneath the Eastern Emperor Stone, blood dyed the dusk. After you hear it, you will naturally know whether it is true or false. Bang, the shattered space instantly disintegrated. An incomparably wild strength raged through the dark void. Solitary Westgate's eyes were blood-red and the aura around him was like that of a demon. The divine statue behind him opened its third eye, revealing a pitch-black darkness within. Immortal sect! Immortal sect! With a shrill roar filled with endless hatred, he turned and stepped forwards. Qin Yu reached out a hand and grabbed him. Their bodies came into contact and the strength of both sides naturally collided. The entire Tao arena shook, and even the entire city was shaken. All the cultivators in the surrounding area felt their hearts skip a beat and all the blood drained from their faces. They didn't know what was happening, but they could instinctively feel a great terror, as if annihilation would arrive in the next moment. Their senses weren't wrong. Once the Tao Arena Master couldn't suppress his anger and his strength erupted, it would be enough to instantly destroy the entire city. Solitary Westgate roared, Release me! Qin Yu said in a low voice, Calm down, don't be impulsive. With your own strength, it is impossible for you to shake the immortal sect. If you rashly attack, you will only alert them. Solitary Westgate stiffened. The cruel and violent aura around him slowly converged, but the feeling he gave off became even more dangerous. He turned and looked at Qin Yu. Will you help me? Qin Yu nodded. To be more accurate, it will be you and me helping each other. He clearly explained the matter of the rearing god without reservation. Otherwise, today's matters would have been part of his scheme against Solitary Westgate. I want to capture the immortal sect's spiritual god and bring Shin Yuanin away. Solitary Westgate had no expression. I can help you suppress this spiritual god. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, fellow Taoist Westgate. But slaughtering our way into the immortal sect will be a truly tough battle. Just the 2 of us won't be enough. So, if you and I want to heavily wound or even destroy the immortal sect in a single move, we must gather enough powerhouses to join forces. Solitary Westgate's blood-red eyes didn't disperse, but he had clearly regained his ability to think. He nodded. You're right. We must make the immortal sect pay a sufficient price. Just the 2 of us won't do. Qin Yu, you must hurry back to the demonic path. You must persuade the Dark Night Demon Region and Blue Sky Yellow Springs to gather the strength of the entire demonic path. I will also mobilize all of my strength and gather all the Calamity Immortals in the Tao Arena system. I will have the Immortal Sect pay with blood. Qin Yu said in a low voice, I will do my best. Solitary Westgate frowned. I understand the Dark Night Demon Region and Blue Sky Yellow Springs style of doing things. To have them discard their scruples and fight with the Immortal Sect is not a simple matter. Qin Yu, reverse the order of events and say that I asked you to slaughter your way into the Immortal Sect. This is the demonic path's best chance. Perhaps it will be more effective. Qin Yu said, all right. Let's part ways here. If anything happens, contact me at any time. He directly left. It was said that a gentleman could wait 10 years for revenge. But that was because a gentleman didn't have the ability. When it came time to take revenge, no one was willing to wait even a second longer. Qin Yu was like this, and Solitary Westgate was also like this. No one knew that an earth-shattering event had occurred just as the two of them met. The spearhead was pointed straight at the Immortal Sect, and this event would cause a series of twists and turns that would sweep through the entire land of divinity and demons. Finally, it would converge into a raging tide that would change the entire future. The demonic path's holy sovereign had recovered from his injuries and left seclusion. As this news spread out, the entire demonic path was filled with jubilation. This news directly affected the front lines of the battlefield, causing the enemy army to retreat 1,000 miles in panic. Your Majesty, are you really all right? The demon envoy hurried over, his face filled with excitement. Qin Yu had a calm expression. There are still some minor matters that can be erased at any time. There is no need to worry. He paused for a moment and then continued, You have done well these past years. I am very satisfied with you. The demon envoy fell to his knees. Your Majesty is fine, that is the fortune of the entire demonic path. This subordinate followed your orders and does not dare to claim credit. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and pulled him up. Send a message to the Dark Night Demon Region and Blue Sky Yellow Springs. I invite the Divine Thrones and Yama to gather at the Holy Emperor Palace. Remember, this matter must be kept a secret. No one else can know of it. The demon envoy's heart chilled. He could feel the scent of blood from these words. This subordinate will immediately do so. He came and left in a hurry. Yuqi walked out from the back of the hall. She bowed, Your Majesty. Qin Yu stood up and walked down from his throne. He pulled her up. There is no need to be like this between you and me. Yuqi stood up, a bit of worry in her eyes. I know that Your Majesty has feelings for Ningling, but please be careful. Where there is life, there is hope. If things cannot be done, then please remember that I will still be here waiting for you. Qin Yu reached out and pulled her into his chest. He said in a soft voice, Don't worry, I will definitely return safe and sound. In this world of eternal darkness, there was no light at all. The cold and gloomy atmosphere could freeze one's soul. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. The demon sovereign has invited you, Junior. What matter does he have? After several breaths of silence, the voice coldly snorted. Then, the darkness that filled the skies began to rapidly recede like a tide. A boundless canyon emerged from the darkness. It meandered across the earth, as if it were the traces left behind by some giant creature. The faint sound of footsteps came from the depths of the canyon. The tall divine throne god walked out. Every step he took caused the world to tremble. Rumble, rumble, a black wheel spun in the air. It was so large that it seemed to cover the entire vault of heaven. Yama sat down cross-legged. She wore a long red dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. A dark golden mask covered her face, revealing only her mouth and eyes. It made her seem a bit more mysterious. She lifted a hand and grasped the jade slip. As she probed it with her divine sense, Yama's eyes suddenly flashed open. A demonic light flowed within them, as if they could pull out a person's soul and throw it into samsara. The Saint Sovereign has invited me." She stood up and stepped out. Within the main hall of the Saint Emperor Palace, everyone was ordered to leave. The 9 stone doors slowly fell down, emitting loud bangs as they struck the ground. The divine throne and Yama's expressions were dignified. The 9 stone doors possessed a great strength and were able to completely isolate the outside world from the outside world. Even the strength of rules was unable to penetrate them. From this, they could already smell something extraordinary. Qin Yu sat on the throne and said, "Today, I have asked the divine throne and Yama to come because there is an important matter I would like to discuss with you two. I ask that you two do not take offense." Yama's voice was soft and gentle, like flowing water. "Saint Sovereign, there is no need to mind. If there is something, please speak frankly." The divine throne had no expression. "I am currently in seclusion, and it is not suitable for me to leave." Qin Yu nodded towards Yama and then looked at the dark night divine throne. "Good, then I won't lay the groundwork," he said in a low voice. "A few days ago, the Tao Arena Master Solitary Westgate met with me in private and invited me to slaughter our way into the immortal sect. The reason I invited you two here is to discuss this matter." "Slaughter our way into the immortal sect?" The dark night divine throne frowned, his eyes sharp and fierce. "Saint Sovereign, do you know what this means? What sort of consequences will arise?" Qin Yu nodded. "I am well aware." The dark night divine throne coldly sneered. "I object. The immortal sect stands side by side with my demonic path, standing above all others in the world. For countless years, we have fought each other openly and in secret. If we had the confidence to eliminate each other, we would have done so long ago. Why would we wait until today? Although Solitary Westgate isn't close to the immortal sect, there isn't any deep hatred between them. For him to suddenly attack the immortal sect, does the Saint Sovereign not fear that this is a plot aimed at my demonic path? I know that the Saint Sovereign has a deep grudge with the immortal sect, but in everything, the interests of the demonic path must be placed first. We cannot abandon the public for our private interests." Yama revealed a suspicious look. Could it really be as the divine throne said? She hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Does the Saint Sovereign understand this matter?" Qin Yu lightly said, "As the master of the Saint Emperor Palace, I must place the demonic path first. There is no need for the divine throne to worry. The reason why the Tao Arena Master suddenly attacked the immortal sect is simple. The Tao Arena Master has already discovered that it was the immortal sect that attacked in the past. As for what happened, I don't think there is a need for me to elaborate, right?" "What, there is actually such a thing?" Yama's tone was dignified. "Is the demon sovereign certain?" Qin Yu nodded. "I am certain." Yama sucked in a deep breath. "Then this matter shouldn't be false. I never thought that the headless murder case that shocked the world was actually the handiwork of the immortal sect. It is reasonable for the Tao Arena Master to go crazy. Because Solitary Westgate's beloved wife and son were killed, he had nearly gone insane. After this occurred, a boundless sea of blood was set off and countless cultivators were buried with him. Afterwards, a knot formed in his heart, making it difficult for his cultivation to advance any further. Everyone at the peak of the world knew just how much he valued his wife and son. The Dark Knight Divine Throne said, "Even so, I still oppose it. So what if the Tao Arena Master goes crazy? Could it be that with his strength, my demonic path can eradicate the immortal sect in a single go? If it were so easy, then one of the immortal path or the demonic path would have already been destroyed. Rashly attacking will only cause an all-out war between the immortal path and demonic path. The greatest possibility is that both sides will be wounded, and this will give other influences of the world a chance. Do not forget that there is also the Great Chu among the 7 great empires. His Majesty has never given up on his grand ambition of unifying the world. Moreover, the founding emperor of the Great Zhou Empire has already appeared in the world. After returning to the capital of the great Zhou Empire, although there hasn't been any movement, once he does something he will surely shock the heavens. The land of divinity and demons seems stable, but the truth is that there are turbulent undercurrents. The demonic path cannot take such a great risk. If the Saint Sovereign has nothing else to say, then I will bid my farewells. He stood up and left. The 9 stone gates could sever the continuation of the rules, but they couldn't stop him from leaving. Qin Yu's calm voice sounded out from behind. The immortal sect has a spiritual god, a living, true spiritual god. The Dark Knight Divine Throne stopped and slowly turned around. Impossible, Qin Yu said. I personally experienced it. Several days ago, I fought with this spiritual god. His eyes were cold. You too, there is a hidden spiritual god in the immortal sect. For countless years, there hasn't been the slightest bit of news leaked out. There must be a great plot behind the scenes. If we do not take advantage of this chance to strike down the immortal sect, then there will be a great calamity for the demonic path in the future. Yama suddenly said, there is a forbidden land in the immortal sect world that is said to hide a great supernatural inheritance of the immortal sect. Unless one is part of the 3 giants, no one is allowed to approach it. The demonic path has tried countless times to obtain information about this place, but they have never been able to obtain any information about it. Now it seems that this forbidden land should be where the spiritual god is hidden. There was silence in the hall. As supreme beings of the world, existences that stood at the highest peak, they were well aware of just how terrifying a spiritual god's strength was. This was a transcendent existence that stood above the entire cultivation system. To put it bluntly, if this spiritual god possessed freedom, then the entire world would crawl beneath its feet. The Dark Knight Divine Throne turned around and sat back down. His voice was bone-chilling. Demon Sovereign, you must take responsibility for your own words. Qin Yu's expression was calm. The immortal sect has a spiritual god. This is absolutely true. He added a final and powerful chip. The reason I hope that you two agree to this matter is because the Tao Arena Master has already promised that if the immortal sect uses a spiritual god, he will personally suppress it. This was a man who had fought against the heavens and survived. No one knew Solitary Westgate's true strength, but there was no doubt about how terrifying he was. Only he dared to boast about suppressing a spiritual god. Yama said in a low voice, I agree to help. Qin Yu looked at the Dark Knight Divine Throne. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, I can also agree, but there is a condition. If we succeed in killing that spiritual god, I want that divine spark. Yama frowned. Your Majesty Divine Throne, your appetite is a bit too big. The Dark Knight Divine Throne looked at Qin Yu. I wonder what the Demon Sovereign thinks? Qin Yu nodded. As long as the Divine Throne has the ability to take it, I will not try to steal it. Good. The Dark Knight Divine Throne stood up. There is no time to lose. You and I will immediately gather our subordinate. Qin Yu lifted a hand. Hold on. He looked at Yama. I heard that the immortal sect has a treasure called Samsara. It was lost by the Blue Sky's Yellow Springs a long time ago. I promise Yama that if there is a chance, I will help the Yellow Springs lineage retrieve it. Yama's eyes brightened. Thank you, Your Majesty Saint Sovereign. The Blue Sky's Yellow Springs lineage will do their best. The Dark Knight Divine Throne coldly snorted. He took a step forwards and vanished from sight. Yama nodded and also turned to leave. Qin Yu looked up, his eyes seeming to pierce through the void and fall into the distance. Immortal sect, I will soon arrive. I will definitely leave a deep impression on you. With the 3 giants working together, the demonic path appeared normal on the surface. But waves were surging in the dark. Countless powerhouses were ordered to gather. A great war was imminent. In a chamber, an oil lamp illuminated Solitary Westgate's face. With his expressionless face combined with his bloodshot eyes, just a single glance was enough to freeze one's soul. He looked through the information in the jade slip and crushed it to pieces. He stood up and said, "Everyone, the demonic path has finished their preparations. It is time for us to set out." Whoosh, whoosh, 13 figures shot into the skies. As if they had crashed into a barrier, they vanished from sight. 3 days later, a flying drought demon suddenly appeared within the borders of the Yen Empire. Immediately, the land was dyed red for 10,000 miles and all life within its range was wiped out. The Yen Empire sent out masters, but in the end, none of them survived. The leader was a Calamity Immortal Realm royal family member, but he managed to escape back to G City with heavy wounds. For a time, the Yen Empire was shaken. The Yen Emperor personally asked for help from the Immortal Sect, hoping that they could send powerhouses to help the Yen Empire eradicate these monstrous evils. This was reasonable. The Immortal Sect enjoyed all sorts of support from the Yen Empire, so they naturally had to play the role of protector. Soon, 3 Immortal Sect elders led their subordinates to G City. After a brief pause, they hurtled towards the place where the flying drought demon had appeared. Soon, several other places in the world experienced similar event. Immortal Sect masters were drawn out and sent to various places in the land of divinity and demons. The state of Lu was located between Qi and Wei. It was considered a slightly stronger medium-sized country. On the surface, it was a vassal of the Great Wei Empire, but in truth, it was benefiting from both sides, barely surviving in the cracks between the two empires. The capital of the country, Xiang City, was densely populated. Shops lined both sides of the long street. Although there were occasional bloody conflicts at the border, it didn't affect the prosperity of the majestic capital. Amidst the densely packed shops, a medicine shop that had withered its business had closed for a day. It was really a small matter. The nearby shop owners looked at the tightly shut doors with a hint of a sneer on their lip. They thought that their business had finally run out. Some people were already thinking of quickly finding someone to contact the owner of the medicine shop. They didn't know how to do business, but this location was really good. If they bought it, they would be able to lay golden eggs. But what these people didn't know was that within this medicine shop that they had their eyes on, there was a terrifying strength that could overturn the entire land of divinity and demons. Demonic Path Holy Sovereign, Dark Knight Divine Throne, Yellow Springs Yama, Tao Arena Master. How many supreme beings could there be in this world? Just these 4 people were gathered here, and there was no need to mention the numerous tribulation immortal powerhouses standing behind them. Just as these people didn't think that so many terrifying powerhouses that could shake the heavens and earth with a single stomp of their feet would appear here, no one would think that this medicine shop that was struggling at death's door was actually a secret stronghold of the Immortal Sect. They had even arranged a transmission array that led directly to the Immortal Sect world. Against the Immortal Sect, no one dared to be careless, even if they joined forces. Using a plan to weaken the strength within the Immortal Sect world was the first step, and launching a surprise attack was the second step. Now, everything was proceeding according to plan. All they had to do was slaughter their way into the Immortal Sect. The Tao Arena Master's voice was low and gloomy. "Everyone, let's begin." Chapter 642. Amidst the clouds and mist, the branches of ancient trees were faintly discernible. There were beasts running in the forest, letting out deep roars from time to time. The sound waves reverberated in the depths of the clouds and mist. Occasionally, a handsome bird would break through the mist, its wings spread open, reflecting layers of halos under the sunlight. From afar, it was a beautiful scene of a fairyland. Several female cultivators from the Immortal Sect who were responsible for raising spirit birds and beasts revealed gentle smiles on their faces, a bit of pride in their expressions. Even if they were only the lowest-level cultivators responsible for raising them, they were still cultivators of the Immortal Sect. This was the greatest pride of their lives. One of the female cultivators suddenly said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Chi, your results this time were excellent and you have already entered the assessment process. It seems it won't be long before you become an official disciple of 9 Heaven Mirrormoon Palace. When we see you at that time, we will have to call you Senior Apprentice Sister Chi." Everyone cast envious gazes at her. Although they were cultivators of the immortal sect, there was still a great disparity between their status and that of a true disciple. The tall female cultivator smiled. "Everything has yet to be determined. Junior apprentice sisters shouldn't speak too much lest others laugh at us." But her eyes were filled with confidence. Her talent had never been the best, but she dared to say that she was the most hard-working out of all the disciples. That was why she was where she was today. Once she entered 9 Heaven Mirrormoon Palace, her life would leap to a new level, and she would no longer be the same as she was now. She, Qi Xian, was destined to have a bright and dazzling future. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from behind the female cultivators. It was as if a meteor had crashed down from the heavens, smashing a hole in the sky. Their expressions froze in astonishment and shock, and they didn't even have the time to feel fear before they were swallowed by the surging tide and instantly crushed into powder. That female cultivator called Qi Xian, who worked very hard and was full of confidence in her future, died suddenly and completely disappeared from the world. This was the cold, naked reality. It was never based on human will, and there was no absolute line between right and wrong, good and evil. If one had to use a word to describe it, perhaps it could only be described as luck. It was a little irresponsible, but that was the truth. Qi Xian and the others were indeed unlucky. They happened to be at the teleportation point, and were instantly killed by the explosive aura. In fact, the people who killed them did not even notice the existence of this group of innocent women, or perhaps they noticed them but did not care at all. A mountain wouldn't care about the life or death of an ant beneath its feet. It seemed indifferent, but that was the truth. Moreover, they had come to the immortal sect today to kill. Behind the Tao Arena Master was an old man with white hair and a face covered in scars. He took a deep breath, an intoxicated look on his face. "It's been a long time since I've tasted the taste of the immortal sect. My hands have begun to tremble, and my blood is about to boil." There was a hint of madness in his eyes. On the left, Yama's breathing quickened. She stared in a certain direction, her eyes filled with excitement. It was the aura of reincarnation. Qin Yu looked at her. "Wait a moment. Once we delay the immortal sect giant, Yama can go and retrieve it." He looked up at the Tao Arena Master. "Fellow Taoist Shiman, we should greet everyone from the immortal sect." Solitary Westgate's eyes turned blood-red. "Good." He took a step forward, and the aura of a supreme being erupted like a volcano, sweeping out in all directions. Following that, Qin Yu, the Divine Throne, and the Yama all released their auras. They were like 4 invisible hands stabbing into the heavens, stirring up the winds and clouds. In an instant, every corner of the immortal sect world was flooded with destruction. Countless immortal sect cultivators revealed horrified expressions. They looked up into the distance, at the terrifying black clouds that had appeared because of the collapse of the heavens. The aura there caused endless fear to rise in their hearts. Layers upon layers of light exuded a gentle and compassionate aura, spreading through the world. The Buddha sovereign sat in the center of this halo of light. All living beings within the Buddhist kingdom were bathed in the Buddhist light he emitted. Trillions of lives knelt on the ground with pious expressions, worshipping the city of bliss where the Buddha sovereign resided. Their faces were filled with peace and joy, as if they had already arrived at a paradise. Suddenly, the Buddha sovereign in the center of the Buddhist light opened his eyes. The Buddhist light that radiated throughout the Buddhist kingdom suddenly turned dark gray. Buddha had many faces. He could be compassionate and take pity on the common people, but he could also be angry and use thunderous methods. "How dare you!" The Buddha sovereign's roars echoed through the entire Buddhist kingdom. Beneath the dark Buddhist light, the living beings of the Buddhist kingdom seemed to tear off the masks on their faces. They howled and cried out, revealing fierce expressions, as if they were evil spirits that had walked out from hell. Kill! 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 They violently roared, billowing waves of sound impacting the world. The Buddha sovereign stood up. His pure white robes suddenly turned blood red, and he vanished from sight with a single step. Countless layers of space twisted. They were like frozen icicles, but also like casually placed mirrors, reflecting the Nether Domain Master's figure within them. Each of these figures gave off an illusory feeling. But if one carefully sensed them, they would discover that each one of them truly existed, as if they could emerge from the layers of space at any moment. The Nether Domain Master lifted a hand. Within the countless layers of space, he also lifted a hand. His fingertips fell into the nothingness in front of him, and a black dot appeared. Then, a terrifying swallowing strength erupted, in particular, when this swallowing strength was formed from countless black dots superimposed upon each other, it simply surpassed the scope of terrifying. In that instant, within the layers of space, everything was destroyed. The swallowing strength flooded every corner, wildly transforming, fusing, or tearing at each other. It was enough to completely destroy any life that fell into it. At this time, within the layers of space, the Realm Master's eyes flashed open. His eyes were filled with anger and shock. He had spent tens of millions of years cultivating this supernatural power, but he hadn't been able to take the final step. Today, he had finally cultivated it to large success, but he just happened to encounter such a great change. Could this be destiny? With a light sigh, the Realm Master stepped out from the layers of space. He looked back at the countless versions of himself, his eyes dignified but also filled with a trace of anticipation. Shua, the Nether Domain Master's figure vanished from sight. The Tao Arena Master suddenly looked up. A sea of blood seemed to tumble in his eyes. He lifted a hand and punched out. A terrifying strength instantly erupted. It was like a heavenly river breaking through a dam, falling 90 million feet down, wanting to submerge the world. The blood-robed Buddhist nation master stepped out. In the void behind him, trillions of Buddha phantoms appeared, their chants spreading through the skies. He lifted a hand and pressed down. Without any hesitation, the two supreme beings of the world directly collided. A loud explosion seemed to split apart the heavens and earth. The thick fog on the ground instantly scattered, revealing the true appearance of the mountain peaks. Countless ancient trees, birds, and beasts were exposed to the world. But in the next moment, it was like an invisible hand had fallen down, erasing everything in front of them. Everything in sight was reduced to nothingness, and what was even more terrifying was that this was just the beginning. With the point of collision as the center, destructive fluctuations rapidly spread outward. The Buddhist nation master was expressionless, unmoved by what was happening in front of him. Tao Arena Master, why would you join forces with the demonic path to invade my immortal sect? Solitary Westgate roared out, a debt of blood must be paid in blood. The Buddhist nation master's pupils shrank before returning to a deathly silence. Indeed, there were no eternal secrets in this world. He didn't want to think about how the Tao Arena Master knew that the enmity of killing one's wife and children could only be washed away with blood. Whether it was the blood of the immortal sect or the blood of the Tao Arena Master, only when one side was completely destroyed could this matter come to an end. The Buddhist nation master lifted a hand and grasped forward. Endless Buddhist phantoms appeared, the trillions of lives howling within. Kill, kill, kill. Every kill word contained a wisp of killing intent. This killing intent crossed through space and gathered in the Buddhist nation master's hand, turning into a gray bowl. On the surface of the bowl were images of Buddhas, all of them glaring at him, their killing intent soaring into the heavens. Go! With a loud shout, the bowl flew out from his hand, growing to 1,000 feet in size. The Buddhas on it became increasingly real, as if they would walk out at any moment. A boundless suppressive strength erupted from within, covering the Tao Arena Master. By borrowing the power of all the Buddhas of the heavens, I shall bring down the punishment of annihilation, purify all evil in the world, and reach nirvana of bliss. The Tao Arena Master roared, "Damned Baldi, your Buddha is your own Buddha, not the great Tao of the Buddhist sect. Even if you call yourself a Buddhist lord, you are nothing more than a monkey wearing a crown. Today, I will take your head, refine your soul, sever your great Tao, destroy your foundation of trillions of years, and cast you into eternal darkness, never to reincarnate." Qin Yu suddenly said, "The Tao Arena Master isn't the only enemy of the Immortal Sect today. The Immortal Sect and Demonic Path have been at odds for countless years, so let us bring an end to this conflict today." He lifted a hand and grasped at the heavens, as if grasping something. Then, he ruthlessly pulled downwards. Rumble, rumble, in the skies above the Immortal Sect world, countless cracks suddenly appeared. In the next moment it loudly collapsed. The phantom of a towering palace appeared, as if it were the ancient divine court of legends. A dreadful aura erupted from within, instantly blocking out the world. From this moment on, the Immortal Sect world was isolated from the outside world. No one was allowed to enter or leave. "Your Majesty Saint Sovereign has just recovered from his injuries and should be recuperating, so why did you come to my Immortal Sect to cause trouble? Do you not know that just a single misstep will result in a calamity of the heavens and earth?" Space twisted and the Nether Domain Master walked out. His eyes swept over the Tao Arena Master and the Demonic Path's three giants, his expression calm. This was the confidence of a supreme existence in this world. Even if they faced enemies several times their own, they wouldn't feel the least bit of fear. After cultivating to their level, as long as they didn't want to die, the threats of the outside world were limited. Moreover, this was the Immortal Sect world, their home field. So what if they had to fight one against two? They still had a chance of victory. Qin Yu said, "There is no need to speak so much at this time. The Domain Master's strength is transcendent and I have long wanted to experience it." He stepped forwards, his blood boiling, and the distorted rules in space began to collapse. A towering phantom appeared behind Qin Yu. The ancient race was not tolerated by the heavens and earth, but as long as one didn't transform into an ancient, then unless they were familiar with the ancient race, it was impossible to recognize them. Even though this was only a phantom, it still possessed the aura of the ancient race that supported the heavens and earth. A boundless and endless aura spread out in all directions like great waves. The Nether Domain Master's complexion changed. "Your Majesty Saint Sovereign is truly impressive." His figure flickered and instantly split into three, each with the same aura. They all spoke at the same time. "In order to prevent the Demon Sovereign from enjoying himself, I can only make up for it with numbers." "How embarrassing!" Qin Yu coldly snorted. He lifted a hand and pressed downwards. The phantom of a towering mountain appeared, seeming as if it could suppress the highest heavens. One of the ancient race's three saint mountains, suppressing sea. Qin Yu looked at the dark night divine throne. "If you want the divine spark, you must put in some effort. Otherwise, even if I agree, the Tao Arena Master might not be willing." The dark night divine throne sneered. "I naturally understand. There is no need for the Saint Sovereign to remind me." He took a step forward. In that instant it was like a bucket of ink had been knocked over. The world turned pitch black, spreading out at an astonishing speed. Yama nodded to Qin Yu. She turned and took a step forwards, instantly vanishing from sight. She wanted to take back the Blue Sky Yellow Springs lineage, a treasure that had been lost for countless years. Whoosh, whoosh, the Immortal Sect Tribulation Transcenders arrived one after another, but none of them dared to block Yama's path. They were well aware of how terrifying the supreme existences of the world were. If they tried to stop her, that would be the same as seeking death. Kill! The Tribulation Transcenders of the Demonic Path and Tao Arena began to fight with the Immortal Sect Tribulation Transcenders. Normally, they were existences that dominated their own lands, but today they had become nothing more than foils. 5 supreme existences of the world fought, and terrifying shockwaves spread out. Even they didn't dare to recklessly touch them. Because of the previous arrangements, a portion of the immortal sect powerhouses had stayed in the land of divinity and demons. Thus, in terms of tribulation transcenders, the demonic path and Tao arena side held the advantage. Some people broke away from the chaotic battle. As they looked at the vast world of the immortal sect, their breathing gradually became heavy. The white-haired and scarred cultivator was called Kong Yixing. He was once a handsome man, but because he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have, he was expelled from the immortal sect and was hunted down along with his Tao companion. In the end, one was wounded and one died. The one who lived was him, but he didn't seem like a person, nor did he seem like a ghost. If it weren't for the fact that he had to take revenge on the immortal sect, he would have already ended his life. Ha 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 ha. Immortal sect, did any of you ever think that I, Kong Yixing, would return one day? I have waited far too long for this day. Then, let us settle this grudge once and for all. Bang! A mass of gray flames ignited on the surface of his body, giving off a feeling of despair, loneliness, and annihilation. Beneath these flames, Kong Yixing's aura began to rise at an astonishing speed. But after it reached a certain limit, it completely vanished. His entire person was like a burning torch, without the least bit of fluctuation in his aura. Kong Yixing laughed heartily as he raised his hand and clenched his fist. A mountain on the ground was quickly refined, condensing into a giant black stone staff. Gray flames spread across the stone staff, causing gray flowers to appear on its surface. Each petal had a clear demonic face. They laughed wildly, as if they could see destruction descending upon them. Holding the burning gray flint staff in his hand, Kong Yixing stepped through the void. Soon, a group of immortal sect cultivators flew towards him. As the old man at the front saw his figure, his eyes widened and he cursed, "Kong Yixing, you traitor who abandoned the immortal sect. You actually dare to return. Everyone listen to my orders, immediately kill this person." Kong Yixing happily said, "Is that you? My dear honorable master, I never thought that we would meet again in this life. This disciple is extremely grateful to you. I am grateful that you worked so hard to live to this day, allowing this disciple the chance to personally kill you and take revenge for my dead wife." He raised his stone staff and laughed. "I ask you and your juniors to go on your way." The staff swept out countless times. The aggressive immortal sect cultivators suddenly widened their eyes, revealing endless fear. But it was already too late. Countless severed limbs danced in the air. Dark red flowers bloomed and the air was instantly filled with the thick smell of blood. Kong Yixing's entire body was bathed in blood. He grasped the stone staff, and on the gray flowers on its surface, the ghost faces on every petal were biting and swallowing. The ones howling in pain were the souls of the immortal sect cultivators he had killed. Ha 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 ha. Delightful, this is really delightful. He reared his head back and laughed. Then, he continued forward. Whenever he encountered an immortal sect cultivator, he would strike down with his staff, destroying their body and soul. A mass of black fog howled across the horizon. Sharp laughter echoed out from within. It was like porcelain rubbing against rusty iron, causing one's scalp to tingle. It stopped outside a city. The black fog suddenly bulged out, condensing into the upper body of a woman. Her chest was incomparably majestic, and as she laughed, it constantly shook. The woman took a deep breath, an intoxicated expression on her face. What an alluring aura! Only in the immortal sect world can one find such powerful souls. Then, I won't be polite. Her body violently exploded, turning into endless black fog. It was like a black curtain that covered the skies, covering the entire city. Countless cries of panic, despair, and pain echoed out from beneath the black fog. When they gathered together, it was like a beautiful symphony of death. The woman's sharp laughter was like a song recklessly spreading out the aura of death. As time passed, the cries gradually faded. The city beneath the black fog seemed to fall into a deep slumber, until not a single sound came out. The black fog flowed away like a tide. The upper body of the woman appeared once more. She licked her fiery red lips, a look of enjoyment on her face. I fear that such a chance won't appear again in another 1,000,000 years. This is only a small city, and I'm still hungry. Whoosh! The black fog rapidly flew far away. Above the earth, the city that was filled with the sounds of people a moment ago was now deathly silent. Everyone's mouths hung open, their faces twisted in pain. Their extinguished eyes were filled with fear. There were good and bad people among them, but that didn't matter. In the face of slaughter, everyone was equal. A dark-skinned old man in black robes sat cross-legged on the ground. He swept his eyes around and nodded with satisfaction. He had found a place that suited him. He lifted a hand and placed a pot in front of him. The old man bit his finger and, after a great deal of effort, squeezed out a drop of blood from his pale white flesh. The pot absorbed the blood. Where the drop of blood fell, blood runes appeared, rapidly spreading out in all directions. When they covered the entire pot, a light snort sounded out from within. "Old Wu, how much blood do you have left? You actually dare to awaken us? Be careful that we don't suck you dry." The old man grinned, revealing his yellow teeth that were missing more than half. "I don't dare to provoke you for no reason. This old man has found a pasture for you. You must eat your fill and let this old life of mine live for a few more days." With a light, rustling sound, a black centipede drilled out from the pot. Its carapace shined with an oily light and it spat out human words. "Humph! I hope what you say is true. Otherwise, old Wu, next year today will be the anniversary of your death." It crawled out of the pot and took a deep breath. Suddenly, its body shivered and it screamed, "Old Wu, have you gone mad? I haven't lived long enough. This is the immortal sect world, you old bastard. Do you want to borrow a knife to kill us?" The old man waved his hand again and again. I wouldn't dare. Carefully sense it, the current immortal sect world is the best pasture." The black centipede rose up and the strange feelers on its head began to spin in the air. It suddenly cried out, "Heroes battle the immortal sect, what a great show! But watching a show isn't as important as filling my stomach. I have chosen this direction first, so don't try to steal it from me." Its legs rapidly crawled up, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Soon after, a dark green toad jumped out from the pot. Its eyes were swollen, and it jumped up and down, cursing, "Damned stinky centipede, you think you can rely on your legs to sneak up on me? This isn't over." As it cursed, it jumped up and ran off in another direction. "Old Wu, don't worry about them. Hurry up and help me out. Those brats inside, their actions are truly dark." Although it was a cursing tone, the voice was extremely charming. Just listening to it made one's bones melt. The old man shook his head again and again. He placed his hands behind his back. "I wouldn't dare. Last time, you nearly bit off my finger." A small beautiful woman's head drilled out from the pot. Beneath her beautiful hair was the body of a white snake. She glared at the old man with hidden bitterness in her eyes. "You narrow-minded brat, I already apologized to you and you still remember it." With a flick of her tail, the beautiful snake chose a third direction. Then, a scorpion, an ant, and a butterfly crawled out from the pot. After chattering for a while, they each chose a direction and left. The old man let out a long breath and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. "I've finally sent away that group of ancestors." He grinned happily. "This time, the immortal sect will definitely hate me to death. For the next 30,000 years, no, for the next 50,000 years, I will be in seclusion." Eradicate the immortal sect? Whether it was Kong Yisheng who was determined to die or the evil spirit woman who was wantonly swallowing souls, none of them believed that they could achieve this goal today. They had existed for trillions of years and had experienced countless storms. The immortal sect's background was unfathomably deep. No one could understand it. Even though the immortal sect had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, taking 10,000 steps back, as long as the immortal sect giants didn't die, the immortal sect's foundation would continue to exist. After a period of time, they would be able to recover from the wounds they suffered today. The old man slapped his head. If they knew that they couldn't destroy the immortal sect, why would the demonic path and Tao arena still take action? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. Some people had a blood feud with the immortal sect, and even more people wanted to take advantage of the situation. But no matter what their motives were, with nearly 10 calamity immortals taking action, the immortal sect world was soon turned upside down and filled with scars. The Buddhist sovereign that was fighting with solitary Westgate and the Divine Throne, as well as the Nether Domain Master that was entangled by Qin Yu, had increasingly ugly complexions. They could disregard the deaths of the cultivators under their command, but there was clearly a limit to this. If they allowed the current situation to continue, it would be a catastrophe for the immortal sect world. These people were far too insolent. The Buddhist sovereign roared out, "Bone Arhats!" Rumble rumble, the phantom of the Buddhist kingdom appeared. The 12 bone arhats that guarded the Buddhist sovereign's divine palace in the city of bliss opened their eyes at the same time. The chains of Buddhist light that pierced through their collarbones shattered and an incomparably terrifying aura of annihilation erupted from their bodies. Soon after, the 12 bone arhats shot into the skies. The Buddhist kingdom phantom fluctuated and they directly descended from these fluctuations. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. He lifted a hand and pointed towards the skies. The roars of the holy Nether Palace phantom echoed out. Figures wearing black armor and holding blood-red spears stepped out. They were the strongest powerhouses of the holy Nether Guard. Before they died, they had voluntarily become the death spirit guards that would forever protect His Majesty, the Holy Sovereign. There were 12 of them. Kill them! The death spirit guards lifted their spears and the space beneath their feet instantly collapsed. They left behind a series of afterimages as they collided with the bone arhats. Chapter 643. The immortal sect world was suddenly sealed off, cutting off all contact with the outside world. It was impossible to cover up this sudden event. The spies placed in the immortal sect from all sides quickly reported this matter, causing all sides in the land of divinity and demons to be shaken. No one knew what was happening, but they all looked towards the demonic path. The only ones that dared to attack the immortal sect with sufficient strength and motivation were the demonic path. As for the demonic path's strange silence, it seemed to confirm everyone's speculations. This time was different from the Demon Emperor's immortal worshipping sect being besieged. At most, there would be a sharp conflict between two super influences outside G-City. But today, it could be a battle of annihilation. Could it be that the immortal sect and demon sect, these two towering mountains that towered above the heavens, were about to be overturned? Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, no one dared to ignore it. Just thinking of this, whether it was joy or fear, everyone instinctively shivered from the depths of their souls. No one could imagine what sort of situation the land of divinity and demons would face once either side was destroyed. In the extreme north of the land of divinity and demons, there was a land that was frozen for tens of thousands of miles. This was the land where the sinners of the monster race struggled at death's door. A long time ago, they had been entangled with the heavenly demons and were exiled. Tens of millions of years had passed. The size of the monster race had shrunk by 90%, but the surviving monster race members were all fierce and powerful. They were like lone wolves licking their wounds in the snowy plains, their green eyes constantly staring at the warm and fertile land in the south. They had never given up on returning to their homeland, freeing their people from the edge of starvation and death. Everything had been going smoothly. After waiting for tens of millions of years, The monster race had finally found a perfect opportunity. But just as they were about to carry out their plan, a sudden change occurred. All the monster race members who knew of the plan felt their hearts leap into their throat. A white-clothed and thin monster race great sage stood at the entrance of the cave, his long hair falling onto his shoulders. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life as he looked towards the south, unable to suppress the sorrow on his face. Heavens, why must you treat my monster race so harshly? Aren't all the living beings beneath the heavens born by you? For tens of millions of years, how many of my monster race's children have been buried in this frozen land? Even if it's punishment or sacrifice, it should be enough. The deep voice was carried away by the wind and snow. The great sage clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. He had not hesitated to give up his life in exchange for the rebirth of his race, but if his death was worthless, how could he be willing? Now, they could only hope that the immortal sect could safely survive this storm. In addition, there was another factor that allowed the great sage to maintain a final trace of peace in his heart. This was because there was a single person that would never allow the land of divinity and demons to enter a situation where they ruled the world. This was because in the eyes of that person, the world could only belong to him. Master of my clan, are you going to watch this happen? No, you won't allow it. Rodu was situated in a strategic location with mountains and rivers behind it. The city walls were as tall as mountain ridges, and there was a congenital 8 trigrams formation that was renowned for being able to slay even gods. It was by relying on natural strongholds, great array formations, and the desperate defense of the Zhou dynasty's diehard loyalists that the great Zhou dynasty's capital city was able to survive until today, becoming the only country in the land of divinity and demons. That's right, it was a country in a single city. Even if its territory was less than 10,000 miles, this tiny land was enough to make the 7 great empires not dare to underestimate it. The great Zhou imperial palace was built during the peak of the national power. Through successive generations of emperors, it was constantly expanded and reinforced. Could be called the most magnificent palace in the world. Looking at the entire world, not even the imperial palaces of the 7 empires could compare with it. In Primal Chaos Palace, located at the central axis of the imperial palace, the founding emperor of the Zhou dynasty was expressionless. He wore the robes of the 9 Dragons Emperor and a purple gold crown on his head. As he remained silent, an invisible pressure descended, as if the world would freeze over. After an unknown period of silence, Emperor Zhou suddenly stood up. He stepped forwards, ripples appearing beneath his feet and his figure submerged within. If the immortal sect perished, then the world would be ruled by the demonic path. Once they achieved a momentum that could sweep through the world, even he would be powerless to reverse the situation. Since he had returned, Emperor Zhou would not stare on helplessly as the great Zhou dynasty's mountains and rivers were taken away by others. Chu Empire, Ing City. His Majesty Emperor Mi Ganyuan paced back and forth, a sharp light constantly surging in his eyes. He suddenly saw a chance for the great Chu to rise. This pleasant surprise was far too sudden and he didn't dare to hastily make a decision. After carefully considering it over and over again, he decided that he could not miss out on this opportunity. When news of the immortal sect world suddenly sealing off was sent back, Mi Ganyuan immediately activated the spies he had planted in the demonic path. Reports were quickly sent back, confirming his suspicions. The one who had attacked the immortal sect was the demonic path. This great storm could have only 3 results. The immortal sect was destroyed, the demonic path was destroyed, or both sides suffered heavy losses. Mi Ganyuan wanted the 3rd result. If his luck was good, then perhaps the Chu Empire would be able to watch from the sidelines and pick up a great bargain. Although the chances weren't too high, there was no such thing as absolute certainty. A single chance was more than enough to gamble everything on. He suddenly stopped. Mi Gunyuan's deep and low voice echoed through the hall. Pass on my decree to awaken the guards in the sealed storehouse. Today, I will lead them to struggle against the heavens and see whether or not my great Chu has the destiny to rule the world. May our ancestors bless us. In the immortal sect world, the 12 skeleton arhats were entangled by the death spirit guards that had come from the Holy Emperor Palace. The only value of their existence was to protect their master to the death. After receiving the order to kill the other side, the battle instantly reached a climax. Wild fluctuations of strength forced the Calamity Immortals to draw back. The morale of the demonic path was greatly boosted, but the immortal sect Calamity Transcenders had pale complexions. They were Calamity Transcenders from the immortal sect, so it was natural for them to think that the immortal sect world was the safest place in the world. All of their loved ones and all of their accumulated wealth were in the immortal sect world. If these demons were allowed to wreak havoc here, then the consequences would be unimaginable. But soon, the immortal sect Calamity Transcenders discovered that the ones they should be worried about the most were themselves. In the distant skies, there was a heaven-shaking rumbling sound. An incomparably massive black millstone phantom appeared. As it rotated, it directly affected the rules, causing the surrounding space to collapse inwards, forming 6 black holes that led to who knew where. Yama stepped through the void, her red robes fluttering in the wind. Beneath her dark golden mask, her eyes shined like stars. She had never given up on retrieving the inheritance treasures that her ancestors had lost, but when the day finally arrived, she still felt as if she were in a dream. Fortunately, the powerful strength that surged around her allowed Yama to clearly understand that this wasn't an illusion. No one knew just how important Samsara was to the Blue Sky Yellow Springs. Its return meant that the 6 paths of Samsara had been thoroughly completed. Yama lifted her hand and grasped forward. Samsara! A Calamity Immortal from the immortal sect widened his eyes and revealed a look of horror. He could feel a terrifying strength approaching him, but he couldn't resist at all. He could only watch helplessly as it wrapped around him and pulled him into the black millstone. Rumble, rumble, the black millstone's rotation speed suddenly increased, and the sound it produced reached straight into the depths of one's soul. It carried with it a strength that caused one's heart to tremble, and they instinctively felt endless awe. This was because this was the power of Samsara. It represented the final destination of all living beings in the world. It was something that could not be resisted or resisted. At this moment, Yama was holding the power of Samsara in her hand. The figure of an immortal sect Calamity Transcender appeared from the black millstone. His eyes were closed, and his expression was serene, as if he were sleeping. As Yama's finger moved, this person's figure submerged into a black hole. Soon, this Calamity Transcender flew out of the black hole and directly knelt down in front of Yama. Subordinate greets master. This scene caused the entire world to fall silent for a brief moment. No one thought that Yama, who possessed the power of Samsara, would be so terrifying. It had to be known that this was a Calamity Transcender, yet in just a moment, he had been transformed into a loyal servant. This was simply too terrifying. If there was enough time, Yama could even subdue all the Calamity Transcenders of the immortal sect and turn them into demonic cultivators. This would be an absolute disaster for the immortal sect. The anger of the Buddhist Lord and the Realm Master completely erupted. Calamity Transcenders were not ordinary, and the birth of each one was extremely difficult. If they were all captured by Yama, the immortal sect would only exist in name. The Buddhist Lord roared, "Today, I will not hesitate to pay any price to keep all of you here. Cultivators who intrude into my immortal sect must all die." The surface of his body suddenly began to burn. Faint traces of aura spread out from his body, causing the flames to burn more and more fiercely. The skies of the immortal sect world rapidly darkened. Countless black clouds appeared in the void, gathering together to form a massive face that looked down at everything in the world. A terrifying, vast, and icy aura spread out from this face. It was as if a simple gaze could destroy the world and cause countless lives to perish. The Tao Arena Master straightened his back. His blood-red eyes looked at the face in the skies and he coldly said, "Damned Baldy, your opponent is me." The Buddhist lord in the flames remained expressionless. "Then I'll destroy you first." The face in the skies suddenly opened its mouth, and a beam of light crashed down. This beam contained an absolute destructive power. Not too far away, the complexion of the Dark Knight Divine Seat changed. He rapidly drew backwards. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. "Westgate, hurry and run." He suddenly remembered that this was one of the most terrifying strengths of the Immortal Sect world's Great Array formation. It could summon the power of the world's rules to simulate a strike of the Great Tao realm. It could easily defeat the rules and destroy the avatar of a supreme being. Solitary Westgate's feet fell down. His figure shot into the skies. He faced the beam of light and punched out a fist. The beam of light instantly shattered. Solitary Westgate's figure continued upwards, killing his way to the face formed by the black clouds in the skies. He shouted out loud, "Who are you to think you are worthy of killing me? Break for me!" Bang! A fist smashed into the point between the eyebrows of the black cloud face. Cracks rapidly spread outwards, finally covering the entire face. With an angry and unwilling roar, it exploded and the skies that were covered in darkness were rapidly restored to light. The Buddhist lord spat out a mouthful of blood that was burned into nothingness by the flames. His eyes widened with shock. "Solitary Westgate, you aren't an avatar, you actually descended with your true body." The only standard for a supreme being in the world was to surpass the limits of life and death. Their lifespan was endless, shining with the sun and moon, and they could condense the rules of the world. After spending an endless amount of time, they could condense an avatar that possessed a portion of their true body's strength and walk the world in their stead. Their true body was in a state of blending with the world, perceiving the rules of the Great Tao so that one day they could control the world and make a breakthrough into the Great Tao. Descending to their true body not only meant that their cultivation would be interrupted, but it also meant that as long as they were killed, they would die thoroughly, never to be revived again. Before today, the only supreme being that walked the world with their true body was the Chu Empire's Mi Ganyuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to form an avatar, but that if he borrowed the destiny of his country to become a supreme being, his true body would have to fuse with his country, otherwise his boundary would collapse and he would fall. But after today, there was also the Tao Arena Master, Solitary Westgate. "You will all die." Solitary Westgate roared as he stepped forwards. His aura wildly rose, soon reaching an inconceivable boundary. Even the strength of the Immortal Sect world was suppressed and trembled. Was this a true supreme being of the world? Indeed, avatars were far too terrifying. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Even though he didn't know that Solitary Westgate's true body had arrived, this was absolutely good news for him. The Buddhist Lord and Boundary Master had been forced into a hopeless situation. Even if they wanted to descend with their true bodies, they would need a certain amount of time. But this was enough time for the Tao Arena Master to kill their avatars. If they didn't want to lose their avatars, then there was only one choice left for them, to awaken the Divine Spirit. Yama activated the great supernatural power of the 6 paths of samsara with all of her strength to capture the Immortal Sect Calamity Transcenders as quickly as possible. Of the 3 demonic path factions, the Yellow Springs lineage had always been the weakest. The fundamental reason for this was that they had lost their samsara treasure. She certainly wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity today. Every person she captured would strengthen the Yellow Springs demonic path in the future. It was like directly plucking a ripe watermelon from someone else's field. It was sweet and juicy. Unfortunately, she didn't have much time left. The Buddhist Lord and Boundary Master weren't idiot. Even if they wanted to hide the secret of the Divine Spirit, It was impossible for them to abandon their avatars and the foundation of the immortal sect. Between the 36 mountain peaks of various shapes and sizes stood the huge stone monument quietly. It had been here for more than 10 million years, and it would remain here for the next 10 million years, or even tens of millions of years, until the end of the river of time. However, the word accident itself meant that it couldn't be controlled. Faint ripples appeared on the surface of the huge stone monument, like the surface of a lake that was being blown by a spring breeze. A face emerged from these ripples. After trying for a long time, he finally opened his eyes. After a brief moment of blankness, what remained in his eyes was a strong aura of time that was almost impossible to dissolve. His eyes carefully swept every inch of the world around him, revealing a hint of joy and greed. Then, the face let out a sigh of satisfaction. I really didn't expect that I would be able to see this world again one day. When the voice sounded, the ripples on the surface of the stone monument quickly expanded, giving off an oppressive feeling as if there was a storm and dark clouds pressing down on a city. It was as if there was a complete world hidden within that square inch. The face actually began to rise, leaving the stone monument bit by bit. Then, his head, arms, and body followed. After that, he pushed the stone monument with both hands, and his whole body walked out. This was a dazzling man. He had long silver hair and long eyelashes. His eyes were as dark as the deep winter night. Even though he was just standing there, he gave off the feeling that he was the center of the world. He stretched out his arms to embrace this world that he hadn't seen in a long time. He took a deep breath, his chest puffing up and then exhaling. The winds and clouds suddenly changed color, stirring up the world. Trillions of laws trembled and hummed, instinctively trembling. You all deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. The flames around the Buddhist nation sovereign's body had already been extinguished. His face was incomparably pale as he roared out, his voice cold and sinister. The border lord's complexion was even uglier than his. His ashen and twisted face made it seem as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. If they had a choice, they would never have chosen to take this step. This was because there was a world of difference between a sleeping god and an awake one. There might even be a series of unforeseen events that went beyond their control, and the consequences of that could be catastrophic. It was already too late to say these things now, but even if the immortal sect was in trouble, it would be these people in front of them who would suffer first. The laws trembled and hummed, instantly sweeping through the world like a tsunami. Any cultivator that had the qualifications to touch the laws could clearly feel it. Then, a trace of fear drilled out from the depths of their hearts, as if they would be erased from the world in the next moment. Qin Yu looked up at the ends of the heavens. That was the source of the trembling of the laws. The immortal sect had finally awakened their god, and the most important goal of this trip was about to appear. The Dark Knight Divine Lord's eyes widened. Although he had learned from Qin Yu that he wouldn't joke about something like this, when the aura of the god truly appeared, he still couldn't help but shiver. A numb feeling spread from his chest to his entire body, turning into a wild and desperate hunger. If he could swallow the godhood of this god, the Dark Knight Divine Lord took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He forced himself to lower his head and not pay too much attention to what was happening. He had a deep understanding of gods and knew just how terrifying they were. Even their eyes could expose him. Wait for the Tao Arena Master to suppress this god. Then, that would be the chance for him to act. He had to obtain the godhood. The Realm Master's faint voice echoed through the world. Do you all really think you can destroy my immortal sect? On this day next year, I will personally pour wine and offer sacrifices to all of you. A figure stepped forwards, long silver hair fluttering behind him. Qin Yu instantly determined that this was the god that had fused together with the woodchopper in the sealed stone world. At this time, the distant god suddenly looked over. Like two bolts of lightning cutting through the dark void, Qin Yu's ears buzzed and the space between his eyebrows felt as if it would split open. But his consciousness was restored and his heart was filled with raging waves. What a terrifying strength! If it weren't for the fact that his will had solidified, just this gaze would have been enough to destroy his mind. A surprised voice sounded in everyone's ears. Before the voice faded away, the god in the distance had already approached them. He looked at Qin Yu and frowned slightly. Part of my divinity should be with you, right? Return it to me, and I can die without pain. Qin Yu's complexion changed. The air around him suddenly thickened like an invisible swamp, dragging his body down. He could clearly feel it, but it felt as if his body wasn't his own and he couldn't resist at all. Every action he took caused the rules to tremble. Wherever his thoughts reached, the world followed. This was the exact description of a god. His strength was beyond description. Facing a god was like facing the heavens and earth. To judge the life and death of the demonic path's holy sovereign with a single sentence wasn't because he was arrogant, but because as a god, he had the qualifications to do so. Within his soul space, the purple moon suddenly trembled. Faint traces of moonlight fell onto Qin Yu's soul and fused into it. An inexplicable aura spread out from his body, and the oppressive and powerless feeling immediately disappeared. The god's eyes exploded with light. As he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes became deep, as if two nebulae were spinning in the depths of his eyes. But what left his heart shaken was that even the power of the spiritual god eyes couldn't see through Qin Yu's depths. Although there seemed to be no obstruction on the surface, there was actually a thick fog that couldn't be dispelled hidden deep within him. This fog covered and disturbed all of his aura. He didn't know what this fog was, but what was terrifying was that it made him instinctively tremble. This was a feeling he hadn't felt for many, many years after he became a god. Just who are you? Qin Yu replied in his heart. The master that will raise you. On the surface, he had a heavy expression as he looked at Solitary Westgate. It was time for him to attack. Solitary Westgate didn't disappoint. Even in the face of a god, his aura was still calm without any fluctuations. Just this point alone surpassed everyone here. He stepped forwards, the blood-red color in his eyes becoming even brighter. It was like two boundless seas of blood were hidden within them. Now, billowing waves rose up, as if some terrifying existence were about to emerge from these seas of blood. The Buddhist sovereign lifted a hand and pointed. I ask the god to kill this person. Even though Solitary Westgate was a prisoner of the immortal sect, the strength of a god had to be respected. The god turned to look at the Tao Arena Master and frowned. This was because he discovered that Solitary Westgate was also hiding an extremely dangerous aura, one that caused him to instinctively loathe. Without hesitation, the god lifted a hand and pressed down. A terrifying handprint fell down from the heavens. An unimaginable aura erupted from it, covering Solitary Westgate. It was like the killing tribulation of the heavens and earth could not be avoided. Solitary Westgate roared out loud. This voice was different from his usual. It seemed to come from purgatory, filled with a deep hatred that could destroy all. The sea of blood deep within his eyes finally broke apart. A giant divine statue broke through the water. As it stood in his eyes, it was the same as arriving in the world. Another roar sounded out. The phantom of a divine statue appeared behind Solitary Westgate. It was incomparably massive, and seas of blood tumbled between its eyes. A third eye was tightly shut between its eyebrows, and it was unknown what was hidden within. At this time, the divine statue phantom glared at the god. It roared out once more, its crazy and cruel syllables like a hurricane. The god's robes were instantly torn apart and several tiny blood marks appeared on his incomparably handsome face. God-Eater Clan. The tears in the god's robes and the wounds on his face rapidly healed. The aura he emitted rose up like crazy. A destructive aura swept out, flooding the entire world. But as this strength approached solitary Westgate, it rapidly collapsed like snow beneath the blazing sun. Then, it was swallowed up and absorbed. The calm and unruffled god's complexion finally changed. As he looked at the strength that was being swallowed up, his complexion became increasingly pale. One could even see a trace of fear in his eyes. But he immediately suppressed this fear. The god knew that his existence was the greatest secret of the immortal sect. Since he had been awakened, there was no way to retreat. He could only choose to fight. I never thought that there would still be a God-Eater clan surviving in this vast world. But your strength is far too weak. I can suppress you and kill you, and also obtain the reward of the god system that exists in the world. The god's eyes brightened. This was because this might be his chance to break free from his imprisonment and regain his freedom. But the premise of all of this was to kill this god-killer. God said that there should be a prison in this world. A grand voice echoed through the world. Trillions of rules trembled, wildly breaking apart, reforming and fusing together. Then, a black cage appeared from nothingness. It had the attribute of absorbing all strength. Even if light approached, it would be pulled in, forever disappearing from sight. God said that there should be a demon in this prison. The space around solitary Westgate instantly collapsed, submerging him. In the next moment, he appeared in the cage. Black chains appeared out of thin air, wrapping around his body. Runes condensed from the rules flowed along the surface of each black chain. God said that all demons must die. The black chains rapidly tightened. The runes flowing on their surface had the attribute of ignoring all defenses and eroding all strength. They easily tore through flesh and sank into the body, colliding with bones and emitting loud cracking sound. Kacha! Kacha! The god stood outside the cage, looking at the thick darkness in front of him. His face didn't relax at all. Rather, it became increasingly dignified. This was because everything had been going too smoothly. If it were anyone else, even a supreme being of this world would not be able to contend with the power of a god. But this was a god-killer. This was a terrifying race that had once caused a calamity to the god system and destroyed countless gods. They possessed the aura of annihilating divinity and were born to hunt down gods for food. How could such a person be so easily killed? In the eyes of the god, this silence signified an even greater danger. But he couldn't find the source of this danger. Just what was wrong? In the darkness of the prison, solitary Westgate's calm voice echoed out. Let me tell you what is wrong, because you are not the first god I have faced. Bang! The incomparably thick darkness was torn apart by sharp claws, revealing a fierce giant beast within. It stood beside solitary Westgate, its body like a Kirin bathed in thunder. Countless arcs of lightning emitted from its body, falling onto the cage and causing ripples to appear on its surface. The sharp claws fell down and the black chains wrapped around solitary Westgate's body broke apart. The wounds on solitary Westgate's body regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. He walked in front of the cage and reached out a hand. He lightly said, "If you cannot suppress me, then you have no chance of killing me." Bang! The cage shattered. Hashtag. Chapter 644. The rumor that the Tao Arena Master had once fought with the heavens and was able to escape unscathed was actually false. It was only that in that battle, thunder had covered the highest heavens and the momentum was simply too terrifying, thus causing others to misunderstand. In truth, the true opponent was the thunder attribute god beast beside solitary Westgate. It was only after that battle that he learned that the bloodline of the god-eater race flowed through his body, solving a great puzzle that had been lingering in his heart. According to common sense, the god-eater race hunted down spiritual gods for food. After this thunder attribute god beast fell into solitary Westgate's hands, there was no reason for it to continue living. But, in order to continue the existence of his wife and son, He used unimaginable willpower to overcome the powerful instincts of the God-Eater bloodline and preserve the divine spark of this thunder-attribute god-beast. To a certain degree, this was the same as raising a god, thus leading to today's scene. The divine god that had just awakened from his long slumber paled. The world was just so unreasonable and tyrannical. With his strength, he could clearly kill everyone here today, but he was actually enslaved and turned into a prisoner. And what was even more terrifying was that he might be killed by a life form far weaker than he was. This was the greatest sorrow in the world. But as long as one was able to transform into a divine god, their will and mind were absolutely incomparably powerful. Even if there was a moment of fear and remorse, they would soon return to absolute calmness. As long as death didn't arrive, there was always a chance of a favorable turn. Even if the chances were slim and negligible, they still wouldn't give up. The thunder attribute god beast was named the Thunder Kirin. It was simple, direct, and brutal. With a roar, lightning leapt out from the scales on its body. Countless phantoms of rules appeared and rapidly condensed into reality. The lightning fell upon them and rapidly spread out, forming a cage of shining lightning. A moment ago, the divine god had used the rules to imprison solitary Westgate, but now he was the one being imprisoned by the rules. This was how fast karma came. Moreover, the divine god's situation was far more dangerous than solitary Westgate's. This was because what he faced wasn't just a Thunder Kirin filled with resentment, but also the God-Eater race that was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Behind solitary Westgate, the third eye between the divine statue's eyebrows trembled as it opened. Lava-like black flames flowed out, endlessly gushing out like a broken dam. It surged towards the thunder cage, quickly submerging it and turning it into a giant black fireball. Ah! No one knew what was happening inside. The power of the black fireball had completely isolated the space from the outside world. However, the painful and mournful screams of the gods were enough to make one's heart tremble. Countless images appeared in one's mind. They were actually able to defeat the strong and play with the gods in the palm of their hand. The name of the God-Eater clan was deeply imprinted in the minds of all the cultivators here, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. However, the Buddhist master and the realm master, the two supreme beings of the world, were not in the mood to feel shocked and unforgettable. They only knew that they couldn't just watch as the gods were killed. The Buddhist lord opened his hands up, and the apparition of the Buddhist kingdom appeared in the sky. This time, it was exceptionally clear, and the figures of the countless living beings inside could be seen clearly. They could feel the will of the Buddhist lord, and all of them sat down with their legs crossed in the direction of the city of bliss with devout expressions. Their eyes were filled with determination for the sake of Buddha. With the living beings of my Buddha as a sacrifice, I invite the Buddhas of the heavens to descend. The Buddhist lord's compassionate and cold voice sounded in the world of the Buddhist kingdom. The devout believers facing the city of bliss took out their short swords at the same time and stabbed them into their chests without any hesitation. The blades tore through flesh and blood until the hilts were gone. Blood gushed out along the grooves of the swords and dyed the long robes of the believers red before flowing to the ground, forming a pool of dark red blood under their bodies. The devout believers didn't seem to feel the slightest pain. There was even a hint of excitement and joy on their faces. To be able to sacrifice everything for the Buddha was the best ending for them. The pool of blood bubbled as if it was boiling. Wisps of blood mist flew out from it and gathered together in the sky of the Buddhist kingdom, condensing into the shadows of Buddhas that supported the heavens and the earth. Each of their faces was filled with compassion and mercy. They lowered their heads to look at the believers who were bleeding on the ground and gradually dying. Their eyes were gentle like the sea, and they could contain everything, or rather, they could swallow everything. The flow of blood from the chest wounds suddenly accelerated, so violent that the short swords stabbed into their chests rushed out. The bodies of the believers withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into dried corpses that lost all moisture in their bodies. The happy smiles that remained on their faces now seemed a bit more ferocious. After sucking enough blood, the phantoms of the Buddhas became increasingly corporeal. The compassion and mercy on their faces became even stronger. They all called out Buddhist names at the same time, and the sound waves opened up the world of the Buddhist kingdom, allowing them to directly descend from the phantoms and fill the skies of the immortal sect world. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. He didn't doubt the might of the great supernatural power that the Buddhist Lord had displayed by not hesitating to kill his believers. But even though he knew that the Buddhist Lord wanted to stop solitary Westgate, he didn't have any intention of doing anything. This was because there should be someone even more anxious than him right now. Bang! A wild aura soared into the heavens like a majestic mountain rising from the ground. The dark night divine Lord's eyes turned pitch black and his aura was like an abyss that could swallow all. Then, endless darkness flowed out from his body, rapidly spreading outwards like the arrival of an eternal night. Buddhist Lord, allow me to experience your great supernatural powers. If a divine being didn't die, how could he obtain a divine spark? He naturally wouldn't allow the Buddhist Lord to affect solitary Westgate. His thoughts stirred and an endless black tide rose up in defiance of the heavens, swallowing up the phantoms of the Buddhas. Qin Yu looked at the Nether Domain Master, his expression light. Whatever methods Domain Master has, I will meet them with all my strength from today onwards. The immortal sect will have no gods. The Domain Master's eyes were so cold that they could freeze the world. I guarantee that the demonic path will pay a sufficient price for today's events. This day will come. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. I do not deny that the Domain Master has the strength to accomplish this, but that is destined to be a matter of the future. Let's just look at the present. Humph! The Nether Domain Master coldly coughed. Avatars appeared one after another. There were so many that they filled the entire field of vision, each one emitting the exact same aura. Countless Nether Domain Masters lifted their hands and space wildly shattered. Before they even attacked, they already released an aura that could crush the world. The terrifying fluctuations of strength seemed as if they could destroy the world, causing endless fear to rise up from the depths of one's soul. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. Out of the countless avatars, only one is the main body. But the aura is completely the same and it is impossible to distinguish them. If so, then all of these avatars can be considered the main body. I only need to suppress one of them to suppress all of them. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger upwards. The phantom of the Holy Emperor Palace rumbled, and the sound was like a rolling river. The sound was heaven-shaking and an invisible strength came crashing down like a million towering mountains, brazenly suppressing one of the avatars. The Domain Master sneered. Holy Sovereign, do you really think you can suppress me like this? Just as his voice fell, his complexion changed. This was because all of his countless avatars simultaneously felt a terrifying pressure as heavy as Mount Tai. Impossible! How did you do this? Qin Yu lightly said, the immortal sect has always perfectly concealed the secrets of the spiritual gods. The demonic path naturally also has some small secret. For instance, the Holy Emperor Palace has some very practical abilities that can be used to deal with the Realm Master's supernatural powers, taking 10,000 steps back. Even if the Holy Emperor Palace doesn't have such abilities, I will still do everything in my power to stop the Realm Master. He turned to look at Yama. The strength of the Blue Sky Yellow Springs is a bit too weak. Since the Immortal Sect has given you such a good opportunity today, you absolutely cannot miss it. Yama smiled and nodded. Of course. I really must thank everyone from the Immortal Sect today. The black grinding stone above her head began to rapidly spin. She lifted a hand and an Immortal Sect Calamity Transcender was instantly suppressed and pulled into the grinding stone. Of course, the great supernatural power of the 6 paths of samsara didn't succeed every time. If the captured calamity immortals' will was strong enough and they were able to resist the bombardment of the samsara grinding stone, then what awaited them would be banished to the 6 paths of beasts, ghosts, and hell, where they would be stripped of all their strength and vitality. It was still the same analogy from before. If they ran into someone else's ripe watermelon field and found that the watermelon they picked didn't taste good, could they still return it? Of course, that was impossible. Those who didn't follow their orders deserved to die. The Buddhist sovereign who was entangled in battle with the Dark Knight Divine Throne and the Realm Master who was being suppressed by the Holy Emperor Palace, these 2 supreme beings were so angry that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Every time a calamity immortal was taken away, it was like the immortal sect had lost a muscle and bone. No matter how strong a giant was, they still wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Buddhist sovereign fiercely turned his head and looked into the distance of the immortal sect world. He angrily roared, "Shen Yuanin, in this situation, are you still not going to leave seclusion?" It wasn't a secret that the master of 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace had gone into seclusion to cultivate after suffering a backlash. If it weren't for the fact that the situation had reached an unsalvageable state, the Buddhist sovereign wouldn't have allowed Shen Yuanin to leave seclusion. This was because although she had the reputation of being a supreme being, she didn't transcend. If she died, she wouldn't be able to condense an avatar. If something were to happen, it was highly likely that the immortal sect would lose this newly ascended giant. For 10,000 miles there was a deathly silence. Besides the howling cold winds, there was no other sound between the heavens and earth. And in the center of this frozen world was 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace, the place where Shen Yuanin had gone into seclusion. The Buddhist sovereign's angry voice echoed in the skies above the palace along with the cold winds. After a short period of silence, cracking sounds came from deep within the frozen world. As the ice shattered, the temperature of the world plummeted and massive amounts of white snow fell down, obscuring one's vision. Bang! With a deep explosion, the frozen world shattered and floated in the air. Shen Yuanin stepped out, her expression cold and without the least bit of expression. As she looked towards the area where everyone was fighting, her pupils shrank. Her voice was so cold that it seemed as if even the cold winds would freeze over. "It's you again?" Her figure moved. Shen Yuanin floated forwards. Although she didn't seem fast, the space in front of her seemed to fold and overlap. With every step she took, she crossed an endless distance, bringing with her a world of wind and snow and an extremely cold aura with her. As the Buddhist sovereign spoke, Qin Yu looked up in the direction of 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace. Suddenly, a cold wind rose up and the temperature rapidly plummeted. Ice appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. Frost quietly crept over his eyebrows and hair, continuing to spread outwards. A bone-chilling cold pierced into his body, but Qin Yu didn't feel any pain at all. As he looked at the figure walking towards him in the wind and snow, his eyes filled with warmth. As this warmth fell into Shen Yuanin's eyes, it caused her expression to become even colder. The killing intent in her eyes nearly condensed into essence. She looked at Qin Yu and icily said, "Take back that disgusting look of yours." Qin Yu lightly said, "What I am looking at is not you." His tone was light and without any fluctuations, but his eyes shined like stars in the night sky. "You are not her, nor are you the master of this body." Shen Yuanin had an indifferent expression. She didn't deny this. "With your help, this body will soon belong to me." Qin Yu shook his head. "Please believe me. I will not give you a chance, not even the slightest." He didn't speak further. He looked towards Yama. Yama nodded and stepped forwards. "I ask Palace Master Shen Yuanin to instruct me." Bang! The earth suddenly shattered, and a massive iceberg rose up from the ground. Its peak was as sharp as an arrow, howling into the heavens. Yama's eyes were calm beneath her dark gold mask. She lifted a hand and pressed downwards. The iceberg that shot into the heavens seemed to crash into an invisible barrier. With a loud rumbling sound, it shattered into countless pieces. Even though Yama had only obtained samsara, she was still able to temporarily contend with Shin Yuanin. And this period of time was more than enough for solitary Westgate to cripple the spiritual god within the black fireball. Even now, the people of the Immortal Sect still believed that the demonic path and Tao Arena had joined forces to kill the spiritual god and destroy the Immortal Sect's background. But they didn't know that their thinking was far too simple. Qin Yu never thought of killing the spiritual god. Rather, he wanted to take him for his own use and take away Shin Yuanin, causing the Immortal Sect to forever lose the Master of Nine Heaven Mirrormoon Palace. Ah! The spiritual god's cries became increasingly pitiful and filled with despair. It was clear he couldn't persist any longer. Within the black fireball, his handsome face cracked like a porcelain doll that had failed to be baked. His silver-white hair withered and curled, like withered grass in the late autumn fields, losing all moisture and vitality. As expected, a miracle didn't arrive. The spiritual god could feel his body on the verge of collapse. He slowly closed his eyes. Once his divine body collapsed, it would be impossible for him to resist the strength of the God-Eater clan by relying on his extremely weak divine spark. Time seemed to distort and become extraordinarily long. When the last wisp of energy was used up and his divine body turned into ashes, a long, crystal-clear, multifaceted rhombus appeared. Even though it was dim and emitted a weak aura, one could still feel the terrifying pressure from the world just by looking at it. This was the divine spark. A halo of light erupted. The divine spark was like a small meteor as it suddenly accelerated and broke through the cage of thunder and black flames. This was its final struggle. It used the blessing of the heavens and earth that a spiritual god shouldn't easily perish. Qin Yu. Solitary Westgate's deep and hoarse voice suddenly sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. His eyes brightened. In the next moment, the surface of the black fireball swelled up and shattered. The divine spark howled out from the shattered parts. The Dark Knight Divine Throne roared out loud as he fiercely battled the Buddhist sovereign. His body instantly grew 100 feet tall and he flicked his sleeve. A curtain of darkness swept towards the Buddhist sovereign as he rapidly retreated. Saint Sovereign, I have fulfilled the agreement. This divine spark is mine. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. But at this time, Purple Moon's cold voice sounded out in his soul space. Don't fight with him. There were many explanations for these words, but Purple Moon was well aware of just how important this divine spark was to Qin Yu. Then, there was only one possibility: this seemingly powerless divine spark couldn't be easily taken away. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu chose to believe in Purple Moon. This was because if it were him, after capturing a spiritual god, whether it was for safety or control, he would definitely make preparations ahead of time. As the Dark Knight Divine Throne shouted out loud, he kept an eye on Qin Yu. Although he didn't mention anything, he was a shrewd and experienced character. He naturally didn't believe that Qin Yu would be so generous as to give the Yama King Samsara and then give him the divine spark. Did he not have anything else he wanted? Seeing Qin Yu's expression change and then freeze, the Dark Knight Divine Throne was overjoyed. No matter what the reason was, as long as the Saint Sovereign didn't try to steal it, then this divine spark was his. He lifted a hand and a thin layer of scales appeared between his fingers. His nails rapidly grew longer and sharper until they were like the claws of a beast. A formidable imprisoning strength erupted, covering the divine spark like a net. The Dark Knight Divine Throne's smile froze before it could bloom. He looked up into the skies, where space shattered and a beam of light came crashing down. This beam of light had the same aura as the one that the Buddhist sovereign had used to burn his avatar to kill Solitary Westgate. This was the backup plan that the Immortal Sect had left on the divine spark. Once any variant aura touched the divine spark, they would be met with a terrifying attack comparable to a great Tao realm cultivator. The beam of light was far too fast and had already locked onto the Dark Knight Divine Throne's aura. The Dark Knight Divine Throne roared out loud, but he didn't have time to dodge. He raised his hands and the scales rapidly grew, turning into two beast claws. Dark strength broke out from his body, wrapping around him in layers and forming a massive black sphere. In the next moment, the beam of light pierced through the black sphere and it loudly collapsed, revealing the Dark Knight Divine Throne. There was a giant hole in his chest, and although there was no blood flowing out, one could clearly see that the countless runes around the wound trembled and collapsed. Every time a rune was destroyed, the Dark Knight Divine Throne's body would tremble and his aura would rapidly weaken. After regaining its freedom, the divine spark howled away without pause. It was so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. As long as it was given a breath of time, it could escape from being locked onto and escape into the boundless world, never to be found again. But after the mantis failed to catch the cicada, there was still an oriole that loved to eat bugs staring at him. As the divine spark flew, it suddenly let out a mournful cry and then suddenly changed directions. Under the Dark Knight Divine Throne's incredulous gaze, it flew all the way to Qin Yu's hand. Saint Emperor! Just as he said this, Qin Yu did something and the divine spark in his hand disappeared. He looked up with a calm expression. I kept my promise and didn't fight with you over it. But since this divine spark came to me of its own accord, I can only accept it. Even a ghost wouldn't believe his words. The Dark Knight Divine Throne's face instantly twisted. If not for the fact that his injuries had greatly reduced the strength of his clone, he would definitely jump up and fight Qin Yu. This bastard, does he really think I'm an idiot? In fact, the Divine Throne had already realized that Qin Yu had deliberately not fought with him because he already knew that there was something wrong with the godhood. Qin Yu had used him as a human shield while he hid in the back and picked up the fruit. He glared at Qin Yu hatefully and almost crushed his teeth. Your Majesty Saint Emperor, this divine spark is of great use to me. If your Majesty is willing to part with it, I am willing to pay any price. Qin Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, but your words are a bit too late. This divine spark is already mine and no one can take it away from me. In the endless world of Qin Yu's mind, the golden altar that stood as high as the heavens suddenly lit up as the divine spark appeared. Runes began to rapidly revolve. Without giving the god a chance to respond, the contract was forcefully signed. The feeding of the god was complete. Qin Yu's joy nearly burst out of his chest. He couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Although he knew that this smile wasn't kind and would definitely deal a fatal blow to the Dark Knight Divine Throne, he still couldn't help it. Ignoring the Dark Knight Divine Throne's pale complexion, Qin Yu suddenly turned to look at Shen Yuanin, who was fiercely fighting with Yama. Shen Yuanin's body stiffened and she had made a mistake, allowing Yama to take this chance to send her flying away. Qin Yu's figure flashed and he appeared in front of Yama, preventing her from chasing after him. Leave Shen Yuanin to me. The Buddhist sovereign's eyes widened as if he had thought of something. He roared out, hurry and run. Don't fight him. But this warning was too late. Qin Yu stepped forwards and thrust out his hand. Shen Yuanin condensed an ice sword in her hand and thrust it out. Puff, the ice sword pierced through his chest, piercing through his lungs. Qin Yu's complexion paled, but he smiled. I've caught you. Across from him, Shen Yuanin's complexion changed. In the next moment, an endless and boundless aura flowed out from Qin Yu's palm and crashed into her body like a broken dam. This was the aura of a spiritual god. Although it was weak, it still represented an irresistible level. It instantly suppressed the consciousness controlling Shen Yuanin's body, causing her to violently struggle before fainting. Qin Yu reached out and held Shen Yuanin in his arms. He looked down at the strange yet familiar face. Although he had a great deal of confidence in himself, he was still so nervous that his palms began to sweat. Now was the time for him to receive the final judgment. Was she Ningling? Her long eyelashes gently trembled. Then, her eyes slowly opened. The moment she saw Qin Yu, her dazed eyes brightened. Intimacy and joy gushed out before instantly disappearing, replaced by panic and unease. It's her. It's her. The moment their eyes met couldn't be faked. That familiar and intimate gaze that had appeared in his mind countless times could only belong to Ningling. At this moment, Qin Yu wished he could throw his head back and cry out to the heavens to vent his ecstasy. He tightly held on to Shen Yuanin, feeling her struggle and resistance. He loudly said, "Ningling, I know it's you. Don't be afraid of the backlash of the sublime lost emotion code. I have already helped you suppress it. From now on, no one will be able to stop us. We can be together forever, never to be separated again." The stunned Shen Yuanin sensed the situation within her body. At this time, her mind was in turmoil, but the strength of the sublime lost emotion code remained still. Without any signs of backlash, her body shivered, and her eyes rapidly turned red. Qin Yu. Shen Yuanin's arms tightly wrapped around his solid back. She pressed her body against his warm chest, as if she wanted to melt into his body. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't want to recognize you. I'm really sorry, I can't." Qin Yu lowered his head and kissed her, blocking the rest of her words in his mouth. He tasted the bitter taste of her tears, and now it was also a sweet taste that reached the depths of his heart. The entire immortal sect world was deathly silent. No one expected that such a scene would occur in front of them. The demonic path's holy sovereign and the immortal sect's palace master embracing and kissing each other. This was something that subverted all of their imaginations. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The Buddhist sovereign and domain master had distressed expressions. It wasn't until the last moment that they realized Qin Yu's true goal. He had slaughtered his way into the immortal sect to force out the spiritual god, and with solitary Westgate's help, everything he had done had been for Shen Yuanin. Now he had succeeded. But to the immortal sect, this meant a devastating blow. ####. Chapter 645. If Shen Yuanin, the master of Nine Heaven Mirror Moon Palace, one of the three giants of the immortal sect, were to betray them, no one knew what the consequences would be. But they knew that it would be an earth-shattering event that would sweep through the entire world. Just thinking about it caused all the immortal sect cultivators to stiffen and sweat to pour down their back. Shen Yuanin. The Buddhist sovereign's angry roar echoed through the world. "Do not forget your status. If you dare to betray the immortal sect, I swear on my life that I will kill you no matter the cost." The Nether Domain Master's face darkened. "Shen Yuanin, do you not care about that person in my immortal sect's bitter pagoda at all?" Shen Yuanin stood up and looked at the two angry people. She slowly said, "I have already secretly sent away that person in bitter pagoda. I do not wish to speak of any grudges or grievances. From this day forth, I no longer have anything to do with the immortal sect." The backlash of the sublime lost emotion code had been suppressed. She certainly wouldn't separate from Qin Yu. Shen Yuanin held onto his hand, a smile bloomed on her face. She had waited for this day for a long, long time, so long that it seemed as long as a lifetime. Even now, she still found it hard to believe. This was the most direct answer. There was no room for negotiation. The Buddhist sovereign's face twisted and killing intent filled his eyes. "Shen Yuanin, you will be hunted down by the immortal sect for the rest of your life." Qin Yu looked up, thunder flashing in the depths of his eyes. "Today, I will send Buddha Lord off first." He clenched Shen Yuanin's hand for a moment before letting go. Then, he stepped forwards and thrust out his hand. How arrogant! The Buddhist sovereign didn't fear this attack. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still a supreme being of this world. Even if this was only an avatar, it wouldn't be so easily killed. With a flick of his sleeves, endless Buddhist light erupted, crashing down in all directions. Qin Yu's fist smashed into it, shattering the Buddhist light as if it were rotten wood. But the Buddhist sovereign within remained indifferent. Sure enough, the shattered Buddhist light condensed back together like a swamp, trapping this wild and dragon-like strength within and slowly crushing it. But at this time, the Buddhist sovereign's heart shrank, as if he could feel an intense threat. He looked up at Qin Yu and saw his eyes brighten like the brightest stars in the night sky. Then, a terrifying feeling covered his mind. Before the Buddhist sovereign could respond, he stuffily coughed and his face paled. It was like an invisible arrow had pierced through him, and he froze in place from the pain. The fist power trapped in the Buddhist light suddenly exploded. This self-destructive method created a powerful tearing strength that tore apart the surrounding Buddhist light. At the same time, Qin's sovereign roared, "Westgate!" The nether domain master's complexion changed. But before he could do anything, Yama's figure appeared in front of him. Yama lifted a hand and pressed down. The spinning black millstone covered him, and the surrounding space collapsed inward, forming 6 black holes that temporarily imprisoned him within. A blood-red light pierced through space, leaving behind a series of afterimages as it approached the Buddhist sovereign. Without hesitation, the blood-red light flashed past him, revealing solitary Westgate's figure. He held a heart in his hand that was condensed from countless runes. "Immortal sect, I swear on my life that in this life, I will annihilate all of you. Not a single one of you will be left alive." The nether domain master roared, "Stop!" Solitary Westgate's fingers tightened. The rune heart in his hand shattered into countless pieces that fell from his palm. They constantly collapsed in midair before finally vanishing from sight. The Buddhist nation's sovereign slowly lowered his head to look at the large hole in his chest. His lips moved, but before he could say a single word, his body turned into dust as if it had been weathered by the wind for countless years. Woo woo woo! Sorrowful howls filled the world, and endless black clouds were blown out. With a loud rumble of thunder, a heavy downpour began to fall down. Traces of sorrow emitted from the rain, carrying with it a powerful infectious power that penetrated into the soul. All living beings that were bathed in the rain couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow. Even if it was just a clone, it still possessed a portion of the Paragon's power, so it was natural for it to resonate with the world. Moreover, this reaction was not limited to the world of the immortal sect world. Rather, it directly touched upon the rules of the world and radiated outward. Emperor Zhou suddenly frowned. He looked up at the rapidly darkening skies. With a loud rumble, the roar of thunder soon followed. Lightning howled down, filling the entire field of vision, soaking everything in the world as if it were weeping in pain. Surprise flashed in his eyes. After several breaths of silence, Emperor Zhou said in a soft voice, "Things have gotten out of hand." Although he had prepared himself for the worst possible outcome, he still found it hard to believe what had happened. It had to be known that the title of a supreme being wasn't just an empty title. Not only was it an unsurpassed status, but it also represented a formidable strength. With Emperor Zhou's cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to suppress a supreme being of the world. But to kill even an avatar of one of them was unlikely. To control the rules of the world, one could change the world with a single thought. To them, escaping was an extremely simple matter. It seemed that something he didn't expect had occurred in the immortal sect, or perhaps some great change had occurred. Emperor Zhou revealed a thoughtful expression. After several breaths of time, he lifted his hand and tore apart space. A giant rift appeared. But at this time, Emperor Zhou's eyes flashed and he didn't step into it. He turned and looked behind him, his voice faint. "Who dares to spy on me?" His voice was calm, but every syllable contained an unimaginable might. It touched upon the rules, causing the world to shake and forming incomparably terrifying fluctuations of strength. It was enough to crush and erase everything it touched. The fluctuations were split in half, as if they had been cut apart by an invisible blade. Mi Ganyuan stepped forwards, his expression indifferent. He bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty Emperor Zhou." As he spoke, he straightened his back. His entire being was like a divine mountain that held up the heavens, cold and arrogant. He bowed because Emperor Zhou was the first person to rule the world, and that was his goal. But, as the great Chu Emperor, he was one of the highest existences in the world. To a certain extent, he could even remove the word "one of." Mi Gonyuan had his own pride and sufficient capital. Facing Emperor Zhou, he was neither servile nor overbearing, his mind calm. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have dared to appear on his own initiative. Emperor Zhou expressionlessly said, "Mi Gonyuan, do you want to stop me?" In his eyes, the so-called 7 great empires were all traitors, fake countries. Mi Gonyuan smiled. "I just don't want Emperor Zhou to meddle in the affairs of the immortal sect and demonic sect. No matter what the result is, let them deal with it themselves." Emperor Zhou said, "And if I don't agree?" Mi Gonyuan's smile faded. The aura of a great emperor erupted from his body like a rising sun. "Then I can only apologize." Emperor Zhou's eyes were ice-cold. "Very good. I also want to know just how strong the people of Chu, who are trying to replace my great Zhou and seize the world, have." Mi Gonyuan said, "I will not disappoint Emperor Zhou." Bang! Space instantly shattered, turning into a mass of black paste that rapidly spread outwards, sending everything within its range into the abyss of destruction. One was the founding emperor of the great Zhou Empire, who once ruled the world, and the other was the ruler of the current strongest nation. Both sides collided without hesitation. This was because they were well aware of their own plans. Emperor Zhou couldn't stare blankly on as the demonic path reigned supreme. As for Mi Gonyuan, he hoped that both sides would suffer losses. One side wanted to interfere and the other side wanted to stop them. This was the root of this conflict that couldn't be resolved. On this day, a torrential rain fell from the skies above the land of divinity and demons. Black clouds covered the entire sky. Any cultivator that knew the inside story paled, and fear rose up from the depths of their hearts. The top influences of the 7 great empires all responded at the same time. Once the situation collapsed, they would immediately respond to protect their own interests, or perhaps they would seek out even greater benefits. The immortal sect and demonic path were like 2 towering divine mountains that towered above all others. They naturally sought out the greatest benefits in the land of divinity and demons. Countless people looked forward to their decline and ushered in a brand new future. A tense and oppressive atmosphere covered the world. It was like a brewing volcano, waiting for a terrifying eruption once the opportunity arrived. All eyes were focused on the immortal sect world, waiting for the final news to arrive. Qin Yu attacked, Yama stopped him, solitary Westgate killed him. The process seemed simple and clear, but one couldn't forget that 3 supreme beings of the world were involved. Moreover, the most critical point was that Qin Yu's will had instantly routed the Buddhist sovereign's mind, causing a fatal pause. If it weren't for this, it would have been impossible for the Buddhist sovereign's avatar to be so easily killed. To a supreme being, the importance of an avatar was self-evident. Once it was killed, not only would they need to spend a massive amount of time and energy to reform it, but an even more serious consequence would be a backlash against the main body. As for what the backlash would be like, it was hard to determine. Simply speaking, it all depended on one's luck. The lightest result was that one would spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, but if it was serious, it could cause damage to one's soul or even shatter. The Nether Domain Master never imagined that the immortal sect would face such a situation in a single day. Shen Yuanin had betrayed the Buddhist sovereign, the Buddhist sovereign's avatar had been killed, and the consequences were unknown. His heart shook and sorrow filled the air, but this soon turned into an irrepressible anger. His eyes swept over the figures of the Tao Arena Master, Qin Yu, Yama, the Divine Throne, and the others. He suddenly emitted a bestial howl. Then, his entire body shattered, turning into countless rule fragments that smashed into the earth of the immortal sect. Qin Yu's heart fiercely shrank. A strong sense of danger rose up in his heart. In the next moment, deep rumbling roars came from deep within the immortal sect. The earth cracked open, forming terrifying cracks that stretched on endlessly. These cracks shattered mountains, swallowed cities, severed rivers, and caused all life to howl in anguish. These cracks connected together. If someone were to stand high above the highest heavens, they would discover that they formed a strange image that covered the entire world of the immortal sect. Today, the immortal sect will not hesitate to pay any price. I will bury all of you in the Nine Nether, where you will never be able to transcend. The Nether Domain Master's voice echoed between the heavens and earth, filled with endless cruelty and madness. To destroy one's own avatar required a great deal of courage. This also represented how much resentment he had in his heart. When had the dignified immortal sect ever been reduced to such a miserable state? He would make these people pay the price. Within his soul space, Purple Moon's voice echoed out. Qin Yu, leave this place immediately. There was a trace of disbelief in her voice. Qin Yu took a deep breath and looked at solitary Westgate. We should leave. Remember, the most important thing for you right now is not to take revenge, but to resurrect them. A blood-red light surged in solitary Westgate's eyes. He roared out loud and punched the ground. The ground instantly collapsed, forming a terrifying bottomless pit. Immortal sect, today is only a bit of interest. The hatred between us will never fade. Qin Yu shouted out loud, let's go.